You are recording too frequently. What the fuck was that?
Who said that?
It was a pop-up, but it went live anyway. That was strange. That was very weird. Okay. We're live? Are we live? I'm not sure.
You are recording. Well, it takes 40 seconds for the delay to.
Yeah,
It
okay.
looks live to me.
Sure, let's go. This would be me. I would be making it go up and down, though. That's actually hilarious. I love this guy. This guy is my spirit animal.
Got my box.
Someone we haven't seen for a while.
So you can sit up straighter? Whoa.
No, it just keeps my feet up a little, helps my back.
I feel like this is a lot of my face right now.
Yeah,
it's just snug. A little early.
Little snug.
A little early to be staring at me that intently. Unless you're paying my mortgage. It's a different story. It's a premature good morning, but now officially good morning to you. I'm Jenny Milkowski. That was the fastest Mark Mathis segment we've ever had.
Oh, we found the secret. Take away his batteries.
That's right. I'm just joking.
You would.
Oh, look at how lovely you look today.
How what?
Lovely.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah.
That's very nice of you, Jenny. I appreciate your kind words.
Is this like outtakes or is this live?
Oh, no, that would be live, but like.
Or like there's something else going on.
I mean, you know, she keeps it silly.
That's so odd. You don't get that very often. But it is generally morning shows though that have this sort of thing.
No, my mom and dad.
Is that the first time we heard your genuine laugh?
It might have been.
I pray for them daily, sending my love to you.
It is chilly here this morning, though.
It is it is very chilly, but I still walked out in flip-flops.
This has to be during COVID, right? Because they have the anchor.
Mark Mathis.
I walked out without any pants on.
Yeah.
So that's a win for me.
That is a win for nobody. Do you need me to notate for you? Like, I'm a real fast typer. Hold on.
And if it's if you don't hear about it, and if hang on, you don't hear about it, it's.
Does she actually have a keyboard?
Are you airing your personal grievances?
No,
on
I just there's certain things that I need to do, and this is one of them. I have to text messages during the show, and if it gets in the way of the weather, it gets in the way of the weather. You know, it's just part of the gig.
I have an idea. Why don't we do those things when you're not doing the weather?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
My goodness.
And I say that out of love, so please don't take it the wrong way.
Oh, no, I'm taking it the wrong way.
No.
Listen, I just love watching you and Paul and Julie. And send it back to Julie and Paul. Jenny.
Someone also was so sweet and wrote, you know, same thing. We love watching. We love Jenny Murkowski.
Murkowski.
I don't care. Literally, just call me whatever. Just keep watching.
I want you to pay me a lot of money for whatever I do.
That's what I feel like.
Jenny, where are your biggest
My
fans?
Venmo.
You don't even know. I tried to tell you, but you don't care about me.
Oh, is Jenny Milkowski. If you just want to send me some random money, someone.
I just sent it to Julie.
Oh no!
And you
It's
sent it to Julie
Jenny.
Murkowski.
Yes,
Julie,
I need that $9.99 back.
girls gotta buy like lip gloss and dresses, you know. Producer Tommy just Venmo'd me $5. I kid you not. Thank you. I will
That's
buy a coffee with that.
Or a box of Girl Scout cookies.
I'm going to accept that money before he takes it back. He's a well-known actor, a host, best-selling author. You may have heard the name before, Mr. Mario Lopez. Hello, my dear friend. How are you?
I'm doing well. Love to be talking to someone from my hometown, a beautiful San Diego. Miss going back.
So before we get to these very important
Mario,
matters,
she's from
I don't know if
Chicago,
remember
you
this,
idiot.
Mario, but I'm
Good catch.
Holding up a picture of you and I back in 2016 where we met in Chicago. There we are. You haven't aged a day.
What were we doing in Chicago?
Well, I know this is the photo that you have up in your living room somewhere, so don't act like you don't remember. You were
It's a screensaver on my phone, actually.
I'd have.
I knew it, man. I knew.
We had a photo together.
But no, I worked over at a station in Chicago, and you were a gracious guest there. But today we're talking about something really important. You want to speak my love language? Take me to brunch. Nobody ever takes me to brunch.
And Jenny,
You
I
know,
promise,
Casey,
it's
look,
not
you're
like
my
a creepy thing. You know, it's just because you're the greatest
Daytime.
local news anchor
host.
and traffic reporter of all time. Local news is bad girl.
Pluck that heartstring.
Yes, Casey. She's in Bay Park to see how we're getting ready for V-Day.
Hey, Casey.
Well, Jenny, now that you're my Valentine, we can go to brunch.
Perfect. She's wearing black like she's mourning the death of love. Where is your
That's not.
pink or red, Casey?
I have some color.
Get
There
out of
it
here
is.
with your...
Come on.
I like
nails.
black.
It's beige.
It's funny to me the reactions that
The
people
puppy
have.
bowl.
The ones that smile, I'm like, oh, I like you, and then some people walk by and
What is wrong with that woman?
give me the stink face. Let me walk my kitty in peace, okay? Before we wrap up, I wanted to
Walk your
give
what?
you a treat, really, to you and the viewers, because as everybody knows, I'm very athletic. I'm a big sports person, and I actually
Yeah, you didn't even
threw
need
out the
help?
first pitch at
Like
a
your
Padres
like the
game.
other guy
I
did
don't
when
know
you
if
were
can see
stopping
it,
the
Eric, but
grapes.
this is
I can
something-
see it.
Okay,
I
well,
can
I
just
tried
see
to
it.
help you, and you
take a
said,
look
"No, I'm
at
an
how-
independent woman."
I got this.
Yeah. And you weren't afraid to show feet on television too. You know,
True.
like that's
It's ballsy.
you know, like as for like, and I'm not trying to be like weird or perverted here.
Mm.
I just know that these perverts exist, but like showing feet like that is like daytime news's equivalent of like doing a full frontal in a movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know,
It's
true
it's pretty up
respect for
there.
the craft there. You know,
Yeah. Okay, I was just double checking because you were pretty adamant about the Chicago thing, and yes, it is Chicago.
like come on.
From her website, I am first generation born in America. Both parents were from Poland, and
I
came to
could tell you
Chicago.
this.
Yeah.
We've
So-
watched enough Jenny Milk.
I know. I was just double checking. Because he was very adamant about being from my hometown of San Diego.
He should have said in my hometown, and she even
Yeah.
was like, actually, I'm from Chicago, and we met there.
things fit. Look, I'm ready to go. Very
Yeah, you are.
serious.
Oh my god, she's perfect.
Okay.
What
What
do
a
you
great
mean, okay?
Great
Yeah,
pitch,
a
Jenny.
little wide right. I've seen
Okay.
worse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
Conor McGregor.
the
50
game was for
Cent.
him.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but
You should be
she's
proud.
good.
I mean-
She had to make him get off his feet to catch it. You know, that's a ping pong victory.
But also, most people probably couldn't even make it from the mound to the plate. So
I don't think I think there's a lot of presidents that couldn't. Like Jimmy Carter.
Yeah.
Let's see him throw a pitch.
I'd like to
you
see
see
Trump
that?
throw that good.
Did you see that video where the catcher was like too close to the batter's swing, and the batter like swings the bat back, and you see it literally like lift up his sack?
Epic.
Like he nails him. Like he's got to have like a jock strap on or something. But like
Surely.
you see like, you know,
The movement, yeah.
yeah, you see something in the pants being hit there.
The catcher had a chance. I think that's more on the catcher than you.
So what
It
you're
might have been-
saying
it might have
is
been the ball
I
that hit him,
am
I'm not
better than
sure.
50
Mm.
Cent.
In so many ways,
In
Jenny.
so many
So let's get your
I
back
agree,
out
too.
if you want another shot at it. to
You know,
throw a
not
strike, make it
homophobic,
happen.
already better than
Yeah.
50
Right,
Cent.
that'd be a slider, wouldn't it?
A
Curveball
screwball.
breaks to the
I
We
mean,
right.
it
need
went
a-
up.
Jenny Milkowski game where she
I don't
goes
know
to a
what that one
rock
is.
and just starts
All I
gunning
know-
people
all I
down
remember-
for what is the goal of the game? I think he's trying to collect like a golden idol or something.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The 50 Cent game?
I have no idea. I've never heard of this.
Hang on. I'll pull up a thing. We'll finish this and then I'll show you 50 Cent's game.
Remember, is I did it not long after Fauci.
It's surprisingly
Fauci did it, and I did better
not
than
the worst.
Fauci.
Wow.
That's a low bar, isn't it?
Yeah.
Interesting.
No pun intended.
Can I have something to be proud of? Oh, my nose itches. I'm sorry.
What does that mean if your nose itches?
I think someone's talking about
6
you.
more weeks of winter.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
And thank you
And
for
you.
hanging out with us this morning. We appreciate you, and we'll see you tomorrow, I hope. Fingers crossed.
Other headlines, President Biden plans.
Okay, go.
This button. Sorry, I was trying to change the screen so it wouldn't do the infinite load on me.
$10 million guaranteed, that's the deal. So what you got for me? I don't have the money. You still owe me. Wait! Start talking. Repeat, please.
Honestly, that was pretty cool.
No, yeah. I was thinking the same.
That was a pretty cool fade. And like, look at this for Xbox 360.
Yeah.
Like, it looks pretty good. Look at it's even got some skin definition, you know, some pores on his neck and stuff.
They should remaster it for the Xbox Series X. Those cars notoriously not bulletproof.
Yeah, but he is. 50 Cent is bulletproof. Actually, I think he has another game called Bulletproof as well.
That's funny.
But Blood in the Sand is the good one that I know. Epic. Wait. You mean to tell me these random white insurgents had an AR style rifle with an optic, looked like a red dot optic on it. Could have been a hollow though. They just had that. Crazy. Yeah, jump out of a hell. Yeah, okay, buddy. Those blades being that close to you would have annihilated you.
Mm-hmm.
What? A stubby shotgun straight to the fucking chest? This doesn't look like a ceramic plate. Even, you know?
Soft armor.
Another white guy. Yes, it's a diamond skull. I said a golden idol. I was thinking it was like a gold skull or something. It's a diamond encrusted skull that he wants.
Oh, God.
Here's some actual gameplay. Oh, can't play the music. So there's a Humvee section.
Mm-hmm.
It's got that, you know, this is the era of everything that's olive drab and gray.
Yeah.
But like, it's got like, you know, what was the game where it's like kill with skill? I'm Cliffy B. You gotta kill with skill.
I have no idea.
You know, it's a Cliffy B game. But see, it's one of those games where everything needs to be on your screen. Like, wow, immersive HUD much? Wow, I'm so immersed with all this HUD and constant nonsense taking up the screen. And he has to take up most of the screen.
Of course.
He has
to
plot
designate
armor.
Kenya
Good thing.
as a major non-NATO
Good
ally.
point.
Mr. Biden made the announcement as he hosted Kenyan President William Ruto at the White House today.
It's always
It's
funny
the first
watching
official
Biden walk.
state visit to the U.S. by an African leader in more than 15 years. President Biden also thanked Ruto for deploying Kenyan forces to combat the violence in Haiti, and he defended his decision to withhold U.S. troops.
Haiti is in an area of the Caribbean that is very volatile. There's a lot going on in this hemisphere, and we're in a situation where we want to do all we can without us looking like America once again is stepping over and deciding this is what must be done.
President Biden also addressed the decision this week by the International Criminal Court to seek arrest warrants for Israel's prime minister and defense minister, as well as 3 Hamas leaders. The president said the U.S. does not recognize the ICC's jurisdiction, adding that there is no equivalence between Israel and Hamas. 2 Senate committees have launched an investigation into Donald Trump's reported offer to roll back President Biden's environmental policies in exchange for $1 billion in campaign donations. The New York Times reported that Mr. Trump made the proposition at a meeting with top U.S. oil executives last month. In a statement, the chairman of the committees, both Democrats, wrote, quote, "Time and time again, both Mr. Trump and the U.S. oil and gas industry have proved they are willing to sell out Americans to pad their own pockets." The House Oversight Committee is also seeking information related to the April 11th fundraiser. Louisiana lawmakers passed a bill today that would reclassify 2 abortion-inducing medications as controlled and dangerous substances.
What?
The measure would impose fines and even jail time for those in possession of the drugs without a prescription. Doctors say the bill could make it harder to prescribe the pills, which have other critical healthcare uses. It now goes to Louisiana's Republican governor for final approval. He has previously expressed support for it. In northern Mexico, 9 people are dead and more than 100 others injured after a stage collapsed on a crowd during a campaign rally in heavy winds. Cell phone video showed the twisted pile of large metal pillars, which had trapped attendees underneath. The long-shot presidential candidate who hosted the event, Jorge Alvarez Maínez, had to run for cover.
It was a very atypical event because normally the weather gives some warning as it intensifies. What we experienced happened in just a few seconds. A gale came, a sudden wind, and unfortunately it collapsed the stage, resulting in a fatal accident.
1 child is among those killed. An official investigation is now underway. China started 2 days of military drills around Taiwan today in what it called punishment for separatist forces on the island. This week, Taiwan's new president, William Lai, called on Beijing to stop its military intimidation of the island. China claims Taiwan as its own and does not recognize its de facto independence. Taiwanese officials say the exercises involve dozens of Navy and Coast Guard ships, as well as 33 aircraft. U.S. weather officials are predicting that this year's Atlantic hurricane season will be extraordinary. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration expects up to 25 named storms, the most they've ever forecast in May.
Well,
In its
it's
annual
Jack and
outlook,
Chair
the
right
agency
now.
says there are a number of contributing factors. They include record-high water surface temperatures that act as fuel for storms. Experts also expect a La Nina weather pattern this year, which reduces high-altitude winds that can break up hurricanes. On Wall Street today, stocks slumped amid concerns that interest rates. Welcome to the News Hour. The UN's top court at The Hague ordered Israel today to
Economics
stop its
free
military
zone
operations in the southern Gazan city of Rafah. But the ruling from the International Court of Justice does not require a full ceasefire.
It is unlikely that Israel will follow the ICJ's ruling. But the action does add to mounting pressure on Israel, just days after 3 European countries said they would recognize a Palestinian state. South Africa had brought the case, calling for Israel to halt its military operation in Rafah and accusing the country of genocide. Israel's government today called those charges false, outrageous, and morally repugnant. In its ruling, the court expressed doubt that Israel is doing all it can to minimize civilian harm and deaths.
The court is not convinced that the evacuation efforts and related measures that Israel affirms to have undertaken to enhance the security of civilians in the Gaza Strip, and in particular those recently displaced
Why
from the
doesn't
Rafah
he wear
governor,
a wig?
are sufficient.
Welcome the ICJ.
It's just what I come back to.
Decision and called for the UN Security Council to enforce the ruling. The Israeli army said it recovered the bodies of 3 more hostages during an overnight military operation in the northern Gazan city of Jabalia. Officials say that Hanan Yavlonka, Michel Nissenbaum, and Orion Hernandez were killed during the October 7th Hamas attack and their bodies taken to Gaza. Israel says some 100 hostages remain captive in Gaza, along with at least 39 that are presumed dead. 17 bodies have been recovered so far. An American missionary couple were shot and killed by gang members last night in Haiti's capital.
Damn.
A third victim, Jude Montez,
No, I didn't.
with the couple
I
also
didn't
died
catch
in the
him.
attack in northern Port-au-Prince.
He was already in his cage. He was just. I just walked by and he's just in there. He's in melt mode in the corner. He gets in the corner and he slowly becomes more teardrop shaped. And so I walked by and I petted him and said he's a nice little tiny man.
Missionaries got killed. Well, womp womp.
Yeah. You want to see something about that? I got something for you. It's kind of funny.
Of course it is. Missionaries are dumb. Also, you're like, I don't know, if you're stupid enough to think that your Bible bashing is going to stop people from putting a bullet in your head in a country that is run by a criminal gang, you're probably a bit deluded to begin with. It's like the people who were riding through Taliban territory on push bikes, and news came out that they were, I think they were murdered and dismembered. And I'm like,
Okay.
well,
Urgent prayer needed. Sam and I came to the States yesterday since the airport opened back up. This evening, when Davey, Natalie, and the kids were coming out of youth at the church, they were ambushed by a gang of 3 trucks full of guys. Davey was taken to the house, tied up, and beat. The gang took our trucks and loaded everything up they wanted and left. Another gang came after to see what was going on and if they could help, so they say. No one understood what they're doing. Not sure what took place, but one was shot and killed. And now this gang went into full attack mode. Davey, Natalie, and Jude was in the house at the end of the property using their Starlink internet to call me. So they are holed up in there. The gangs has shot all of the windows out of the house and continue to shoot. Their lives are in danger. I've been trying all my contacts to get a police armored car there to evacuate them out to safety, but can't get anyone to do. I also am trying to negotiate with the gang, so how much $ to stand down and let them leave and get to safety. Please pray. Going to be a long night. The phones have all died. I can't get a hold of anyone for the past several hours now to know what's going on. 13 hours. Okay, let's see what happened. The update for 3 hours later. Davey, Natalie, and Jude were shot and killed by the gang about 9 o'clock this evening. We're all devastated. And here's the victims. So the best quality picture you had of this guy? Your token guy here? Your token Haitian in the group?
what do they expect, really? Like, I don't understand what goes. Like, are they that deluded that they think that their Bible bashing is going to stop this? That, like, people give a fuck?
You ever see Rambo 4?
No. I'm gonna say no.
It's the best one.
The 2 missionaries were a
Debate
young
me.
married couple.
Anyone who
Davey
says
and Natalie
otherwise, I'll
Lloyd.
fight
That's
you.
according to
The first movie.
Where is he?
Well, hang on. The first movie is not a Rambo movie. Okay, it's only 2, 3, 4, and then I think he kills Mexicans in the next one. It takes place in Myanmar, but it also.
Oh, I have seen that one.
They are an allegory for the Khmer Rouge.
Yeah, I have seen that one.
But the whole thing is about a missionary.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Those missionaries, stupid.
To a Facebook post from Natalie's father, Missouri State Representative Ben Baker. A police official and the religious group said the religious group where the 3 worked say they were leaving a local church when they were attacked.
Like, it's all good intentions. Right? I understand the intentions, but your reasoning for doing so and your understanding of the environment and the area is so underdeveloped because of your cult. I'm going to say it because it probably at that point is culty. I just think that I lose sympathy at that point. Like, if it's aid workers who are doing it out of the kindness of their heart, it's a different story. But these people are only helping them because they're Christians.
No.
Or because they want to make them Christians.
There is a first Rambo. Okay? Your question should be, why isn't there a second Rambo? Because look, okay?
Now you've done it.
Look, let me just show you. Okay. Okay. get the poster up here. Okay, as you can see, it says, well, it's cut off, of course. It says Rambo, First Blood Part 2. That's the under caption. It's only the title of the movie is Rambo. So when we say, have you seen Rambo? We're talking about First Blood Part 2. Right? And then the next movie is called Rambo 3. Explain that to me. And then the movie after that is just called Rambo with no subtitle.
What's the first one?
First Blood. The movie is called First Blood.
Okay. So this should be First Blood 2.
Yes, it's First Blood Part 2 in the parentheses, but because Rambo is so popular, it now became Rambo.
Okay.
Plus, the canon ending to First Blood, the studio made them change it, but it's based on a book, right?
Mhm.
He shoots himself at the end. He kills himself. That's how it's supposed to end. So everything after the First Blood is an alternate universe movie.
Yeah.
You know, kind of
Weird.
how like we got Furiosa and Fury Road, but they're like, it's a
Yeah.
different Mad Max.
Weird.
I don't know.
But yeah, don't
Did
fucking
you know
get
she
me
was
started.
Argentinian this whole time, guys?
Who?
Anna Joy Taylor.
I don't know who that is.
Don't say things like that when people are watching, bro. Come on. It's like insulting K-pop. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? Just say, "Oh, I love her." Go ahead.
I don't know who that is. I thought it was Are you
She's
talking about?
the Queen Gambit's girl.
Oh, her.
Yeah,
Okay, I do know her. Yes.
Yeah.
She was also she's in a lot of good movies actually. I just don't know names. I know faces.
More than 100 people in Papua New Guinea are feared dead after a massive landslide overnight.
Jesus
It happened
Christ.
in a remote village nearly 400 miles northwest of the island.
Port Moresby.
Estoy aquí con Furiosa en persona, Anya Taylor-Joy. Anya Taylor-Joy?
Yeah. I got this one there. Then.
Sure, you go.
Hola, soy Anya Taylor-Joy. Chris y yo les queremos presentar el nuevo trailer de Furiosa a Mad Max Saga, nuestra nueva película, que será épica.
Épica.
Y está llena de acción.
Acción. Acción.
Solo en cines el 24 de mayo. Échenle un vistazo.
See, it's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Whole time.
Crazy. Honestly, kind of
Argentinian this whole time.
You can kind of tell. You can, like, now that you've said it, it's kind of obvious. You know what I mean? Like it's not. It's very specific. It's like South American, I think. It's
That's
weird.
fucking epic.
What? Pirate trans. What? Are you saying? I'm so confused.
So Steven Seagal's movies were all just called Nico in the USSR with numbers. So it's Nico, like Nico 1, Nico 2. Like he's the same. I mean, come on. If you think about it, Steven Seagal wants to act like he's a different character in every movie, but he's literally
the same
Steven
character.
Seagal in every movie.
Well, if they had the Rock movies, there would be that as well, because he only plays the same fucking character in every movie as well.
Yes. He also, did you hear the pee stuff that he does?
No.
Allegations came out that he's not nice and he's not a good man and he's terrible to AIDS and everyone on set and thinks he's a hot shot and all this stuff.
Oh my god.
But like,
why is
we knew
anybody
this.
surprised?
We knew this because he literally has a stipulation in his contract where he can't lose any fights, right? And in Fast and the Furious, the reason why they did a spin-off that immediately failed because Rock was not cooperative with the fucking picture, right? Him and Vin Diesel hate each other and they literally were competitive that they had to have the same amount of hits. Like he can't hit me more than I hit him. That's really what happened, bro. How childish. Right? But here's the worst part, right? When he's working out, you'd be like, what do you mean lazy? How could you be working out and lazy? Dude is so lazy that he literally takes it's a certain type of water too, like Royals or something,
Mm.
and he pees in the bottle and then makes his assistant take it out.
Good lord.
Right? And it's not even, sometimes it's not even like, he'll reference gyms that he's at, and there's like a bottle of pee next to him, and it's like a public gym.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Man, what would you do if you saw someone pissing in a bottle at the gym, bro?
Good lord.
He claims it's because there's no bathrooms or something, or he doesn't have time. He's just in his workout, in his pump. He doesn't want to end it.
Good lord. Mm. I've seen some shit at gyms, but that is next level. Oh boy.
So like, what's funny
Oh
is
boy.
when this came out, H3 was reporting on it, and he kept pulling up bottles from underneath him that were all yellow and making Lena take them out.
Oh, that's awful. That's so bad. The best thing that he does is he claims that, well, that he doesn't claim that he's natural, but he doesn't say that he's on steroids. He's always been asked, he always avoids it. It's like, we know.
Oh, Boss. It's Boss. I knew it was something stupid like Royals. It's a Boss water bottle that he does.
Oh, the glass one.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Hey, trigger
3
warning.
a.m.
Trigger warning. P is coming on the screen.
Awesome. That's epic.
Video today showed more of it giving way. A community leader said the entire village was flattened and hundreds are missing under the debris.
People are, they cannot cry or they cannot do anything because it's difficult for them, because such situation has never happened in history. We are seeking assistance from the people around here because people are right now, they're speechless.
The country's prime minister is sending disaster officials to help the area, to help in the relief and recovery effort. The Australian government has also offered to help. Families of 19 victims of the Uvalde school shooting are suing 3 companies that they said played a role in the gunman's actions. They are Instagram parent Meta Platforms, plus the maker of the Call of Duty video game and the gun company that made the weapon used in the shooting.
Okay, you only have one case.
Wait. They're suing Call of Duty for a
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
This is okay. I was excited. This is retarded.
No, I want to know what
lawyer for the family
convinced these people, these poor families, that this would be a good idea. And it's just, that he knows that it's just to milk more money out of these poor families.
You know who it was? Mums Demand Action. I fucking guarantee it. Guarantee they're behind this. And this fucking attorney, scumbag.
said that, quote, this 3-headed monster knowingly exposed him to the weapon, conditioned him to see it as a tool to solve his problems, and trained him to use it. The lawsuit comes 2 years to the day since a teenage gunman burst into Robb Elementary School, killing 19 fourth graders and 2 teachers. 2 high-ranking Democratic
You know what I would do
on Justice
if I was like the other party? I would ask people, do you play Call of Duty? And then give them a rifle and say, show me how to operate the rifle. And if they can't operate and fire and chamber rounds and shoot people in the courtroom, then it's bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, that's a perfect way to do it.
Obviously a simulated rifle that doesn't actually have
Or, just give them one without a magazine because it works the same regardless.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. But it's like, you're still like, the guy in the Kyle Rittenhouse case picked up the gun and waved it at the audience.
Yeah, he did. Even like, no, it's not symbolic. That's cope. This is placing liability on a video game. It's a video game. It's not real. It's fake.
Yeah, New Vegas has good models though. That's the thing. And like even the Fallout 3 assault rifles, people love both of the assault rifles in that game. It's just like whatever's going on in Fallout 4.
Samuel Alito to recuse himself in cases related to the 2020 election.
Good.
This comes after a pair of New York Times reports about 2 instances when flags carried by January 6 rioters were flown outside his properties. In a letter to Chief Justice John Roberts, the senator said that by displaying the flags, Alito, quote, created reasonable doubt about his impartiality and his ability to fairly discharge his duties in cases related to the 2020
and let me guess,
presidential
it's just
election
optional for him to recuse himself. There's nothing that's going to actually get him to
I
do
think
it or
so,
anything. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, what a great
January
system
6th
the
attack.
founders of this country thought up.
On the Capitol. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is undergoing a medical procedure this evening and will temporarily hand over power to his deputy. The Pentagon says he's still dealing with bladder issues that arose in December following his treatment for prostate cancer. In a statement, Press Secretary Pat Ryder said the procedure is elective and minimally
We
invasive
shouldn't
and
be
is
so
quote, not
pro-state
related to
then,
his cancer
you fuck.
diagnosis. The 70-year-old sparked a political uproar in January after it was revealed he had failed to disclose his initial cancer diagnosis. On Wall Street today,
cancer.
stocks ended the week on steady footing after sharp declines on Thursday. The Dow Jones Industrial
That cancer is based because it's anti-state.
average eked out a gain of just 4 points.
Yo, economics. Okay.
I'm here. I'm
Republican
not going to
Party
miss
is known
this
for
one.
favoring a smaller federal government as well as conservative social policies. However, this was not always the case. The party was founded in 1854 by Northerners who wanted a stronger federal government to oppose the expansion of slavery in Western states. The party's second-ever candidate for president, Abraham Lincoln, won the presidency in 1860 and went on to preserve the Union and abolish slavery. Following the North's victory in the Civil War, the Republican Party dominated the nation's politics for the next 70 years. During this time, the party championed an expansion of federal power. Party leaders also backed the 15th Amendment, guaranteeing the right of African American men to vote. The party's dominance came crashing down in the Great Depression, with Democrats blaming the economic collapse on the Republicans' pro-business policies. Over the next 50 years, Democrats mostly controlled national politics, with only one Republican president gaining power. Republicans developed a conservative response to the Democrats' expansion of the federal government that started during the Great Depression. The changing policy.
Oh my god. So their conservatism goes back, and what they're trying to get back to is the Great Depression. Is that what that's what I'm getting here?
Sure.
Policies of the parties led to a demographic switch, with many African American voters moving to the Democratic Party and many white voters in the South switching to the Republican Party. In the 1980s, President Ronald Reagan, a Republican, won over a large majority of the country with his policies.
How'd that
In
go?
recent decades, Democrats and Republicans traded control over the presidency.
Wait, you mean to tell me that the Republicans caused the Great Depression and then also fucking Reaganomics? Wow, great economic policies this party seems to have.
They also ended slavery.
Uh-huh.
The Democrats are racist.
The Democratic Party
Speaking of the Democrats,
is known for favoring a larger federal government and progressive social policies.
is that a swastika?
But this was not always the case.
Technically,
In
yes.
1792,
That's
the
a
founding
Celtic
fathers Thomas
swastika.
Jefferson and James Madison formed a
Let me show you.
Oh, are you talking about the Isle of Man thing?
Yes.
That's funny.
Democratic.
The feet. The 3 feet thing.
Yep. This little silly guy.
He wanted to watch it.
Because I wasn't at the computer and I was literally chewing Jack out earlier, and I was like, you mean to tell me you played this history of politics, when I wasn't at the desk to look at it? Also, they're already off to a wrong start. First of all, the Democrat-Republican Party was not the Democratic Party. Also, guess who? Also, these two guys, dog shit. These guys are two of the founders that helped ruin the country. And they helped preserve slavery in the Constitution, ultimately causing the Civil War and the divide we have today. Fuck both of these people.
Republican Party, which would later become the Democratic Party. They wanted the federal government to have a smaller role and
Totally
more people
different
involved in
parties.
the democratic process. In 1829, President Andrew Jackson expanded on
Oh
those
wow,
principles.
what another
He
great
wanted the federal
Democrat.
government to further shrink and championed enlarging the electorate from landowners to white
Hang
men
on.
of all socioeconomic.
Hang on. You're not going to talk about how he collapsed the economy because he shut down the fucking like national bank?
Economic classes.
Charles
Black men
Darwin's.
would not earn the right to vote for 41 years with the passage of the 15th Amendment. Women would not gain the vote for 91 years with the passage of the 19th Amendment. And the Voting Rights Act that removed obstacles to black voters would not be passed for 136 years. Jackson's successful presidential campaign was the origin of the Democratic Party symbol, the donkey. His opponents called him a jackass, a mascot.
That's right.
I wonder why.
Well, I was like, when we first watched this yesterday or the day before, I was when this came up, I'm like, the party's symbol, is this because Jackson was a fucking jackass? Or no, I said, is it because he was a fucking ass or something like that? And as soon as it said it, I was like,
that his supporters
that was
adopted.
fucking
In
hilarious.
1860,
Made me laugh.
the Democratic Party split geographically during the lead-up to the Civil War. Northern and Southern Democrats disagreed over slavery and preserving the Union. When the South lost the Civil War in 1865, the Democratic Party lost its national prominence for several generations, while the Republican Party of President Abraham Lincoln dominated the political landscape. By 1912, when the first Southern Democrat since the end of the Civil War was elected president, the party became more progressive. President Woodrow Wilson strengthened federal labor laws and championed the right for women to
the
vote.
The party
which was
became
ratified.
the Progressive Party. It's different parties, for God's sakes. Why are we trying to talk? This is, you know what this is? VOA, you know what you're doing here? This is mythic nationalism that you're doing here. These were different, they're different parties. Oh, it's like think of Republicans today who try to be like they're the ones that did the Civil Rights Act and gave black people the right to vote and freed the slaves. Right? Wilson was
like,
not
I would
progressive.
say...
Correct. Wilson was a Nazi.
I would say that after the Civil War, the Democratic Party would have been no more, and therefore a new party formed.
The real woke party were the Whigs during the time of Jacksonian democracy, and Jacksonian democracy is also its own thing. But that said, I agree with Wilson not being progressive. You know, I remember hearing this. You said it while I was in the kitchen. You mentioned he played Birth of a Nation in the White House.
Yeah, because I was saying it
and revived the KKK,
yes.
right? And then also you know, he broke women's arms who were marching.
But he championed the right to vote.
Well, he ended up giving women the right to vote under pressure and then still lost, right? But at this time, Republicans were still like the party for black people.
Yeah.
But the progressive idea shouldn't be confused with liberalism. They're two different things, right? Because liberalism, when people say, oh, you're a lib, they're talking about people who are a centrist. A centrist is also not what a liberal is. A liberalism just is stuff like social contract theory and the expansion of rights, not the expansion of healthcare, things like this, stuff from the government. It is the rights of like landowners and like the rights of like capital owners specifically, but also like a non-judgmental, everyone is an equal worker type idea, right? So progressivism is just policy that means that it's the government that should take care of its people. That's it. So when we say that, you know, they try to say that the Nazis were socialist because they had progressive policies, right? They had policies that were governments taking care of people. Progressive doesn't mean left wing. Left wing doesn't exist. It's a stupid label. You can do all these things, just like how it's like there's, you know, there's difference between nationalist, there's a difference between a socialist and a national socialist. And even in the national socialist spectrum, there's many things.
Money.
My dad is Irish Catholic. I am Irish Catholic, technically.
Led by President Frank.
Because it's like, well, I think I think Catholicism is kind of a little bit like Judaism, where if you're born into it, you always got the scars in you. You know Windigoon? right?
Yeah.
So something auto-played with him. I think it was PKA, but I just hear they say like, "Well, what do you think is like, demonic stuff?" And he says something like, "With Catholicism." I was like, "What?" And he's talking about, he's like, they believe the same thing as us, but that is everything after Jesus in the Bible. You mean the guy that didn't exist? Jesus in the Bible. So it's like, okay, it's because that's the Protestants, is they're all about the gospel. When Catholics are like more of like like maintaining an order.
Sure.
Right? It's like, it's almost like the church has an overarching like order and organization. They don't just let people do whatever the fuck they want. Yeah. And that has happened, but you see less like Catholic cultism than Christian cultism, and that's part of it.
Yeah, because the cult is the church.
Exactly.
That's how it should be in a church. That's what you want.
Mm-hmm.
But the Catholic Church has got it figured out. It's like Islam as well. I think Islam is kind of they've got that sorted.
They don't have like an overarching.
No, but they have their sects, and then like the Sunni religion is like the majority of it, and then there's like.
Well, even inside the Sunni, there's different types. Just like and then it's like, who cares at that point?
Yeah,
but
you're just splitting hairs at that point.
Yeah,
and that's I imagine only the most extreme would give a shit.
But like, obviously, you have like Pope Innocent, who was anything but. And then you have stuff like John Paul II, right? John Paul II is like more than just like a spiritual leader. It's kind of like how the current Dalai Lama is more than just a spiritual leader. He advanced so much for human rights and Buddhism and all these things.
Yeah.
And John Paul II does this thing. It's called Vatican II, and it basically is like, we're making the church woke. It makes more. It's like it makes a modernization of the church because they needed the money, right? So that's one of the good things about having the Pope. And then Pope Benedict, who is literally, I believe, a Nazi, right? And he looked like Palpatine.
Yes.
But then you get this new Pope. This new Pope is interesting because he refused to wear the fancy hat and everything. And he'll almost always wear like purple. And like, I guess like purple means something of like, it means something like I'm humble or something in the church. But he only wears like the cap. He doesn't wear the big hat. And he's a very humble Pope who's like not into the golden glamour of being Pope. He like he's like but like he's cool with hey, it's still a sin to be gay, but we'll accept you, like he's modernizing it too. And I think that's where a lot of other religions actually have flaws. I think that Catholicism is a little bit better because of the Pope, even though he does help orchestrate and just move priests around who commit sex crimes and stuff. There's no accountability for that type of stuff.
I mean, purple was the regal color too.
There's something because like you burn the purple candle before Jesus's death, and the rest are the pink candles during Lent. I don't know.
It wasn't until the Great Depression that Democrats regained their political dominance, led by President Franklin Roosevelt, who further expanded the role of the federal government through a series of programs known as the New Deal.
You mean socialism?
Many black voters switched to the Democratic Party because of Roosevelt's policies.
Exactly.
Democrats controlled the political landscape for much of the next 50 years.
Just so this is like
on social policies.
Completely a new party, right? And just like how when Reagan comes into the Republicans, it's like a new party. Because like even Nixon was like because like Wilson is like the racist progressive, right? Nixon was also a racist progressive.
In the mid-1960s, President Lyndon Johnson passed civil rights legislation,
My bunghole.
large government social programs, which alienated white Southern
didn't
Democratic
you hear
voters,
that? Didn't
many
you
of whom
hear
joined the
that
Republican Party.
who was saying it? Was it Ben Shapiro who's like protesting means nothing? It was Lyndon Johnson and the government who gave black people rights. Wasn't it? It was him.
I might have been Shapiro. It's something he would say.
It's so dumb.
In recent decades, Democrats and Republicans have traded control over the presidency.
And Bill Clinton is really a
President Barack Obama, the first
that's
black
like Clinton is a new Democrat. right?
Mm.
You have Carter before that, who's irrelevant. He's a transitional Democrat, right? Carter basically did nothing good, especially when it comes to foreign policy. And then like Clinton comes in and he's like almost a neocon, you know? Like he's more comparable to Thatcher than other presidents.
Yeah, which is closer to Reagan.
Yeah, but he had great economic policies. He ran on lowering the budget deficit, which he successfully did. So, like, by all accounts, Clinton was a great president. Yeah, I guess it was because of Brzezinski, though. That it's not Carter there. And we just have to look at what else Brzezinski did.
The government's role in healthcare with his signature Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare.
Hell yeah.
When President Joe Biden came to office during the COVID-19 pandemic, he and lawmakers passed a $1.8 trillion COVID-19 relief package, a $1.2
I just want people to have health
infrastructure
care,
bill,
honey.
and a further $369
I don't know. The
billion
Democrat
for
video is
climate
way
initiatives.
more interesting than the Republican one. Like, really, all they have is Lincoln.
Yeah. pretty
What
much.
else did we do?
Play
Lincoln.
a Gaddafi video. I need to.
Lincoln and then Reagan. A Gaddafi video. You want me to play a Gaddafi video?
Yeah, one of your shorter ones, 3-5 minute one.
I'll find something real quick. Actually, I have something that I wanted to look at that's kind of short. I swear to God, if these motherfuckers from 20 years ago claim this video, I'm going to be so mad. Someone stupid. I know someone stupid is going to try to claim this video because they clipped it and then fucking put copyright on their video that took it from the original broadcast.
Or Castro to be a future president.
Okay, this is kind of cut off. The question is, so he's speaking to a mixed audience. It's in New York, so there's a lot of Jewish people in the audience, and this is 1990. It's the height of some things that are going on in Israel Palestine. So they're asking him, it's like, oh, you claim to love human rights, yet you like Arafat, Castro, and Gaddafi, right? So they're like, how do you, if you're so human rights, why do you like these people? Is basically what he's asking him.
President of South Africa.
Yeah, and he says, would you want one of these people like Gaddafi to be president of your country, basically? And the guy is like some conservative, like institute thing.
One of the mistakes which some political analysts make is to think that their enemies should be our enemies. That we can and we will never do. We have our own struggle, which we are conducting. We are grateful to the world for supporting our struggle. But nevertheless, we are an independent organization with its own policy. And the attitude of every country towards our attitude towards any
This is
country.
why, like, sometimes I'll jokingly say that when it comes to my politics, I'm Nelson Mandela, but better. Like, because I'm joking, but there's things like this type of thing where Nelson Mandela is trying to make people aware that the U.S. does not, in fact, run the world. We're our own country with our own policies. We can make our own decisions. We're a big boy country now. We don't need you, Daddy.
Country is determined by the attitude of that country to our struggle. Yasser Arafat, Colonel Gaddafi,
Has Alexei Navalny said some shit like that? Because that would make this even funnier. But there's like the only reason I joke about it is because there's so many things that Nelson Mandela has said that like I truly identify with. And then there's some other things that I don't, and that's why I joke about but I'm better, because it's like I critique the policies that he has that I didn't like, you know? It's just like, you know, being an asshole. I obviously don't think that.
Castro.
But I still think, like, politically wise, as far as like if you would say what state leader are you the most like in favor of as far as like their opinions and policy, Nelson Mandela is up there for sure.
Support our struggle to the hilt. There is no reason whatsoever why we should have any hesitation about hailing their commitment to human rights as they are being demanded in South Africa.
And to give some context, he had just rekindled his relationship with Gaddafi. So him and Gaddafi had a falling out for a while. And like Gaddafi was actually like a really good friend of Mandela. And if there was one thing Gaddafi did right, it was like always supporting the underdog, which wasn't always the good side, but somebody needs to support the underdogs.
Africa. Our attitude is based solely on the fact that they fully support the anti-apartheid struggle. They do not support it only in rhetoric. They are placing resources at our disposal for us to win the struggle. That is the position.
Having said that, I think I would be
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, like, you know, he also supported Black September. I definitely do not fucking like support the fucking Olympic Munich massacre, you know. I don't support Gaddafi in general, but in his backing of a lot of these little guys, he did do some good things. You know, more than like other countries have done. You know, like you look at Iran, I don't know if it would take me a while to comb through and be like, oh, here's something good Iran did. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. On the other hand, with Gaddafi, I can tell you things off the top of my head, like giving all the Semtex to the IRA. He actually gave them missiles. The IRA actually had missiles that they could have used against the British government, and they never did. Supposedly even gave them chemical weapons. Black September supporters were original red triangles. Yeah. I mean, there's also like there's certain things like the one Palestinian hijacker, the girl who's an Assadist. I still have a soft place for her because of the things she said in the past about like women in the struggle. I really that's my main problem with the current Palestinian struggle, is that it's like women aren't allowed to participate. It's just like, why not? Even though there was like in the second Intifada, there was, I believe, it had to been after it, but there's a famous picture of a lady holding a Quran and a rifle, and she suicide bombed an Israeli checkpoint, and that was kind of a famous event.
honest if I did not express profound disappointment with the answer that Mr. Mandela gave to the previous question, because it suggests a certain degree of amorality. It suggests that what these people do in their own countries, what a Gaddafi does in Libya, what a Castro does.
What do you mean? You mean give all the power to the people and not serve as a dictator?
Does in Cuba is totally irrelevant, even in terms of the issue of human rights, as long as they support the cause of the ANC. I hope that is not what Mr. Mandela meant, and I would hope that he would clarify that issue further.
Mr. Mandela.
And at the same time, want me to be involved.
Think about how dumb this take actually is. Like, it seems kind of logical to criticize Mandela on this from the beginning, but one look at U.S. foreign policy with Israel and Saudi Arabia, enough said. Like, to act like Nelson Mandela is lower than you because he was friends with Gaddafi, Arafat, and Castro, get the fuck out, bro. Shut the fuck up.
In the internal affairs of Libya and Cuba. I refuse.
Wow. He's like, hey, those are their own countries. I don't have say over how they run their countries.
To do that. As far as Yasser Arafat is concerned, I explained to Mr. Sigmund that we identify with the PLO because just like ourselves,
I believe when he said Mr. Whatever, I think he's talking about it's a diplomat, either the prime minister or the foreign diplomat in Israel at the time. Somebody who knows more can correct me.
they are fighting for the right of self-determination. I went further, however, to say that the support for Yasser Arafat in his struggle does not mean that the ANC has ever doubted the right of Israel to exist as a state legally. We have stood quite openly and firmly for the right of that state to exist within secured borders. But of course, as I said,
what he just said there, right? If you just translate that to through the US filter, he said Israel has a right to defend itself. Right? It's the same policy the US actually has. But they're going to act like, you know, at the time, this would be like so going up there. They're going to be asking, do you condemn Hamas?
to Mr. Sig,
What do you mean? Do you think they do that Palestine should be free from river to the sea? Do you believe to kill all the Jews?
in Geneva and others, that we carefully define what we mean by secure borders. We do not mean that Israel has the right to retain the territories they conquered from the Arab world, like the Gaza Strip, the Golan Heights, and the West Bank. We don't agree with that. Those territories should be returned.
Turns out also US policy. They don't, you know, they say that it's just like the Taiwan policy on paper. They believe in one China, right?
To the Arab people.
Mr. Mandela.
It's funny because you can see the crowd is divided almost by race. It's almost like an O.J. Simpson thing at the time.
I also explained to Mr. Sigmund and company that in our organization, we have Jews. We have Jews. Mr. Gaddafi did not allow us to open our offices in Libya precisely because we had the courage to say we work with the Jews in our organization.
Why would you say this?
To open an office until February this year, when he had to accept us as we are. We are not prepared to be swayed by anybody. We have an independent policy which we accept no matter with whom we discuss. The Jewish leader have any doubts about our stand, I am prepared to address them and to allay their concern, because they are a very important community, both in South Africa and, of course, in the States. And I'm prepared to iron out any differences that might exist, but they must know what our stand is. Arafat is a comrade in arms, and we treat him as such. And as I have said, we have many Jews, members of the Jewish community in our struggle, and they have occupied very top positions. But that does not mean to say that the enemies of Israel are our enemies. We refuse to take that position. You can call it being political or a moral question, but for anybody who changes his principles depending on whom he is dealing, that is not a man who can lead a nation.
Oh, wow. Sounds like America. And they want to what? They don't want to just lead a nation. They want to lead the world? What? Crazy. I assume it was in the cut, but there's another part where he says, like, they do not support us just in rhetoric, you know?
Yeah, it was there.
It was there? Where he says, you know, oh, okay,
Yeah.
They give us the guns. Gaddafi gave us the Semtex.
Yeah, pretty much. Alrighty.
Star-studded state dinner at the White House, and even a former president stopping by, with President Biden, the First Lady, and some 500 guests gathering to honor William Ruto, the president of Kenya, the first African nation granted a state visit since Ghana in 2008.
And you know, Jill and I are honored to have you here and representing, including many members of the African diaspora. One just left, Barack.
Former President
Look at all my black
was born in
friends.
Kenya, was meeting with Ruto at the White House and made a surprise appearance at a reception, but left before the dinner. Among the VIPs, former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, actor Sean Penn, and
Gosh,
country
she
music
looks awful.
Huh?
She looked more
Former President Bill
goblin-esque
Clinton.
than ever.
And former Secretary
Look
of
at this wretch.
Yeah.
She's shrinking and getting more witch-like.
Wow, sounds sexist.
Yeah, fuck this bitch.
State Hillary Clinton, actor Sean Penn, and country
It's
music
just
star.
'cause you can't get a supply of baby blood anymore. She's
Speaking of which,
shrinking.
did you know that the RNC headquarters were shut down because somebody sent blood and it burst open?
Really? Is that
Yeah.
what it was? It
And
was at
then-
the bottom of the playlist yesterday.
And
The
so,
last
like, the initial reports were that white powder was sent. This was made up. There was no evidence of this. All that happened is people with biogear showed up. Right? So because it's a bio, like blood is always to
Is
be
a
treated as a biohazard.
Mhm.
So people in bio seats set up, but it was probably like someone's like blood labs and stuff, you know, you can get them
Yeah,
sent for your
probably.
work, but because they burst open, so people were like, a white powder was sent there. Where's Hunter? Oh, this is the Democrats doing more terrorism against the Republican Party.
Yeah.
It's like, you people are so fucking delusional.
Yeah. Like, what world are you living in?
Notice how that shit didn't even make the news, that lockdown.
Mhm. Yep. It was there was one video I think you put on the thing.
Yes, I was expecting it. I was watching that story because it came out while I was at the doctor's.
Yep.
Well, Bill actually looks great because he's lost a ton of weight, you know? He's like thinner than he's ever been.
Yeah.
Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, he actually looks pretty healthy, honestly.
Yeah.
She doesn't.
He's still got the blood supply.
He's still in the club.
What you don't
Actor
see
Sean Penn and
is
country
like
music star.
actually like there's actually like it's just off camera, but I actually have a footage or a picture of it of just off camera what was actually going on there. Hang on, I'm pulling it. I'm trying to pull it up, but it wasn't. I was expecting it to be way easier to pull up. I was just gonna pull up Mad Max because they use him as a blood bag, but there wasn't a
yeah.
good image that I could pull up quick
Okay.
enough.
Fair enough.
Brad Paisley.
Just keep your screen shared and just
No, I literally couldn't find an image that would have
okay.
amplified the joke.
Right, fair enough.
Performing his hits.
I
In
normally
Africa,
do
the
keep it
stakes are high
shared,
for the U.S.
and I just click it off on accident.
As Russia and China gain influence there. Kenya is also leading a multinational security force to help stabilize Haiti, which is largely controlled by armed gangs after the assassination of its president 3 years ago. The Biden administration has promised to set aside $300 million for the effort.
There's going to be U.S. forces, none on the ground, but we're going to supply logistics, intelligence, and equipment.
As the president toasted his guests, his 2024 rival also taking center stage at a rally in the Bronx.
Imagine if we were on
overflowing.
Hillary's second term right now. Okay, let's think about how things could be different there. No First Step Act. I don't, hot take, I don't think weed would be legal in New York right now.
No.
If Hillary was president. For some reason, I just feel that in my bones. The Republicans still would have made the fascist shift with Trump. You know, but him not being president, he may not have the influence over the Republican Party right now that could be good. And then as far as like foreign policy goes, she was an abysmal Secretary of State. I don't know what they were thinking putting her with foreign policy. I think, you know, like put her in like treasury or infrastructure or something. Like, come on. So it would have to depend on who would be the foreign policy representative for the U.S. in her admin for that type of stuff. The Doha talks to deal with the Taliban wouldn't have happened.
The shit with North Korea never would have happened.
Yeah, the question is, well, I think North Korea would have turned out better because it was South Korea's plan to try and get the United States to get involved with the.
Yeah.
So I think it would have been more receptive there.
Possibly.
Then you also have Ukraine. Would she have been more hawkish, giving them more weapons in advance? Maybe she would have been more like Angela Merkel and appeased Russia. You know, it's hard to tell if she would appease Russia or actually be like more, you know, because she's a woman, she might feel like she needs to stand up to any man who comes at her, you know? Because there's that reputation, because for some reason we're like the only modern country that can't put women in high office.
It's so weird. It's
like they have to be like extra brutal to like account for their feminism.
Yeah.
Or the femininity.
The UK is the same.
Yeah.
And
but the UK has had like there was just Truss in there and she was shitty and got kicked out. Nobody was like, it's because she's a woman. In the United States, though, it's like, oh, you can't put a woman in charge. She'll have a hot flash and push the nuclear button. Like no other country talks like that. Pakistan has had women as leaders. Not only that, one of the probably the most famous Pakistani leader was a woman.
Yeah, it's very strange.
I don't get it. So,
King Biden and saying that under his economic policies,
African Americans are getting slaughtered. Hispanic Americans are getting slaughtered.
While back in D.C., the president is also looking ahead to the election, sounding optimistic about his chances when teasing a visit to Kenya next year.
I plan on going to February after the election.
The Kenyan president's visit continues today.
That would be dope.
Hosted by the vice president.
The president going to Kenya.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you can have a safari.
So I don't know if it's announced here, but like our relationship with Kenya has been amplified. I think also I think they're still pursuing on getting Kenya into Haiti. And he also met it. Yes, that's part of what they met about and had some press conference about, but they also met with the Speaker of the House. So this is a very formal meeting. And they announced that Kenya is going to be now a major non-NATO U.S. ally. So we're talking about Saudi Arabia, Israel, now Kenya. As I've said multiple times, Kenya isn't necessarily the best state, but I think that their government is better than Saudi Arabia's and Israel's at the moment. So
and
not a bad pickup.
It could be a starting point for that Horn
just
alliance thing.
more uplifting and stuff.
Yeah.
And what's interesting though is like not that long ago, all these articles are coming out about booming, not so much industrialization, more urbanization. There was a lot of building projects in Kenya, right?
Mhm.
Like its skyline was changing faster than other countries.
Yeah.
And like it was because China was investing a lot in their buildings and infrastructure. So Kenya was actually a lot closer with China not that long ago. They've now
Yeah.
shifted over to being closer with the United States.
I wonder why.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the.
Shush.
Oh God!
Not sure what that was in reference to, but good
Not
afternoon,
Sullivan.
everybody. Thank you. The president. The first
He's
lady
this
will welcome
admin's
President
Jared
William Ruto
Kushner.
and First Lady Rachel Ruto to the White House
Looks
for a
like
state
it.
visit and dinner tomorrow.
Sounds like
The
it.
official program will actually begin later today with President Biden and President Ruto sharing some informal
And
private
the
time together,
dynamo of
and
energy
then
and
participating
excitement,
together in a technology
Jared
and
Kushner.
roundtable with U.S. and Kenyan CEOs and other business leaders in the East Rim.
Blowing.
Mhm. What?
Sullivan actually stood up to MBS instead of blowing him. That's the difference.
That's funny.
President Biden is really looking forward to celebrating and deepening our 60-year-old friendship with Kenya as it grows from a regional partnership to a global one. This is the first state visit by an African head of state in nearly 20 years. It is long overdue, and it's emblematic of the priority the president Biden has placed on our
Wait. Okay, you know what? I already concluded where my ignorance is here. Okay. Let's see if you can put. Oh my God! Of course, I typed in South Sudan Bush because I wanted the picture of him with Bush. Would you believe that was the dumbest thing I could have searched? But still, I got one result with what I wanted. Wow, crazy! I can't believe Bushes came up in South Sudan. But what I wanted was this picture, right? Yeah, Slavakar's famous hat was given to him by Bush, right?
Okay.
See. I'm stupid here because South Sudan wasn't independent yet when he came to so it didn't count as a head of state because they weren't officially recognized yet. I was like, wait, South Sudan has definitely been to the White House. What is he talking about?
into the people of Africa and to elevating their voices in global governance and global problem solving. In December of 2022, the president hosted leaders from across the African continent for the U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit in Washington, D.C., where, in fact, he first met President Ruto. President Biden called for the African Union to be able to join the G20 as a permanent member. And in September of last year, the G20, in fact, welcomed the African Union as a permanent member.
They should,
We've
yeah.
also
And
had a
Nigeria
historic
has
number
been
of
honoring
senior
them
U.S.
for
government
a while.
leaders travel to the continent. Since 2022, 24 senior officials have traveled to Africa, including the vice president, the first lady, and 7 members of the president's cabinet.
Yes,
Now,
exactly.
as one of our
exactly.
closest strategic partners in Africa, Kenya has worked side by side with the United States to tackle some of the most significant challenges of our time. And over the next few days, you'll see President Biden and President Ruto commit to deepening our partnership on critical and emerging technologies, on improving health, on fighting climate change, on supporting civil society, on enhancing peace and security, and of course on enriching
Sounds
the
like
people-to-people ties between
gobbledygook.
the United States and Kenya. Their statements and their
Future
substantive announcements
technology. What does
showcase our
that mean?
ties, which are founded on shared democratic values.
Yeah, but what is the
economic
future technology that Kenya's producing? Or maybe they just mean we want the resources from Kenya to produce this technology.
Maybe they're gonna put factories and shit there. Maybe they're gonna put innovation there. Who knows?
Well, Kenya also has a lot of influence over Africa to extract resources, so that way we don't look like we're the colonialist extracting the resources.
Sure.
See, it's like it's like you know, you would see like in slavery they would make basically another slave who had more privileges whip slaves and punish slaves.
Yeah.
Because it went over better when it was one of them doing it, right? It's like it's just a continued like weirdness of this whole thing.
aspiration.
Kenya
and global
already
interests
exports
deliver in
military.
tangible
They do
ways
a
to
lot of stuff for
Americans and
stability in the
Kenyans.
region.
Kenya's an emerging technology hub, and so you can expect announcements about new investments in partnership. In
They're
digital
an
technologies and
emerging technology hub. What does that
President Ruto
mean?
has
I have
been
to
a
look
leading
into
voice
this.
on the challenges that debt poses to developing countries. So you can expect he and President Biden will announce
Hey, why
their
are they in
shared
that
vision
debt?
Yeah, what country?
on how the international community can
No,
step
Kenya.
up to mitigate
Why
No,
are
I
they in
know.
that debt?
What country are they
and
in debt
unleash
to?
inclusive growth. This visit will also highlight Kenya's important role in global peace and security. The U.S.-Kenya partnership, for example, plays a central role in international efforts to defeat al-Shabaab and other terrorist organizations. You can expect further announcements over the course of the visit that enhance our security partnership. The United States is also firmly committed to supporting Kenya in its deployment to lead the multinational security support mission to Haiti, which will provide much needed security assistance to the Haitian people. And we appreciate, of course, the strong, principled, consistent stance that Kenya has taken in supporting Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Through this visit, which will unfold through a series of events and culminate in the state dinner tomorrow night, we are demonstrating how, as President Biden has said himself, the United States is all in on Africa and all in with Africa. Most importantly, we are recognizing our rich history of partnership, friendship, and support for Kenya and focusing on our shared future. This year marks 60 years of partnership.
Take note, France. This is how you do colonialism in Africa, you
This
dumbasses.
important and historic state visit. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Yeah.
Well, I'd just like to say we are grateful to host the president. As you all may recognize or remember, this is, I believe, the first state visit for an African nation since 2008. And of course, we regard Kenya as
2008, I guess,
friend in East Africa and in a very strategic partnership that we have together with our countries, and we certainly honor and appreciate
That's
that.
state
A couple of thoughts I just
speaking,
wanted to share, and I'll share with the
bullshit.
president here privately when we visit, but we certainly are mourning the loss
Three
of
flag.
many in the recent floods there. We
We're the Kenyan
relate
flag.
to natural disasters here as well, and I know.
Are you talking about not a lot strikes over the
President of
border?
Louisiana, we have lots of flooding
Because
issues, and those are
as we've covered,
stand with you.
I don't know if Kenya said anything about this, but the United States has basically flat out said that Ukraine has the right to attack them. They just say, don't use our weapons. Just like how they tell Israel, hey, don't use our weapons to genocide the Palestinians, and then nothing happens when Israel does it. They got a few ones restricted while another billion went, you know? So what I'm saying is Ukraine should just do it and be like, well, Israel did this. And what aboutism, you know? Just what aboutism about the weapons?
It's
And
not a bad strategy.
the NATO command, the literal leader of NATO, has also said that Ukraine has the right to attack inside of Russia.
Yeah, I also think that any weapons given to Ukraine can use however they want. Within limits, obviously. Like, don't go fucking killing civilians on purpose and shit. Or like using cluster bombs too specific. Like, don't be doing retribution shit with the American weapons that you've been given, right? Use them effectively.
Yeah, use them to
use
sink the
hit-
Black Sea Fleet.
Yeah. So use them effectively. Don't fuck around. Don't be stupid with them. Show Russia that you can be a better force. That's all you need to do. That's how you get support. Is you demonstrate that you can be the more ethical army with those weapons, and you will get more. I think. Hopefully. I don't know. Maybe Russia's propaganda is that strong that maybe that's not enough. Maybe nothing is enough, and maybe it's all politicking.
We're very
Bro,
grateful for
holy shit. I'm learning. I did not know any of this side of Kenya.
opposing extremists around the world and partnering together to oppose
So
al-Shabaab
check
and the
the.
jihadists.
It's this. Oh, he only is meeting about al-Shabaab. Okay. So this is from, it says the information communication technology, ICT, has been an important aspect of because it's like communication tech. That's totally true. As I've said before, Kenya with like journalism is huge, right?
Okay.
That's communication. That's like, so like information communication technology, that's journalism. Not, part of journalism is that.
Sure.
In the year 2000, East Africa, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania had approximately 250,000 internet users. By the end of 2014, they had 29 million.
Damn.
Kenya is the forefront of technological innovations and is often referred to the Silicon Savannah.
God damn.
Their sector growth has outperformed every other sector, expanding by 23% annually in the last decade. The sector is now 6 times larger than it was at the beginning of the decade. The remarkable growth can be attributed in part to innovations such as the introduction of revolutionary mobile money. So So they literally have their own cryptocurrency, basically, is what it's saying. But it's like a Venmo type thing. So don't tell crypto bros this. They might get ideas and think that it's actually a good idea because it's
Wait, so what? Kenya has an internal crypto.
yeah. So that so let me look this actual thing up. Okay, check this. So maybe you've even heard of this. I'm sure people have heard of this and used it in other places. Accept all cookies. Why not? Okay. So it's M-Pesa, Africa's most successful mobile money service, fintech platform, preferred to make payments across the continent for both banked and unbanked due to the safety and unmatched convenience. This is crypto, right?
Yeah.
But this is like actual crypto, like not the scam shit we have now.
Yeah. There's an actual like blockchain
Yeah.
cryptocurrency.
So it's like like Venmo, like is what it sounds like.
Yeah, like the way that voting should be, kind of shit. Yeah, this is how it's. If it can do this, it can do voting.
Look, Safaricom and Vodacom acquiesced them. New African markets, how it works. Customers register for the service at authorized agent, often small phone sellers or other retail such as barbers, butchers, and bakers, and deposit cash in exchange for electronic money. This is what's I was talking about with Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is really embracing crypto right now because their currency is so shit that nobody uses cash anymore in Zimbabwe. It's all through the phone electronically.
Yeah.
So thanks to Kenya, that was possible, I guess. So
yeah,
no, that's what it is. I'm saying crypto is like digital currency that's supposed to be like, outside of the bank, right? But like what we know of crypto today with NFTs and stuff, it's all a scam. This is like actual fucking money that you can use and will like, it's not like, some Gary V cartoon of a shitty snake that it tells you that you're going to make money on. So spend thousands of dollars on it.
In the Red Sea and other places. And we're really grateful for what Kenya has done to assist with Haiti in recent days in our hemisphere to try to keep stability. And we applaud all of the good work and leadership that you've championed with regard to the anti-corruption laws and all of those things. Really, really important. We believe, and I know you do as well, that economic stability can really assist with social stability. And that's an important principle that we try to advance together. And I know there are a lot of Americans excited about further investment in Kenya, especially with the tech sector and some of the things that you all are advancing. And so we're really
this
happy.
is really fucking interesting. All this stuff. It's basically saying that like Kenya basically realized that investing in this internet infrastructure is going to leapfrog. It literally says Kenya's ability. So digital economy blueprint, a framework to improve Kenya and Africa's leapfrog economic growth. The document is hinged on 5 pillars: digital government, digital business, infrastructure, innovation driven through entrepreneurship, and digital skills and values. They literally have a ministry of information communication technology. Its core responsibility is formulating and administering, managing, and developing the information broadcasting and communication policy. Because like, remember, literally last stream, we were looking at that one, the charity, the NGO that, and I was like, this is great for Kenya, right?
Yeah.
Well, because it's literally their government policy to invest in that type of stuff. So
interesting. It's good
I
government
guess.
policy, it sounds like.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about this with Kenya. I knew a lot of other things about Kenya.
To advance that. So we just want to say we're just very happy for your visit, and the timing, I believe, is important. There's a lot going on around the world, things that deeply concern both of our nations, and I think the stronger our partnership, the better off all of us are. And so we want to advance those ideas on your visit and welcome all of your dignitaries and officials that have come along. We appreciate your time and being here, and we're really happy to welcome you here. So thank you for coming.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honor for me to visit the United States and for your consideration for us to have this conversation in this very auspicious institution. As you know, Kenya and the United States share a common bond And we share common values of freedom, democracy, rule of law. And we are celebrating this year 60 years of a solid friendship between the United States and Kenya, sharing
60 years.
many areas, as you have said correctly. In the space around peace and security, I think we
Yeah,
have
I think
common positions
what
on,
people should also remember about Kenya
working with
is
different,
that Al Qaeda bombed them trying to
Mm.
antagonize the U.S. One of Al Qaeda's first attacks was in Kenya, and well, the target of the attack, the very little damage was done to the target, but there was an apartment building that collapsed, and that killed hundreds of people.
Hmm.
And they also hit Tanzania as well, which was the other one that was mentioned. As it was Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania.
Mm-hmm.
This is what caused Clinton to do Infinite Reach. And Hashmi comes on, and they're like, "Did they get Bin Laden? Why are you bombing us? You know, did you kill Bin Laden? Why are you bombing us?" About the Taliban, they bombed all the training camps and stuff.
Mhm.
But like, Scott told me that he has talked to a guy. I've tried to, and this is the thing: these intelligence guys, they say stuff, and then I'm like, "Well, tell them to come on and tell me."
Mhm.
Right? And he said he'd ask it, nothing came of it. But this guy claims to have arrested Osama bin Laden after this, and then a call came through to cut him loose when they were about to get on a helicopter to extradite him. I don't believe it.
That sounds like a crock of shit.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't believe it if it wasn't Scott who said it to me. But it's coming up. It's
Yeah.
a story that some other guy has told him, but it's a guy he allegedly works with. So
Yeah, I need to. I need more. Need more.
yeah,
countries
I mean, I
to
tried.
resolve challenges of security. For example, in the Horn of Africa, we have security challenges in Somalia, and like you said correctly, we have been fighting the Al-Shabaab for the last almost.
We have security challenges in Somalia, Ethiopia, Eritrea, all of them, South Sudan. What else we got? What else is around there? What's on the west? Mali?
U.S. mobile devices are available and competing for the middle to upper income brackets with brands like whatever. The lower to middle end of the market, however, is price sensitive, resulting in wide use of cheap and often counterfeit mobile devices that easily available when often sold. This is the whole continent, by the way. So Kenya apparently is the main reason why people have smartphones in Africa.
Interesting. Good for Kenya. Good for Africa.
Years. And part of the conversation we're going to have is on how we can make sure that the drawdown of ATMIS troops does not create a vacuum that will end up being filled by Al-Shabaab. And Kenya and the United States and frontline states need to work together to see how that can be done, not calendar-based withdrawal, but conditions-based withdrawal.
A lot of
And that is the
BPO
case
stuff.
also
If you
for
don't know
what
what
we are doing
BPOs
in
are, we're not
Sudan,
getting into
in
it.
South Sudan, in Eastern DRC, Kenya is the anchor state, and we are doing the heavy lifting around.
I agree with that. I've always thought they were the anchor state. I've argued this
Hopefully
many
we'll be having
times.
a conversation
See,
about
because like
how
I've
we
looked
can
at their economics. I didn't realize that this was such a big part of their economics. I thought it was like just development in general and not a specific like tech sector.
strengthen the bond and the relationship and the partnership.
See, sometimes I learn stuff in real time about geopolitics. Now I'll always be talking about Kenya's tech sector, and I'll never shut up about it.
As you do stuff elsewhere. You also agree that
It's a good
the
thing to
economy
talk
is a big
about.
space. We will be discussing how we can build on investment, on trade, on business. And in the spaces around AGOA, we will be asking the Congress to renew AGOA for another 10 years. It means
What's that?
It means opportunities. It means business. It means access to markets to many people, not just in Kenya,
Must be an
but in
agreement.
the African continent. We will also be having a conversation around VEPFA and seeing the partnership that
AGOA.
has saved maybe 20, 30 million lives
Okay. African Growth and Opportunity Act.
As well.
There you go.
Economic Financial Transport Hub. I knew that. I knew this. It's an economic financial transport hub.
More people can continue to benefit from that.
Yeah, you know how
As
China
countries organize
like
themselves,
exploits its like developing country type thing.
Yes.
So like listen to this. Like tell me what this sounds like. Kenya has been ranked as a lower middle income country because of its per capita GDP crossed a World Bank threshold. So it just went up to a lower middle income country because its GDP crossed the threshold. Right?
Sounds.
While Kenya has a growing entrepreneurial middle class and steady growth, its development has been impaired by weak governance and corruption.
What's their Freedom House score?
Oh, hang on. You know I got that on standby. That's right on my and you know it's great because I know where Kenya is as I click Ethiopia on accident. It was because I was trying to zoom in and it didn't zoom in, it just clicked Ethiopia. Political 22, civil liberties 30, so they have a total score of 52, ranking as a partly free country.
Okay.
In February, the Supreme Court's upheld a law ruling that allowed an LGBT plus group to register as an NGO. The National Gay and Lesbian Human Rights Commission originally sought judicial review in 2013 after the government denied its resignation. The Supreme Court rejected the challenge to its ruling in September. I think that sounds good.
Well, it sounds like they got through.
There was people that were killed in a protest. Oh, not Kenya. So, but let's compare it to Ghana. Ghana has 80. So, Ghana's still winning. Ghana, I think, is the highest in Africa. Yes, it is. So, even higher than those precious Arab states like Egypt and Algeria and Morocco.
Of course, working together also on how the United States, being the leader of free market economy, how we can have a fairer international financial system where all countries are treated equally, and especially as we look at the replenishment of the International Development Association.
Okay, what's the next one?
Everyone in? Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. Secretary Raimondo, thank you for your update you gave us, and I want to
Enjoy.
thank all the folks around this table for prioritizing the partnership that I think is really, really important, and will deliver dividends for both our countries. And finally, Mr.
Look at
President,
him putting the guy right next to him. Unlike Putin, who
Nairobi as
can't
Vice
touch
President,
people.
I said that the true strength of Kenya was its people, and the students, workers, founders, activists, innovators, entrepreneurs, and so many people like you who really do depend on democracy and support democracy. And today, as we honor 60 years of ties between our countries, it's clear that our people are the true strength of this partnership, and a partnership that's working well. Nowhere is it more
Wait, you mean to tell me there's a guy named Raimundo in the cabinet? That's how under discussed he is. I don't even know if this is a joke or
Our
not.
people have brought us forward and they've pioneered new technologies that are transforming millions of lives. I mean, literally millions of lives.
Can touch kids though.
And we've invested in new industries that have generated
Oh.
billions of dollars economically, and they've created new opportunities that have lifted up our countries across both our continents. And our people and our innovators have also brought together. We are all excited about this. I mean,
Listen,
I've not
Moth.
seen my team so
Gotta
excited
fuck
about
off.
a visit in a long time, and I think it's all because of the American companies.
Go fly somewhere
Oh,
else.
I'm kidding. As for President, as you and I discussed,
Yeah, go see the
we'll discuss
chinchillas,
tomorrow,
Moth.
We're launching a new era of technological cooperation between Kenya and America, including new exchanges and investments in key fields of cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and semiconductors. And
I was about to say, is he going to say semiconductors? Putting Kenya, if Kenya can get the manufacturing of the lower end semiconductors, oh my God, will that be such a good thing?
50 years. And we need your help to seize this moment. They really do. And
Not even
we need
control,
your
just a
we need you to
challenge.
help us
Even
find
like
opportunities
10% of
between
the
public and
industry would
private
be
sectors
really
together.
good.
And we need you to help us strengthen
And
our
also
supply chains
cybersecurity and
advances in the
AI
future,
being
including
developed there now
CCP
makes sense to me a lot
as well.
because
And we
they
need
have
you
a lot of
investing in the
cybersecurity.
diversity of our democracies, which will make this innovation possible. So in return, I promise we'll prioritize technological partnerships between our countries. And as Ambassador Whitman, and by the way, she's smarter than I am. She's handling everything. I was amazed. We had a meeting earlier. This is ad-libbing, but she sat there. She had more statistical data to spout off without any piece of paper in her hand that amazed me. I don't know. Remind me of my sister. But look, I think we.
He's
really
so
can
personable.
In return, I think there.
He even goes, "This is an ad lib." You know, he's acknowledging that he's not reading it from his paper.
And our former CEO, who was also a former CEO, is going to make sure that happens.
Okay.
And
That's
President
why, because
Harris
like
is
that,
already
that's
building
here's
a
me
new
not caring
public-private
about
partnership to
economy.
increase
I just know
investment
like
in innovation.
I just know that one
Because
tiny
cooperation
lady
matters,
is the
not just
bank
for our own people, but for people
person,
around the world.
Yellen.
This relationship
I want to
continues
say
grow as it is,
Yeltsin
think
though.
it's
I
great
always
for
think
the
of her
United
name as
States
Yeltsin.
Kenya, but will lead and will have positive benefits literally around the world. So thank you again for being here, and look forward to working with you. And you know, we keep investing in the true strengths of our nations, our people, and in the years ahead. With that, Mr. President, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and on behalf of my delegation and I, in a very special way, thank you for extending an invitation to me to undertake this state visit. I bring you very warm greetings from the people of Kenya and our brothers and sisters from across the continent. And I undertake this state visit on the background of 60 years of solid friendship between the United States and Kenya. And specifically, Mr. President, on the subject we are driving today here on the digital space, on technology, and the whole space around investment, trade, and the relationship that we have managed to build over the years. To confirm to you that Kenya is a young tech country, and as you have said correctly, we have spent a lot of time working with our technology companies, our technology investors. We've had twinning relationships between Silicon Savannah in Kenya and Silicon Valley in the US. And this meeting is about what we can
There you
do
go.
together around digital jobs, business process,
Silicon
outsourcing,
Savannah.
research and development.
He
And
said
Mr.
the
President,
thing.
one very important aspect is the CHIPS Act, which hopefully we will be able to have a conversation about in the coming days. And Your Excellency, it speaks to the wealth of opportunity that exists between Kenya and
Your
the United
Excellency.
States. Our young population, talented, educated, innovative, and American technology that is cutting edge, and investment capital and investors that are hungry for opportunities, not just in Kenya, but in our continent, is a perfect match for this moment. I think we have a historic moment to explore investment opportunities between Kenya and the United States. And Mr. President, under your leadership, we believe that as we celebrate these 60 years of relationship between our two countries, we also celebrate the opportunities that come with the friendship that exists between our two countries. And as you have said correctly, the space around artificial intelligence, space around cybersecurity, and investments that come with it. We are expanding our footprint in the digital space. We are rolling out 100,000 kilometers of fiber optic in Kenya and connecting every ward and every village
Good Lord.
to fiber backbone to make sure that e-commerce.
What's
digital
Kenya have
jobs,
better internet than
and digital
Australia
revenue.
in
I
2
bet you
years?
they have better
We can
internet than
access
the
to-
UK already. I bet you it's way easier.
Child
Like, bro,
infant
even like so H3 today, they were trying to do an interview with a guy from from the UK.
Mhm.
You know, has all the same problems we have whenever we try to talk to somebody from the
Mhm.
UK. It's crazy how like they're like, I don't understand. Like, how do you not have like? It's probably because they left the EU. I bet. But like, I was reading that Kenya, one of Kenya's main, and this is definitely a soft power policy, But one of their main things in that like tech agreement is that, oh my God, my phone's flashlight has been on this whole time, draining its battery. One of their main things in the tech stuff is that they believe that like every citizen in Africa should have access to the internet, not necessarily in their home, but they're able to at least go to a government station nearby and have access to like all their documents, any government, like any type of, it's a very like a progressive welfare type thing, you know?
Yeah.
Like they have access to the government services. They can go, they can use a computer, they can say, I need this type of service to the government. Whether that government fulfills it or not is a different story. The point is that they had a policy to interlink through the internet the entire continent of Africa, and they've been doing it. Just learned this.
Iceland has the third highest.
What, internet?
Oh,
speed?
sorry, no. Sorry. Chile has the highest internet speed, followed by China, then the United States, then Iceland. Then New Zealand is up there with like European countries, and the United States is above 200 as well. New Zealand's hanging out at like 160 megabits per second average. Australia chugging at 54. Kenya is 9,
So
pushing 10. So they're
what's the UK?
84. Better than
Bullshit.
Australia.
Bullshit.
On average,
bullshit.
better than Australia.
Bullshit.
says.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Their mobile speed, this is the interesting one. Their mobile speed halved from their broadband. Australia's mobile speed is double the broadband. Mobile speed is double the broadband.
But yeah, Africa, they have 3G in most, and Kenya is also, I guess, building a lot of 4G, and that's their main thing, is to get everyone on 4G before they're going for 5G and that type of stuff, because they need the infrastructure there before they expand their industry, because that's how they make money.
Yeah. Well, Chad does not have internet, apparently.
Yep.
Niger has very slow internet. Mali has, interestingly, double the internet speed of Kenya, but no mobile coverage. Interesting.
How's Ghana?
37. Not great.
I mean, it's better than, sounds like better than most of the region.
Brazil is surprisingly fast.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me either. Brazil is kind of one of those countries.
Where's Costa Rica? It's here somewhere. There. 79. Better than Australia. Fuck yeah. All right. Let's keep going. Actually, I think we're done here.
We're taking a cut.
Okay. This is something I threw in here because I thought it was funny.
Customer obsessed path, and we are going to win. We will be the way people meet, and this is not a fad. And so what we are doing is we're leaning into.
It's so funny because nobody, like, it's like the people are all deleting these apps from their phone.
Yeah.
Like the things that are stressing them out, and we are saying, how do we be the best?
I haven't
place
been
to
able
meet
to
your
use
next
them in forever.
How do we be the place that people find real connection and we do not exhaust them or stress them out along the way? So with Lidiani's expertise in AI and her unbelievable technology background, we're just going to innovate. And that's how we're going to win. And how much is AI going to help
that
or hurt?
meant nothing. We're going to AI and innovate.
This is like China's gobbledygook. AI 5G, baby.
Because, you know, you and I talked about last year, AI might be able to help teach you how to flirt, help you write that opening message. On the other hand, you've got like people falling in love with bots and like bots posing as real people.
Yes.
Stupid.
Like, this is getting really terrifying.
Yes, it's a little freaky, but that's a fad. I mean, listen, I'm sure there are people out there that might form friendships.
Dating
with
apps
some
are
AI.
well known for being initiators of pig butchering scams.
What the fuck is
Porn
that?
bots, it's a complicated. I'll show you a funny text message though.
Pig
Porn
butchering?
Yes, I'll explain, but it's a long explanation. But like fake profiles on dating apps have been there since the beginning. That's a fad. Shut up. No, it's not. That's literally
Yeah.
what you're like
Fix your fucking apps.
For a majority of users, their matches are just bots. Right? So let me see. So if you know anything about pig butchering, the setup here. Oh man, there's a number visible. Let me take a screenshot and crop this real quick before I show this, because I don't want to show the suspected pig's butcher. So pig butchering it's kind of like a modern Nigerian prince scam. You know, it's the modern new age scam. A lot of them happen in Myanmar, and these people are captured and enslaved, often by Burmese and Chinese companies. Right. So that region, you know, the region where the Chinese insurgency is.
Yeah.
That's like the headquarters of pig butchering scams.
Oh no shit.
So it's like this. See, this is gonna be backwards, but it's like, how are you? And I said Julie because I just gave my friend Julie my number, and she goes and she's like, oh, hang on, boom. It's like Clarissa. I'm Alyssa. This is classic. They're gonna say some random name. Right, and you're gonna be like, oh, you have the wrong number, and then they're gonna keep like initiating like a conversation, right? And but at the bottom I just wrote, go butcher someone else's pig with a pig face, and they didn't respond.
I actually got one of these, I think, on WhatsApp or Signal. Did I send it to you? I think I sent it to you, and I was like, I got them with the China number 2. I got I'm like, I wish death on Xi Jinping. And I think and the China number 2, and I got them. They tried to call me, and I'm shattered that I missed it because it was a video call.
What is 07?
I'm so disappointed. These are my favorite things. Actually, I did not know that's what they were called. These are my favorite things to fuck with because they're so obvious.
And that's fine. But our focus with AI is to.
Oh no! What it was is I was like, "Are you a Uyghur slave? Are you being forced?
Oh, it's
Do you
a
need
salute.
help?"
Okay.
That's what it was. That's what I got them with.
I see it
really.
now.
It was I was like, "Hi, are you a Uyghur slave? Do you need help? Are you being forced to do this?" They sent me a Chinese message that said, "Are you a Hong Kong or Uyghur activist?" And it was in Chinese. I had to translate it. I'm like, that's such a strange thing for this thing to send. I had no clue. But, you know, I had some fun. I'm very disappointed I missed the call. It would have been a lot of fun. But maybe next one.
Help create more healthy and equitable relationships. And that also starts with yourself. How can we actually teach you how to date? How can we help you show up in a better way?
So give me an example.
Okay, so for example, you could in the near future be talking to your AI dating concierge, and you could share your insecurities. I just came out of a breakup. I have commitment issues. And it could help you train yourself into a better way of thinking about yourself. And then it could give you productive tips for communicating with other people. If you want to get really out there is a world where your dating concierge could go and date for you with other dating concierge. No, truly. And then you don't have to talk to 600 people.
How about
and
therapy?
San Francisco for you. Say, these are the 3 people you.
Yeah, that would help.
And not BetterHelp.
Yeah.
You really ought to meet. And so, you know, that's the power of AI if harnessed the right way. But for us, you know, it's staying very committed to our Northern Star, a safer, kinder digital platform for more.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing, is that these people are literally slaves.
Yeah.
From a criminal class.
Yeah.
Healthy and more equitable relationships, always putting women in the driver's seat, not to put men down, to actually recalibrate the way we all treat each other. And so AI is going to follow the same.
My idea is if I'm dealing with them, they're not fucking with other people.
I can't fucking wait for all these companies to go under. You know, they've all been acquired and they're all under the same company now, right? All the dating apps.
Really?
It's all the same.
That's hilarious. It's a big bubble. That's great.
I don't know, like I can't think of one that's outside of the
Have you seen how much fucking money they want for the premium on the dating apps? It's fucked. It's like hundreds of dollars a
Yeah,
month.
but and the way they make it is that like basically like unless you're paying for it, they won't prioritize you or give you any matches.
Yes, yeah.
Which is like then people just aren't going to use your app.
Yeah, exactly. But the people that pay for it pay big money.
It's
Like,
funny because like when it first came out and it was just like
Mhm.
Plenty of Fish and OkCupid and you had to like actually look at a profile and write a
Mhm.
message and stuff. It
Mhm.
was actually like kind of cool. I met a lot of people back then. But
Mhm.
then like I don't know, over time it did not become where I was meeting people.
Yeah. That's why Hinge is better, I think, because you can actually open it with a message. And it's a bit more like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean they're owned by the same company as well, so.
Yeah. But it's the only one that does that. Bumble makes you pay for it to send a message. And then on Tinder they have
no.
one
If
called
you're
hold on.
non-binary, you can send the message.
What the fuck?
Yeah, sorry, male.
That's
cis
weird.
cis male discrimination.
That's hilarious. On Tinder, there's like a super special secret club. I think it's called like Tinder Select or something. That they pick only the most degenerate people, the people that are gonna spend the money, that have been paying the stupid prices for the premium, and they're like, "Hey, you can message people without even matching. Pay $500 a month," and they do. Weird.
Yeah, okay, so they have
weird
Tinder, Match.com, MeetTick, I've never heard of that, OkCupid, Hinge, and Plenty of Fish, Our Time, and other dating global brands.
Oh my god. What is this conglomerate called?
It's Match Group. So it sounds like it's the Match.com people who acquired all these companies.
Yeah.
Set of values.
Oh,
and we are going to lean in fast and
God. You want to see the list of all the dating services they own?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Archer, Asian people meet. Azar, BB people meet. BB people meet. Okay, there's 2. Baby boomer people meet.
What
Black
the
people
fuck?
meet. Black Christian people meet. Black professional people meet. BLK, Catholic people meet. Chinese people meet. CISPA, delightful. Democratic people meet. Divorced people meet. Gen X people meet. Hakuna, Hinge, India Match. Interracial people meet. This is just porn categories at this point. Italian people meet. That's, I mean, Italian people. This can we just change one letter in here and this gets real weird. J people meet. What does that mean? What is the J? Latino people meet. Latter-day Saints Planet. Little people meet. I mean, that I support. Love and Seek. Marriage-minded people meet. What the fuck are we doing here? Match.com, MeetTick, OkCupid, Our Time, Pairs, People Meet, Pet People Meet, Pet People Meet, Plenty of Fish, Republican People Meet, Senior Black People Meet, Ship, Single People Meet, The League, Tinder, Upward, Yuzu, Veggie People Meet. That makes no sense. Veggie People Meet? Oh no, Black Italian Jewish people meet.
Seriously, we already have. Bumble's actually already been an exceptional.
Actually, I got an
use
idea.
case.
No, you guys are on it. You guys, no, listen. We just make one of these apps called Whatever Meet, and we'll sell it to these assholes for $1 million.
That's a great fucking idea.
Of AI, we've been using machine learning and AI for several years before it was super trendy. But
Oh,
I think
we
you're
should do
at
it
the very
with like
early innings
refugee exploitation, you know? UkrainianRefugeeWife.com. You know, something like that.
Yeah. It's like displaced people's meat.
what this platform looks like, and very importantly, community.
You know why we do that, though?
Will not be a dating app.
Because it would be so controversial that we would get people to immediately write articles about it, like the JR-15.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? So it's got to be outrageous.
And then we could get the publicity for our non-profit, which will go to help
No,
people.
we won't be associated with this website
Ah,
whatsoever.
we're just gonna
My
make
name
we're
is-
just gonna
No,
make
no,
it.
no, my name's not going to be close to that thing. You know. Yeah,
Are you
but
just
like it
saying-
will literally just be like this grimy, like smut type app that is just
Mhm.
going to outrage people, and then perverts are going to go on there and pay money, and then we'll show them that perverts are on there paying money, and we'll just allow all the bots on, all the Chinese bots and stuff. We'll allow them on, right? And then we'll make
Yeah.
the pervert pay to talk to those things, thinking that they're going to get a refugee to come to their house and be their like maid slave, right? And they'll
Yes.
think this, right? And then we'll sell it to them and we'll be rich. This will
And
be
then-
personal. I'm not putting anything into the company. I'm talking about personal game. This is some lottery shit, guys.
This is pure capitalism.
In a few years. Dating will be a component, but we will be a true human connection platform. This is where you will meet anyone that you want to meet.
I'm telling you that
This is
that's
just
the
cope
name.
because I can tell you, as somebody who doesn't have it, most online dating happens through Snapchat now.
Mm-hmm.
A hiking buddy,
I
a
don't use
mahjong
it.
buddy,
I'm too old for it.
whatever
you
you're
know,
looking
it's not
for.
my generation.
Anyone that you need to meet for community. If you're going through something tricky, you've gotten a bad diagnosis, you don't know anybody, you should be able to go to Bumble and find somebody going through shared struggles and shared joys. All right. And that's what the future is going to be.
I can guarantee you. The type of person that I'd want to talk to, you know, they have to be able to find Ukraine on a map
Mm.
at the very least.
Yeah. I think that's a pretty good standard.
Yeah, they have to know like very basic things. They have to support a Palestinian independence or a Palestinian state. I don't care how lib or statist they are, or even if they're like right wing, as long as they are still like acknowledging struggles, right? You know, like if they're like, you know, I really don't care that much as long like Pega, for example, like there's a lot of things on like politics and stuff that I disagree with on, but I rather talk to her than anyone, you know, around here.
Yeah.
I'm not about to fucking like go meet somebody here and they're gonna fucking that's another good one. You know, we'll call it x.com.
He's already got the URL. We missed out.
No, we'll put ex.
The comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. Obviously, guys, I am not in my normal studio. I'm working out of Los Angeles this week, so we got a fantastic location with an
You think that looks a little too swastika-y on the back of her laptop there?
A little bit. Maybe a little bit.
Why'd you tilt it sideways like that, like a diamond?
amazing view so that you guys can enjoy California sunshine as well. We will be here all week. I'm doing a bunch of videos. We have a fun thing coming out of Daily Wire this week, so get ready for that. But anyway, enjoy comment section on the road.
You know, we don't stop. We don't stop for anything.
Okay, so there is a big update in the dating app space. Bumble, the dating app, has undergone a rebrand. They wiped their whole Instagram like a celebrity about to drop an album. They started posting completely new branded teasers and memes. They said that they were revolutionizing dating. And of course, people around the world cheered because they are just sick and tired of the
Their
modern dating
ads are
landscape.
like Bumble for sluts.
These dumb apps. And then they saw the actual update. And it is the most ridiculous, lame, feminist nonsense that I have ever seen.
Brett.
Oh boy.
Bumble.
Oh boy.
Always was.
No. You hear this? What she's saying is that it's feminist nonsense. And literally, it's like the feminists who are pissed about it.
Before we get into it, though, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the comment section YouTube channel if you have rules that has never had to be on a dating app. Bumble is very similar to Hinge and Tinder, where you swipe through people and you get matches. But unlike Hinge and Tinder, on Bumble, women have to make the first move and message first if you get a match. And the whole thing was designed to empower women and put them in the driver's seat of their dating experience. No more, sexual first messages, unsolicited dick pics, all of that stuff. The ladies are in control. But then, as it happens, the ladies
Brett.
got tired of being in control. They didn't.
Hey, Brett. Why is this on the back of your computer? Also, you notice that the ISIS logo, it's got a 69 in it. Sex thing. Yeah, bro. She has the ISIS logo on the back of her laptop. It's totally not a joke I'm making. She actually totally has the ISIS logo. That's what it is.
I'm so out of it.
want that. They got tired of making the first move. It was annoying. There was just too much pressure, even though they had been begging for it for years. So Bumble is trying to change that.
Incorrect. First of all, no, never happened. You're incorrect on so many things here, and I fucking hate this company. Okay, the company marketed it to attract women to this app, right? Because they said, hey, we can just make 2 Tinders and then have the same people on both sites and then charge people money on both sites. See, it's called capitalism. So that was actually, unlike them being acquired by other company, that was actually launched by Tinder, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they wanted
It's
to
owned by
appeal to a
Facebook.
more Instagram audience. So they used that type of messaging. It's called advertising. Actually, they're presenting a false image to attract a certain customer base. Women
They're
never
rebrand.
asked
Here's
for it.
an article from Fortune about it, and the title is just chef's kiss. Bumble relaunches app with a new tool to relieve the burden of women making the first move. And it's just so ironic, I cannot even tell you, because the reason why Bumble was created and blew up was because of how empowering and freeing it was for women. It's like, finally, this is
Yes,
our
it
dating
had a
app.
good
We
ad
get something
campaign.
so dumb. Like, it took off during peak Hillary Clinton feminism. Sheryl Sandberg saying lean in, girl bossing was everywhere. Like, this was the era of Bumble. But come 2024, as we have discussed, women are tired. They have entered their soft girl era. They're giving up. They don't want to do it anymore. They want to quit their jobs and be stay-home girlfriends. They have realized the error of their ways. They're angry at Susan B. Anthony.
We had a good thing, you stupid son of a bitch. It was perfect. But no, you just had to blow it up.
I mean, 2016 era feminism is basically as outdated as traditional.
Wow.
Which is why you guys need rough greens. Rough greens
Wow. Wow. Attacking Susan B. Anthony with your fucking meme script and like equating that with third wave Western feminism. Like, what are you doing? Like, that's fucking like weird. They're mad at Susan B. Anthony. What do you think Susan B. Anthony did? What do you think? Like, like she was a teacher, she was already in the workforce, you see.
will be up to date.
Let me fact
just
check
like
that.
feminism is, apparently. Anyway, the women, they don't actually want to lean in anymore. And after years of telling men that making the first move is harassment and threatening them with the Me Too movement, they've decided that actually, maybe they were wrong, and maybe men making the first move and having initiative is a good thing. So I'm sorry, men. I know the whiplash is terrible. Women are dumb. We can all understand that. But anyway, back to Bumble. Here is how they launched this incredible, awe-inspiring rebrand.
Okay, yep. She was headmistress at a women's academy. I was right. I knew it. It's because I, as a responsible male feminist, have been to Seneca Falls to see the Women's Suffrage Museum. No, it's just actually a field trip in 5th grade. So, like, my elementary school, they did, like, really cool field trips, and I only got to go on one of them because I had ADHD, and because of that, I had low grades. So I got punished for having ADHD by not going on the field trips, and they think this is a way to incentivize grades for kids by punishing them and making them feel like outcasts and losers. But yeah, so one of them, which is, so they do like 2 a year. So like the one that I was able to go on was the Seneca Falls one. And I remember being like, I don't care about this. And then like, you know, I still paid attention the whole time, and all the stuff that I did on that 5th grade field trip has stuck with me, and I've remembered.
It's funny how that works.
Yeah. There's another one. I want to say I think the other one was Albany, and I was able to do that in the next year. But the later one, because I know one is the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown that they would do, and I really didn't care about that, of course. But the nun who like started it, these trips that like it was like mainly her thing, is that, and they would rotate it every year. So like it would be the 5th and 6th grade doing the same field trip, and then the next year it would be the other set of the two. So it would rotate every year, so you'd end up doing both.
Yeah.
And so she was big lesbian, so super into the New York Yankees. So that's why we went to the Baseball Hall of Fame, but I didn't go to that one. And yeah, no, like, so what's crazy is like my test scores are like perfect, and I never study for exams and things like that. So it's all because of homework. that I had like D's my entire school. But so
Yeah,
like
it
my
wasn't
take
dumb.
my take on it is like it's like ADHD with the task and time management. I mean, I still struggle with work and staying on task and shit. So to act like I then like my medication wears off at the end of the day. How do you expect me to do schoolwork? It's like it's so fucked up. It's so fucked up. And then I would go in and I'd do perfect on the tests because I was on my medication in class paying attention while nobody else was, apparently. Pisses me off.
She's joining a convent. That's what she's doing, which a lot of women threaten to do in the modern landscape.
No.
We've changed so that you don't have to. So basically they're saying you don't need to swear off dating. We're here to help you. We've fixed it all. We've revolutionized it. You don't need to go join a convent and lust over men in the garden next door. Bumble is here to fix it. And the one thing I will
What?
say is that all of the marketing of the creative is so sick. Like the post that they put up on
I'm confused. What did they actually change?
No, they're just losing a ton of money, so they're spending a lot of money on an ad campaign right now.
So they've changed nothing.
No, basically no. It's the same thing. They're just people are deleting these apps in like record pace. So it was like here's the thing. They exploded during COVID, right? Because people were locked down.
Yes.
Right, and that's what killed them.
They got too big for their boots. This is great. I can't wait for these apps to die.
their Instagram. The fonts are cool. The imagery is cool. Like people were genuinely very excited. And I thought that it might be something that was actually
like my
revolutionizing dating. But
senior
to be
year,
honest,
though, completely different. My senior year is when I stopped paying attention. So like I had like just like a 5-star notebook, and I just wrote beginning to end. The school day was me not caring about school, knowing and focusing on what I was going to do later on, and just writing, whether it was good, bad, like fictional, non-fictional. I just didn't pay attention, and I just wrote, and I filled notebooks. And that was more beneficial to me than whatever was going on. I just got my GED and went to college. And then I took a fucking course that was actually hands-on and didn't assign homework, basically.
Yes.
It was too good because it made us think the Bumble was actually doing something interesting. But no, they revolutionized nothing. Again, lamest thing I've ever seen. Like in the
Wow.
app, they sort of changed
Remember
up
how
the
they
font,
pretended
literally.
that they revolutionized Tinder, the company that they also owned when they launched it?
That was part of their big rebrand. But what they actually
Keep in
did
mind,
was instead of having
conservatives are the
women
people that cry when companies change their logos because it's 2020 and everyone needs the fucking basic ass logo now.
It's so shit.
message first, the app itself will be offering automatic prompts that will be sent to men after you get a match. And then the men have to be creative and send a response. And then if the woman likes the response, then she can unlock the conversation and keep the match going.
I'm skeptical that you could, yet intrigued that you may.
And if it's confusing, I know you are not alone. Here is how
I'm
that's worked.
pretty sure if when the woman messages you on Bumble, you have they have 24 hours to send you a message after a match.
And you have
and then you have
24
24 hours to respond. So it's literally no different.
Yeah. It's the same.
Announced this morning, Bumble has launched a new version of the app. In this iteration of Bumble, women are able to pre-select opening moves that they can send every match. And this opening move is a scripted, pre-programmed, ready to go. It's the lazy way out. You can just be like, yeah, I'll send a message. Boom. You don't have to do any thinking, any creativity. It is not tailored to your match whatsoever. An automatic question like, what's your Roman Empire? TikTok shorthand for something you're obsessed with. We have an episode about that. You can go watch it. We'll link it below. Relieve some pressure.
Oh, if I got that question, I would unmatch you. What's your Roman Empire? Bye.
In the moment of match. Because remember, this is a burden for women to send 2 sentences to
Yeah,
a man.
and
Users
like
can choose one.
they would be like, "How do we help you?" We don't, and it's like you literally in elementary school, right? It's like you literally have me in a chair and tell me not to talk the entire day, and then kick me out of the learning room when I'm being disruptive.
Which could be talking about the work. And
and actually,
trying to figure
when
it
I'm
out.
being silly, I'm actually engaged and paying attention because I have to ask you questions and raise my hand and give silly answers, right? So I'm actually engaged, and I bet you the rest of the class is actually more engaged too, even though I am a distraction. There's certain like what you think that kids are there paying attention 24/7, like I was.
actions or write their own. Previously, women would send the first message and men would have 24 hours to respond before the match expired. Now, men are able to respond to the opening prompt, and then women have 24 hours to choose whether to continue, giving women more information about their match before completely unlocking the conversation. So basically, Bumble didn't want to lose their 2014 feminist shtick and become like Hinge or Tinder, where either party can message first. So instead, they're having men.
When I say
put
I
in
can't write, what I mean is that I actually have a disability in written expression. So like I can talk and communicate ideas and stuff, but like I can't like spell or know where punctuation goes. That's the issue. So like it's like I can like write my own shorthand and notes and stuff, and like I can write speeches and all that stuff, but like it's very difficult for me because half the time I'm figuring out how to spell something, which has helped a lot with modern technology, honestly. That's what's really helped more than anything. Like like I know certain words that took me years to remember how to spell, like because.
No, you don't need to worry about it.
Yeah.
all of the effort and creativity, but still letting women think that they're in the driver's seat because they get to decide afterwards if the man
And also
response is
reading.
good enough, funny
Like,
enough, clever enough, whatever.
Jack has heard me try to read stuff. It's awful.
I get annoyed. I'm very
Yeah.
impatient.
I can't read very well.
Can't read fucking numbers.
Yeah.
I have to write out numbers, which I should be doing anyway.
Like I said at the beginning,
the school
it is
for kids who can't read good.
feminist nonsense. They want to have their cake and eat it too. It is such a burden to send the first message. We're going to have it be automatic, but we still get to decide. We're in control. We are women. It's absurd. Billy Ray Brandt, who is in Lady Ballers, who you should all be following for dating content, she posted this on X and she just summed it up well. She said, "This Bumble rebrand is a mess.
Wait, she was in what again? What was that?
Who you should all be following for dating content. She posted this on X and she just we are women. It's absurd. Billy Ray Brandt, who is in Lady Ballers, who you should all be following for dating content. She posted this on X and she just summed it up well. She said, "This Bumble rebrand is a
Twitter's
mess.
not a
The
real
promo video
place."
ends with, "We've changed so you don't have to." So they've gone from the app made by a woman wanting to empower and protect women by giving them more control to an app that is just like every other app, LOL, some rebrand. They're essentially admitting that women don't want any responsibility when it comes to early dating. They just want to be chased by men who take ownership of the lead, even at the expense of potentially unwanted attention.
The worst part about this is it's giving conservatives a free win. That's the worst part because they're like, see, but these people are like, that Isabel Moody chick that we saw, who's like, you find yourself a misogynist. You need someone who hates women to be happy. You need to be hated to be happy. You are delusional.
Words the way it's always been. Insane. Can you believe that we are going back to traditional gender roles? All the comments have been fantastic. Nobody is excited about this. Just take a gander through their Instagram. People are pissed. But one person on Reddit said, "Will forever be funny to me that Bumble, a feminist dating app created by a feminist woman and whose main selling point was allowing women to take control of their messages by allowing them to be the one who initiates, had to abandon that because they realized that women don't actually want to be in control and don't actually want to put in the time to initiate messages. They'd much rather sit back and collect messages. Now there is literally no difference between Bumble and the dozen of other apps. Like, this is just spot on.
There never
Except now it
was.
has this extra step so the feminists can still pat themselves on the back because they're in control and they get to decide whether they will continue the match, continue the conversation."
It's awful.
Another person on Reddit said, Bumble, quote, "We've made it not only necessary, but acceptable for women to make the first move, shaking up outdated gender norms." These are literally things from their website. "To challenge outdated heterosexual norms, women make the first move on Bumble." And then women. "Making the first move was a lot of work or a burden. Bumble, okay, we're going to be outdated and patriarchal now. We're Tinder." Like, it makes no.
Okay, I'm done. We're done here.
Well, the United States has chosen a very desperate path for its future. Instead of showing the world the U.S. is the beacon for
Not
a
this
free
guy.
and open society, our politicians are trying to pass legislation that will result in
Now,
more censorship, less freedom,
this is
and
about
hysteria
TikTok.
that distracts our politicians from the real issues affecting America. Just ask yourself one simple question. When was the last time you saw both Republicans and Democrats work so efficiently to pass a bill? The bill to ban TikTok received 352 positive votes to only 65 votes.
When was the last time something had this much of a national security threat? Digitally. Maybe Russia something? Something to do with Russia? I'm going to guess. I don't know. They did it with Grindr.
It is guide, not my people. It is guide.
Against
Guide, yes.
You can't get 352 votes for healthcare, border security, or any real issues affecting the lives of
they
Americans.
always
So when
do
the House
this.
moves this quickly, you know something much bigger is going on behind the
yeah.
scenes, and it's
Do you know
worth
about
a proper
Skibbity Biden?
investigation. Every day in
Yes, I've seen this, yes.
So
Cursed.
you think that's worse than the vaccine song and dance he did?
I don't want to say this, but I haven't seen it. I don't want to see it.
In America, we are told that TikTok is a national security threat from the Chinese Communist Party. But has anyone stopped to ask the most basic questions of all? Is there a single piece of evidence that shows China's
Here's a
government
basic
is gaining-
question. Should it be allowed for an app to lock down people's phones unless they call their local congressperson, which the app knows who represents that person based on user data, and it's not using that user data to make money, capitalism, but using it for pushing policy to that is in the interest of a foreign country? What about that?
access to
That's a
American
pretty basic
citizens'
question, right?
Yeah, that's a pretty basic question.
data? How about any proof that China's government is using this data against American citizens? The answer to both
They're
of these
using it against politicians.
Literal terrorism.
It's worse.
questions is a resounding
And like
no.
at the end
And
of the
of
day,
course,
I don't really give a fuck. If you're on TikTok and that happens, like I don't really care. But to act like there's no reason why the US government is doing this
Yeah.
is stupid. I could care less about the ban. I don't use TikTok. I fully agree with the argument that freedom of speech should, and then also like I totally agree with people who have built a platform there and might lose money. I'm pro internet in general.
But also, TikTok doesn't really offer anything unique at the same time.
Oh, it
so
could be
there's-
copied. It could be copied, but
Yeah.
I don't care that it's owned by China or anything like that. I don't care. Like it's just not something that appeals to me. I would use it for my own marketing if it wasn't for the things that are wrong with it. But
Yeah.
like just sell my data
ne-
like a normal company.
Yeah.
never hear that truth admitted by US politicians. Instead, they preach banning TikTok will keep data out of China's hands, which is ludicrous when US data brokers openly sell US citizens' data on open markets. Congress
Again, that's called capitalism.
Yeah, exactly.
should know this.
Which
because the
I'm
CIA
also against this though. But I accept that my TV is cheaper because it's stealing my data, and it really doesn't affect me. But I am against it on a moral and principle level. It just doesn't really affect me at the end of the day. You want cookies? Here you go. Eat the cookies. I have zero money. I'm disabled. I live out in the wilderness. I have zero money to give you. Go ahead. Take my data. I don't give a fuck.
Other government agencies are regular customers of data brokers, a fact that has been frequently in the news lately. So in today's video, I'm going to reveal the truth about TikTok and show you the ridiculous hypocrisy of some US politicians
Everyone
who are
says
not
this
only
shit. It's
supporting
so
the TikTok
annoying.
ban, but also simultaneously using the app to
Okay.
help them with their real
Now we know
here we go.
What's going to happen next is because the app shows pro-Palestine stuff, and it has not I'm sure that there's Congress people who voted on this aspect alone. I'm sure because they're boomers and dumb.
Yeah.
That said, I'm sure that they are literally not correlating the fact that it's the app used most by young people, and young people are in most support of Palestine. I'm sure it's because of Chinese manipulation, guys.
campaigns. Seriously, you can't make this stuff up, so let's jump in.
I can't wait for him to show the same Biden video that we've seen every Chinese propagandist use to try and debunk this because they think that they're geniuses showing the same shit.
And reveal the truth. But first, let me reveal a secret on how I wrote the script for today's video. You see, every day I'm watching global events around to help which boost my first subscription. Magic Mind, I'll tell you.
Whoa.
This is by far the most nearly every.
Bro just literally said, I take a bunch of mushrooms to hallucinate. That was the ad.
It wasn't. There's no fucking way.
It was, bro. I guarantee you, bro. I saw the.
Now that I'm focused, percent off your mind to try. You're tired of those powerful mushrooms, like being that helps increase focus and like LT and clarity for the next 4 to 5 hours. One shot of Magic Mind, and it gives me incredible focus and clarity for the next 4 to 5 hours. Magic Mind is filled with super ingredients like L-theanine, which is found in matcha. This is nature's time-release caffeine that helps increase focus and attention without the crash. Magic Mind also contains powerful mushrooms like ashwagandha to decrease stress and lion's mane to boost clarity.
No, literally. So listen right here. In fact, according to the Guardian, Ryan's mane mushroom has been proved to be a great ingredient for improving cognitive performance among older adults. One of the major factors in using lion's mane mushroom is compared to Adderall due to its nature of being easily abused.
No shit. What the fuck?
Oh no!
blocked
They're
Fren and
saying
Twitter are
they're saying that people use it over Adderall because Adderall's nature is easily abused. It was just a segment.
Okay.
So I was reading it wrong. I was like, wait, what?
Okay. I was gonna say.
Let's start with the first point that nearly every person supporting this ban states. Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter are blocked in China. So if China can block American social media
Wow,
apps,
actually,
So
this
is TikTok.
No, but this is not actually an argument people make.
No.
why
They
can't
don't.
America
They
block
don't know
Chinese
that
social
China
media apps?
blocks all these things. So
No.
he's already fucking up.
Because he's informing people that this is an
Yes,
argument.
because
that
his
people make.
talking points are coming from people who don't actually know what people are saying.
Mm-hmm.
Apps. This is by far the most common rebuttal to the TikTok
it's
ban.
not.
And I'll admit it.
No, it really isn't. It's like only a rebuttal to people who know about what China does say. And
The most common
TikTok.
rebuttal is like, but every other app steal data.
Yeah.
That's the rebuttal.
Like my favorite iteration of this one is TikTok is banned in China. Because it is. So if China wants it banned, why should it be in America? Also, why should we be treating China like a fair competitor at this point? I say it every time.
It makes logical sense. If China doesn't allow American social media apps in China, why should we allow Chinese apps in America? But the answer is actually quite simple and is the core issue with this entire ordeal. The United States prides itself on being an
Totally
open and
out
free
of
society.
our
If we go down the
common
same road and
sense.
start blocking social media platforms and increasing internet censorship, doesn't that directly contradict America's core values? The US preaches to the world that China should change the way the government functions, embrace America's openness and democratic values. But yet, US politicians now want to censor content, violate the Constitution, and
I have a
attack
question.
170
I have a question. How is it censorship to demand that the app be spun off and stay the same, and just be moved to a different company?
Also, how's it censorship if the same content can be posted anywhere else?
How is it
and
censorship
have
if they
no
go? Also, TikTok, most censored app.
Yes.
How is it censorship if you're literally saying we want to keep the app? Please sell it to an American company. How is that censorship?
It's got precedent with Grindr. Cope.
million Americans right to free speech. You can't find a better example of being closed off and undemocratic. But it's actually much deeper than that, because it's actually false to state China blocks Facebook and other American platforms. For example, why is Apple and Microsoft allowed to operate inside of
Oh
China?
my
Even
God.
Microsoft search engine Bing is available in China. The truth is, foreign media companies are allowed to operate in China as long as they adhere to Chinese internet laws. The biggest requirement being that Chinese citizens' data must be stored on servers inside of China.
Hey,
Sounds
would you
reasonable,
believe
right?
it that
Actually,
America also has this policy, and that's why they voted on this, and that's the main reason?
Wow. Insane. He's
not-
oh my god.
But the security threat stuff is just an additional thing.
Bamboozled.
It's the identical requirement for social media platforms operating in the United States. American social media companies like Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram all store user data on servers inside the US. But since they refuse to store Chinese users' data in China, these companies are not allowed to operate inside of mainland China.
because they
Of
want
course, you'll never
control
hear
of the
this truth
data.
admitted
in
Western media. And like most things in China, it requires some nuance to understand what's really going on.
They
But
don't
this
get
is where things get interesting.
No.
They don't get money if they let China host it.
It's
They
not
need it.
nuanced.
They need that. They need the
Yes.
hosting to exploit the data. If that data is taken by the government before them, then they're not making the money. It's
Exactly.
simple. So they
Exactly.
don't agree to
And
the policy.
to say that you need nuance to understand the Chinese government actions is obtuse, to say the least. You don't need no. Just no.
Because for TikTok to operate inside America, it must follow the exact same requirements from the US government and store
Whoa,
data
crazy.
inside
It's almost
servers
like you
inside the United
debunked
States.
yourself.
And here is a fun fact that US politicians will never tell you. TikTok has complied with every single request from the US government to operate both legally and ethically inside the United States. 100% of TikTok's US user data is stored on Oracle servers inside of Texas. This is why the TikTok CEO Shou Zichu said this groundbreaking statement outside of Capitol Hill last week.
I haven't heard exactly what we've done this wrong.
Imagine that. The US Congress forces the TikTok CEO to fly all the way to Washington, D.C. to give a testimony, but yet our politicians can't provide a single point as to what TikTok has actually done that's wrong.
They blackmailed 170 million people to launch a DDoS attack against the US government. What the fuck are you talking about? That should have been banned immediately after that. It should immediately after that happened. It should have been banned until this problem was rectified.
It's like crazy because as far as I know, we're the only people who bring this up. It's like nobody noticed that this happened.
It's the only argument you need. Like, what the fuck? How is nobody concerned about this? That this can just happen? That an app, a company can just
because
do
they
this.
are because don't you know Facebook also steal data?
Do they blackmail you politicians?
What do you mean?
Do they use their 2 billion user data to control politics and vote? Get politicians.
The Jews control the politics. I don't know what you're talking about. That's the average American. Congratulations.
Yeah. Simple truth is that
according to the White House, we're riddled with anti-Semitism, so that actually must be the average American now.
Because it's from China. To prove my point, just listen to this line of questioning from Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton.
Of what nation?
Oh, yes, the famous video where everyone dunked on Tom Cotton for being an idiot. It's almost like this was performative.
Senator, I served my nation in Singapore. No, I did not.
Do you have a Singaporean passport?
Yes, and I served my military for two and a half years in Singapore.
Do you have any other passports from any other nation?
No, Senator.
Have you ever been a member of the Chinese Communist Party?
Senator, I'm Singaporean. No.
Have you ever been associated or affiliated with the Chinese Communist
God,
Party?
he's an idiot.
No, Senator. Again, I'm Singaporean.
Let me ask you some.
Apparently, Senator Cotton failed geography class in school despite holding a degree from Harvard. His line of questioning was
wow, it's
completely
almost like
over-the-top,
it's fake.
Unprofessional, and let's be honest, completely racist towards Shou Zichu.
Yeah,
So
let's
if you
take
weren't
politicians at their word because we're stupid now.
sure by now, is actually
Only when it suits your agenda do you take politicians at their word.
from Singapore and not China. I posted this video on YouTube a few weeks ago, and it is
Hey, I wonder what would happen if we trace how he got the last name Cotton.
with people around the globe expressing their disbelief in my comment section of how a U.S. senator could act so immature and harass someone like
A lot of
But this
names,
extreme
bunch of
behavior
number
is now
accounts
normal
there,
for a
weren't there,
senator
that you
that acts
just
so
showed.
Interesting. Name 4 numbers. Name 4 numbers. Name 4 numbers. This might be a real one. This too, maybe, but
Well, not even. I mean, like look at some of the attacks we've had already on our chat. From they don't necessarily more often the bots are the ones that will also because like the default is name 4 numbers, right? Sometimes it's people who just haven't updated their account and they're just using the default name that the thing gave them. But
mature and
I don't see anyone in our chat having 4 numbers next to their name. Just saying.
harass someone like this. But this extreme behavior is now normal for a large portion of U.S. politicians. And it's time to tell the truth. Actions like this makes the United States look incredibly insecure and weak on the international stage. The United States has a confidence problem right now, and the biggest area the U.S. is struggling is politically. Our democracy.
I would
is
say they
quickly
have an
descending into
ego
chaos.
problem.
Yes.
They're too confident. They should feel shame.
Yes, but they don't.
Yes, unfortunate.
Yeah.
And will face the ultimate test for survival with this November's presidential election. Want to know how U.S. citizens feel about the state of our government?
Again,
This poll from the Pew Research Center
not what we said. Nothing. It's not about influence. We don't care. Facebook can harvest algorithm data and sell it. We don't care about that. Launching a DDoS attack against the government is something that only TikTok has done. And like I said, I don't care about the ban. But to act like that's not a security risk for the United States government is just being ignorant.
Also, China's government is far right.
which shows 65% of Americans say they always feel or often feel exhausted when thinking about politics. I'm certainly one of those.
Yeah, no
65%.
shit.
In fact,
no shit. Maybe it has something to do with fucking the status of the fucking Senate and how everything has to be fucking fake now.
that percentage is even higher now that Trump and Biden are the official nominees for the Republican
No
and Democrat
shit.
parties. I can confidently say the majority of Americans will agree with me on this point. Neither
Hey,
Trump
guess
or
when
Biden.
it went down?
What do you mean?
Guess when it went down? When people really started hating politics. What year?
2016.
No.
2020.
You're not using your noodle hard enough. When did the US citizenship say fuck the government, we're done with these fuckers?
Oh, it would have been around Iraq time, right?
Yes, 2003,
2004?
correct.
2003,
2004 is
Okay.
when trust in the government dropped back down.
Yeah. After the
well,
surveillance act,
well,
right?
Clinton recovered it with Vietnam. No, it was just the Iraq invasion. Clinton recovered
Really?
it. So like Clinton had it at an all-time high post-Vietnam. Before Vietnam, it was way higher. But Clinton had it at an all-time high before Vietnam. And then like Bush continued it with just after 9/11. And then like boom, spike down right after the 9/11 period ends.
And
we
it
get
just
to the
stayed
Iraq War
down.
era. Just stayed down. It has not since Bush, it has not really fluctuated to any marginal degree of up or down. It's
Interesting.
because it's so partisan as well. So it's like you're only going to have, since you only have like a third of the country who's a dedicated voter for one party, right?
Yeah.
Or it's a third of the country in total who votes, I think, maybe.
Mm.
Anyway, so there's already that small percentage. The rest are disengaged, which would be about 60% if we're talking in thirds, right? So it's going to be a third of people who hate Trump because they're Democrats, and a third of people who just don't give a fuck about the government, right? So that's why it's going to stay low, because it's so partisan that these numbers aren't going to change. They're going to approve if it's their party member.
Yeah.
Is the change we need to see in America. This is reflected in this Gallup poll, which shows U.S. adults' trust in politicians.
Hey,
Gallup
look.
has been tracking this
Hey,
for 50
did you?
years.
Hey, look! It's that graph I just referenced.
Oh no. Are you gonna? Do you know what's coming next? He's gonna show the dictator take poll in country where gun to child head.
This
Polls
is also,
say 100.
This is
Polls
also
say
not even
100% approval.
this
must
is
be
not even the
true.
best poll you could have used. There's way better ones than this.
But I hope he pulls something like that up for the comparison.
And only 44% of Americans have trust in our politicians. A rematch
44?
of the
That's
2020
much higher
election
than I
is
thought it was
literally
gonna be.
the last option American voters wanted this November. Once again, our government is distracted on petty
I like
issues
how
like banning of social media.
you notice how his videos are exactly like second thoughts. He'll bring up a topic, he'll bring up a subject,
His
and then
videos
not
are better.
actually talk about it. Like
This
he'll
guy's
not
videos
actually.
are way better.
That's not what I'm arguing.
Yeah, but
I'm
yeah,
saying
I
that
know what you mean.
He'll state a point, then run all the way the fuck around it, and then skip over it. Never actually answering the question or actually answering the point. It's all straw man.
Be a platform instead of focusing on the difficult issues that affect the future of our nation.
Oh yeah, China bad, but look at America.
But there is much more to the story. And one thing you must always do in America is follow the money. Because when you have an asset like TikTok, that as of right now is a private company, but is probably carrying a valuation of $200 to $300 billion, there is a lot at stake. And the truth is, the United States government doesn't fear TikTok. No. Trust me on this one. Deep down, our politicians know that TikTok isn't a dangerous app at all. They're just jealous and frustrated that a Chinese entrepreneur was able to create the world's hottest social media platform.
No way,
from
bro.
scratch. In
Hang
fact,
on.
the story of TikTok is actually
Bro
remarkable.
just said it's because they're jealous and haters.
They're jealous. Unbelievable.
Because the platform has
I'm so
literally
glad I found this
revolutionized
guy.
the
This is
entire social
amazing.
media industry. Deep down, our politicians don't hate or fear TikTok. They just wish it was an American.
You're
and are now
right. They
doing
don't know what it
everything
is.
to make that
They're
dream a
like
reality.
completely
Just listen to
oblivious.
the exact words of the
Yeah.
Select Committee on the CCP.
This bill, again, is not a ban, and it's not really about TikTok. It's a choice. We implore ByteDance to sell TikTok so that its American
He's
users
right.
can enjoy their dance videos.
Can we talk about how this is right? Like I said, it's not a ban. It's literally it is a choice. That's literally what he is. You can say it's coercion, but that's capitalism. Am I right?
Yes.
So
yes, it is.
they're using a coercive choice of you can continue to make money under our system, just like China imposes on every company that's in them, just like we have imposed on Grindr in the past. Alone, there is precedent on this already by looking at other apps that we have done this with, right? And then on top of that, you have the DDoS attacks.
Mm-hmm.
You're proving the point that it is not a ban.
Bad lip sync, everything else that goes along with TikTok.
The truth finally comes out. The U.S. government doesn't want to ban TikTok. They
You're
just want to
right.
force China into selling this incredibly valuable asset to American investors.
Yes.
I mean, look at the
wow, crazy. It's almost like it's not a ban.
They are trying to sell to the American
Wow,
public.
he actually said something accurate in this video. Crazy.
Unintentionally, and now he's going to debunk the accurate point.
So that Americans can enjoy their dance videos. Newsflash, 170 million Americans are already enjoying TikTok and their dance videos. Forcing TikTok to sell wouldn't enhance or protect that experience. In fact, many TikTok creators fear how the platform would change if it were controlled by an American company.
So how would it change?
You know what would actually change on the app? You wouldn't have to speak in this idiotic TikTok lingo because you need to speak in censored CCP China language. Because it's the most censored social media app. You could actually release content without having to self-censor. Can you imagine?
They cut his
TikTok.
eggplant off.
Like, just imagine a TikTok where you don't have to self-censor. How much better that would be.
By the way, I wanted to say
Your
when
business.
we finally get funding, you know how like I was like showing actual war footage and then I stopped when they permanently demonetized us? Like when we actually have money on Patreon and stuff and we're not using YouTube, it's like we can actually pull up analyst videos and stuff like that and not be worried about the gore is going to be great.
Yeah, that'll be excellent because then we can actually truly analyze shit and show people and give people
again, it's not the companies that we've done it to in the past do exist outside the United States. And I'm not arguing that it's a good or bad thing. All I'm saying is that the government has already set a precedent on this, and everything that everyone says about the TikTok ban, which is not a ban, is incorrect. It's one of the only things I've seen where no matter who I put on and turn to, they are fucking incorrect and have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. But also, at the same time, the people who voted in government have no idea what the fuck they're talking about either. This all bases on a specific backroom, closed-door intelligence meeting where even Romney said it was scary and stuff. You know, who knows what they showed him to spook him. But that is just the intelligence risk side. The fact is that there's already a precedent of divesting, and so that the U.S. makes money from Grindr. It's already been a government linked with capitalism thing that's been triggered in the past on other apps.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
As a
TikTok
correct
owned
use of this
by an
soundbite.
American company instead of a Chinese company.
I believe it would change the dynamics of
How?
TikTok. It would change the culture of TikTok. We will be limited to what we can say and limited to what we can do, which is against the American way.
We would be limited to what we could say and limited to what we could do. Wow.
Yes, that
Quite the
person is
testimony from this
definitely an
TikTok
expert.
entrepreneur.
Yeah, that person definitely knows what they're talking about.
Person with TikTok account says they don't want the
quite
app to
amazing that-
change because they make money on it.
TikTok users feel more with its current Chinese owner than if it were sold to an American
Wow, it's
firm.
crazy. It's
But
almost
let's
like
explore
they
this a
said they're
little
going to let
further, because
China
this is a
say
profound statement for an American to make.
fancy
Why
way of
is it
saying
that influencers are
gatekeeping what? Gatekeeping what exactly are they gatekeeping? They just get the company stays in foreign hands. China still controls the app and all the data. So this whole thing where it's like it's because there's Palestine videos. If China divests and sells to an American company, the algorithm won't change. China is still making money off the data. China still has access to the data. It has nothing to do with that type of shit. China does the same thing. You have to
Showing
adhere
this
to a
loyalty and
certain
trust to
trade
TikTok.
standard
Let's go
to
back 1 year ago
operate
in Washington.
as an app in that country. The same goes for the United States. I don't make the rules, bro. It's not my fault it's happening.
Post broke this exclusive story that Facebook paid GOP firm to malign TikTok. The article goes on to state employees
No
with the
doubt there'll
firm
be
targeted
major
victory
clauses in the
work to
sale.
undermine TikTok through a nationwide media and lobbying
Basically, that
campaign
it's
portraying the
going to
fast-growing
be
app.
it's going to be a standard mergers and acquisition thing. So
Mm.
like the American division might be able to do certain things, but I know one of the main arguments that China is making to not sell is that they want to keep control of the algorithm. But for American companies, the algorithm isn't really what they care about. If anything, they'd want it to stay the same because it's so
Yeah.
addictive, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And they really just want access to the data.
Mm.
Because that's really all it comes down to. For the American side, what they want is that they want their data staying inside their country to make profit in their country. But it's not like already Facebook doesn't send data all around the world, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
And steal data from all around the world to
Like,
bring to here for
They're
profit.
still gonna have the data. They won't have the access to blackmail and shut down the
Yeah.
app.
They're literally all they're doing is it is blackmail. It is coercion to these apps, but it exists in every country, these types of codes of conduct.
No, I'm
and
saying
how to operate.
TikTok won't
No,
be
no,
able to
I'm
shut
just
down
I'm
that
not
way.
talking to you. I'm just talking in general.
Yeah, yeah.
So all they're really doing is coercing China to put an American stake into this so America makes money off of it. That's really, at the end of the day, what this law, even long before TikTok, right? Because we're talking like Grindr has set the precedent before this. It's all about them wanting to make money off the data acquired by these apps. It's, at the end of the day, it's just government protecting capitalism. It has nothing to do with bans, censorships, information, safety. You know, although showing their hand by doing a DDoS attack certainly probably, and that was after the vote, I think, too.
Yes.
So there was really, I think they were doing it while the vote was going on. I'm sure that helped.
Yeah.
Owned by the Beijing-based company ByteDance, as a danger to American children and society, according to internal emails shared with the Washington Post. And this is why American citizens are losing trust in American social media platforms, the government, and most importantly, our politicians. In America, you always have to follow the money because greed runs Wall Street.
Yes.
It runs our government and it runs
Correct.
our politicians. And it didn't take long for a frontrunner to emerge on who will try and buy TikTok.
Well, you know, when I was Treasury Secretary, I chaired CFIUS, and CFIUS approved, and I had President Trump sign an order that TikTok had to be sold. And I continue to believe that. So I think the legislation should pass. It's a great business, and I'm going to put together a group
This is
to buy
actually
TikTok.
one of
You're
the
trying to
better
buy TikTok. I
videos.
am,
There
because it
is
should be owned by
plenty
the
of
US.
accurate information in here now.
In this one now.
Yes.
Yeah.
U.S. businesses. The issue is all about the technology. This needs to be controlled by U.S.
That is former Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin, who was appointed by former President Donald Trump. Trump is now the frontrunner to win the 2024 presidential election. And let's say that Trump wins the election. We'll then have a Trump loyalist controlling the most influential social media app inside America. And once again, and this brings me back to my original point. This entire ordeal is a disaster for the free and open society that is supposed to be the backbone of American values. Literally, our core American values are
Again,
at stake
it's
with this potential TikTok
at the
ban.
end of the day. At the end of the day, if China doesn't, so the thing for China, if China doesn't divest and let an American own a stake, right? They are just gonna lose.
Yeah.
Right. So it's an extremely coercive position that they're in.
Mm-hmm.
And they're definitely going to fight it as best they can. But at the end of the day, like, look at Instagram now. Like, half of Instagram is just reposted TikToks more than any other website, right?
Yeah.
Like, there will be an app to replace TikTok so quick, and people will complain that the algorithm isn't as good because it's not the one from TikTok and all that stuff. But it's not going to matter because people, like, Facebook has proved this with their changes over the years. And now I don't use it, but like Facebook was kept growing and being the number one after they do all these dumb changes that people hated. And then even I think Zuckerberg has even made a speech about like, yeah, people hated it at first, but we told them to go fuck themselves, and now they love it. Could have sworn that Walmart already owns 50% of TikTok already, probably. But that's not what they're interested in. Is like that's not the stakes they're interested in.
No, they want a full sale. They don't want stakes. They want full sale. Nothing connected to China. No connection to the.
Someone is blackmailing TikTok. Yes, the U.S. government.
Yeah.
It's more coercion than blackmail.
No, the blackmail was TikTok shutting down apps unless you called your politician.
Mhm.
That was blackmail. This is
I think
coercion.
there's more coercion as well. Blackmail is like, I have dirt on you. I'm going to show your butthole to everyone. We've hacked into your photo album and we
works.
have your butthole.
I want you to listen to the words of Rand Paul, who shares a profound
Oh,
insight.
God.
In America, there are things that protect. You can't just take people's stuff in America. If you have a company, I can't come take Tucker Carlson.
It's called
Network
eminent
just from you
domain,
because one
actually.
of your investors
You
is
can.
from Chinese. From China. I have to go to court. I have to prove that somehow you're a Chinese communist and that you're giving data to them. These are all allegations. They may or may not be true, but you can't take someone's company worth billions
Okay,
of
check it out.
dollars
Check
without
this out.
proving it in a court of law.
Fact check it. Fact checked on Rand Paul. Eminent domain. The right of a government or its agent to expropriate private property for public use with payment of compensation. So they basically says right here, they can force the sale of any property.
Hilarious. Womp womp.
Likewise, you can't take the rights of freedom of speech of 170, 180 million.
You are not. What rights are being taken? What can they not post anymore? Please. In fact, they could post more because they can
Would
say
either of
more.
you write a quick article on the Twitter DDoS? I mean, Jack could write an article on TikTok if he had the time. If only we had time and money.
I need money. I need money. I have no
If
time
Jack
to
wasn't
make
going out
money.
to drive.
Money.
People who want to express themselves. So I think the courts will rule against this. They did twice in the last 4 years in federal court, and they just recently overturned the Montana ban. So I think there's a very good chance this is unconstitutional, but that doesn't seem to be deterring any of my colleagues in the
The
House.
Constitution doesn't protect Chinese people or Chinese companies.
It's called eminent domain.
Yeah.
Many of our U.S. politicians have lost their
And
minds with
they're
an
not
uncontrollable hatred toward
It's
China.
not censorship.
it's
It's not
the hate,
censorship when you give somebody a choice, no matter how coercive that choice is. That's just it's just
Yeah.
a different thing.
Mm.
There's Republicans
my
being
colleagues
like
in the
they're
House.
censoring our free speech.
Yeah.
Okay, buddy.
Many of our U.S. politicians have lost their mind with an uncontrollable hatred
I
towards
agree.
China. Every
Hatred. It's irrational. It's
I mean, look at fucking Tom Cotton, bro. Some of them are just fucking xenophobic. It's
True.
ridiculous.
true, but that's just like pure, just Nazi racist shit.
Mhm.
Because they're just like.
Well, I mean, look at them talk about the
rabid
Chinese
nationalists.
immigrants like coming to
Yeah.
steal our colleges and secrets and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, there's
Completely-
cases this
completely
has
blowing the
happened
problem.
before,
Yeah.
right?
There's like the 1,000 Talents program. Like,
Yeah.
this is a thing, right? But come on.
It's just like
Relax.
how you know every Muslim has to be Al Qaeda.
Yeah.
Every
Not
single
anymore.
thing coming
It's
from
better
China is
now.
labeled as a national
Listen, I am the most Al Qaeda one here.
threat. You know we have reached the level of insanity when coffee machines and garlic are being labeled national security threats from China. I mean, seriously, how uninformed and uneducated are the politicians who are leading
Hey,
this country?
what,
You wanna ban
you think that security? Hang on, what was the garlic threat there? You think it could have been like E. coli or something? Like Chinese garlic, national security risk. Okay.
And coffee
Weird
milk.
how I love it. It's like I'm just gonna show a headline.
Yeah, nothing else. And it's not even just a headline. He's cropped everything out of it.
Exactly.
Something sus.
TikTok because it's owned by China, but do some basic research, and even that statement
Says,
is completely false.
sus.
60% of TikTok is owned by U.S. and international investors. 20%
It says that
is
there's
owned by the companies.
unsanitary production methods.
Mm.
And it of course is coming from a Republican senator.
Investors don't own the company.
So their issue is allegedly a certain chemical that they believe is used, and it says there is no truth behind these rumors. You know, so let's see. Methylbromine depletes the ozone layer. Therefore, along with other countries, the United States has phased out the production and consumption of methylbromine, which is important exceptions for critical uses. Blah, blah, blah. Okay.
Okay, interesting. So it's like China using just
It's just like how we don't allow, but it still gets in here. Lead.
Yeah. What was that thing that they used to I mean, there's coal, but yeah, everybody uses coal. There was one thing that China was using. Gutter oil. Yeah, recycled oil. Yeah, very cool. Very, very cool. It's like, let's buy oil from China, vegetable oil from China, straight from the gutters and the bins.
Founders. 20% is owned by TikTok employees, including 7,000 U.S. citizens who are employed by TikTok. And don't forget, the CEO of TikTok is from Singapore, not China. So ask yourself one important question. Why do they keep repeating this lie to you? Because if you repeat a lie enough times, people will believe it as truth.
Investors aren't owned, like, investors don't own the company at the end of the day. Sorry to break it to you.
But Klaus Schwab said,
like, you don't own shit. You just gave your money to them and they hold your money until you take that money back. You don't own shit.
Remember how the United States illegally invaded Iraq 20 years ago? That started off as a simple lie from Colin Powell and escalated to the entire society believing in weapons of mass destruction and a war that cost trillions of dollars and devastated the Middle East region for over 2 decades.
And was the most protested war in history. Congratulations, you made no point.
Remember, it only takes a single spark to ignite a forest fire that damages millions of acres. But as promised, I'm going to end today's video by
was
revealing
that
the true
an allegory for domino theory?
Approve the TikTok ban. This bill moves on to the
Here we
Senate.
go.
If the Senate approves it, it will be sent to the president's desk, which Biden has already stated he will support and sign into law. But ironically, at the same time, Joe Biden's re-election campaign just launched a new TikTok channel to help President Biden connect with younger voters. I mean, you seriously can't make up how ridiculous and hypocritical our government is.
Wow, it's almost like they fully expect it to be sold to the American company. It's almost like they're not against TikTok in principle. And it's like a weird coercive capitalist thing. It has nothing to do with the website being unsafe and how it sends data places.
Also, that's not Biden.
No. He said it was his campaign. He didn't say Biden personally. He did accurately attribute it.
Okay, we'll give him that then.
There's more accurate things in this video than other TikTok videos I've seen.
This is very true.
Threat or the best platform to connect with Americans under the age of 35. The truth is, it's the latter.
Correct.
And it's also the exact reason why, despite supporting a TikTok ban, Biden chose to also open a TikTok account. Biden's support is plummeting, most especially in the youth, and Donald Trump is now the frontrunner to win the White House this November. Biden's biggest weakness is attracting the vote of Americans under the age of 35, which ironically is the exact age group that uses TikTok to get the majority of their news. Biden's blind support to Israel and the Netanyahu regime
And we're done. I didn't hear that.
Hello, friends.
I was dreading this one. I knew it was on there, and I've been dreading this one so bad.
My name is JJ, and check out this thing. It is a little poster I bought on eBay the other day, outlining the essence of the American way of life. It is called The American Credo, and it was printed by something called the Freedoms Foundation at Valley Forge sometime in the early 1950s. At one time, posters like this were very popular in the US and Canada and other parts of the Western world as well. During the so-called mid-century era that came right after World War II, a lot of intellectuals and statesmen were really obsessed with the idea of writing down as explicitly as possible their understanding of the rights and freedoms that had triumphed in the war and which they believed should define the peace of the post-war world. And they made these affirmations into posters and pamphlets and part of a larger ideological movement of what we could call...
Okay, why? Now, this is rhetoric I've spouted many times about a specific thing. Why were they so concerned with this period? So we're coming up where America has built itself up to the world stage using a certain principle and foundation for their government. And now it's at the world stage, and now they want to write things down because their method of governance and theory has shown to be prominent. So it's in this age of almost like a second enlightenment. You know, what do you think that is? What do you think could it be something like social contract theory and the Leviathan, right? So like if we think about it, right, they built themselves up through social contract, while other countries are not even like constitutional monarchies. You know, this is like World War I, World War II. Monarchies and empires still existed, right? It's only post that no empires exist, really. I mean, there are little ones, but obviously they fade out, and it gets to the point where it's just what we have now, which is states, not empires. And they all sign documents.
Mid-century liberal
coexist on a, what do they cite? Lawful world order that the United States isn't even signatories of, while they continue to demand that there should be a lawful world order. He is correctly identifying.
I've always found this kind of thing inspiring.
When he's saying mid-century liberal, right? Like I said, this foundation of liberalism is the social contract theory. So he is correct here. I'm not sure if he realizes he's correct, because I've never heard him talk about liberalism being the essence of social contracts.
Because it represents a relatively unified moment of philosophical clarity on the part of the West that we haven't really seen since. So at the root of mid-century liberal triumphalism was basically a fear of another, even more terrible world war that would be fought with nuclear weapons. And that fear inspired a lot of serious analysis about what had caused the last war, with the mainstream conclusion being that it was tyrannical government. The totalitarian ideologies animating the fascist governments of Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan, it was argued, are what caused them
I
to
know
wage
he's
war on the
right.
rest
I
of the
know
world
he's
and
right.
commit
I just
some of
know
the
already the conclusion we're going to is not there. The thing is, it's like they believe that the solution to tyrannical government is not like is liberalism, and by liberalism we mean social contract theory, right? So they believe that foundations and constitutions and writing the UN and all this stuff, that this is what they're scared against, and his argument is going to be that, and he's not going to mention once that it's social contract theory. It's just going to be like, because they agreed that, it was liberalism that did it, and not the social contract theory that underlies it, right? And then we're going to get to the point where he's saying that all this is good, which is like, while it was good to get rid of empires and monarchies, the current system of states as it functions through the United Nations on this social contract theory is a fucking mistake. It may have been good for a period, but continuing on this path is a fucking mistake. The more technology and independence grows within people, the more this needs to be able to change. And actually, if it's going to fucking exist, things need to be held to account equally, and everyone should be allowed to have their right to independence. States need to stop suppressing people, basically, is what needs to happen, or it's not going to fucking start, being very pretty in many places. Like Israel is a perfect example.
The worst atrocities in all
but at least they are backing, and they're
of
being
human
like,
history.
hey, we're going to
Therefore,
take you
the
to court.
victors of that war had a moral obligation to promote anti-tyrannical ideas at home and abroad as much as possible in order to ensure a lasting peace and safety for all of mankind. So today, I thought we would look at a couple of documents from the era of mid-century liberal triumphalism and see how the big shots of that time conceptualized the sorts of rights and freedoms that they believed represented the essence of this grand moral project.
I just want to sit
the first
down
thing
and
I want to talk
explain
about
to
is
JJ. I need him to understand that this is what social contract theory is. Right? I just need him to understand that. As Israel, as an example, is a state that is
the United Nations
that's oppressing people who should have the right to self-determination inside that state. Like Palestine, it's recognized as a state by many people, but we can acknowledge that de facto it is a subject of Israel living in an apartheid state. Right. And it's using the fact that that's not acknowledged as a state to continue that apartheid. This is very, very bad. Another example is just like the dividing Kurdistan into fourths. Saddam Hussein oppressing the Kurds, Turkey oppressing the Kurds. Syria, ironically, is the one that's been the best out of all four. The Baloch, New Caledonia, Barcelona, what do they call them? Catalonia. What are the French? Corsica, Brittany, Northern Ireland. Ukraine. At this point, like the Crimea and the Donbass are examples of it. too.
Universal
Yeah, French anything.
Declaration
Anything the
of
French
Human
have.
Rights. When the UN first approved this thing back in 1948, they explicitly called for it to be disseminated, displayed, read, and expounded principally in schools and other educational institutions. To this day, it is still probably one of the most famous things that the UN has ever been. Was founded by the Allied powers a few weeks after the German surrender. Every participating country
what we're coming to the conclusion of here is that this idea that social contract theory was great and we should continue with it forward is not great. The UN is proof of that. The fact that the UN is based on social contract theory and it exists in the state that it does, come on.
Delegate to the first ever UN General Assembly, which then split into various smaller committees to do various things. The first American delegate was Eleanor Roosevelt, who at that time.
So, what with like this is like Africa example with their technology sector, like if the people all have an actual voice that represents themselves, it would be departing from social contract theory and putting power into the actual hands of the people. So like every from every Lenin, Marx, all these people, Gaddafi, all these people had an idea of what true democracy was. But if it doesn't end with the power in the hands of the people, then it's questionable, I think. And the thing is that it's not necessarily a post-state. It's more of a shared relationship of autonomy between the states and their subjects. So the United States already has 50 autonomous states within it. The EU has multiple autonomous states, and then it can be further broken down from that. There's many questions that need to be asked, and we'll put them on in a little bit, but I recommend, if you're more interested in this type of stuff, is to watch this guy, James Kerr Lindsay. He actually is like a professor, and he specializes in basically the fall of the UN and this future autonomy that is inevitable. Just as people have more access to the internet, it is inevitable. So really, it's not necessarily that much of a different world now. It's just hopefully there's more accounting and more like social policy that actually helps people because they're actually being served in their best interest. But generally, it's questions asked, do you need your own currency? Not necessarily. Like, why would we have independent currencies in the States, right? Kurdistan, its economy is hurt right now, but they don't have their own currency. It's still linked to Iraq. You know, it might be argued that their economy would better if they controlled their oil fields and didn't have Iraq into it. I think Somaliland, I think they have their own currency. I know they have their own passport. That's another thing. Do you need different passports? Can an autonomous territory, does it have to serve its own passports? And America already has the groundwork with a lot of this because we have the reservations that are left over from those genocides. So when those genocides ended, America did the right thing in many ways, not perfect, but more than just wiping them out completely, of giving them autonomous territory. And those autonomous territories have actually been upheld. Even though America violates the treaties all the time, you know, like it's not like a perfect system because it's like from the 17 and 1800s, of course, it's like saying Marxism would work today without modifications. The point is that there already is foundations that we can see in our societies, in our world, and in our rhetoric that this is kind of the future that's going to happen, that people are going to have more independence through technology and things like that. And it's, it could also end up more where it's like a new world order, like a global regime type thing, where it's like the power just consolidates at the top with America. It could go to that, and it could be very bad. You know, the thing is that it's definitely going to change slightly. It's not going to be a fucking like radical change like the end of colonialism and shit. That when we get to space and shit, then we'll see some crazy shit.
Time was one of the most famous people in the world. She was the widow of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the popular U.S. president who had led America through the war, and a woman deeply admired in her own right as an eloquent defender of Allied values. Eleanor was unanimously elected head of the UN's Human Rights Committee, which, as its first order of business, set out to write a document outlining the values that should govern the new peaceful, non-tyrannical world order. In theory, Eleanor Roosevelt worked with a bunch of delegates from other countries to come up with the precise wording of the declaration. But according to the sources I read, in practice, it was mostly just written by Eleanor's Canadian advisor, John Humphrey, with the two of them then largely ignoring the input of everyone else, as we can see in this.
I don't like even using the label of anarchist anymore, and why I look more of like I'm a big fan of confederal systems, but I'm more like a general autonomy type person, and like I can speak about it because these are my actual political beliefs. It's not like I actually give my political beliefs when I do like news show and analysis and stuff. I just try to be as factual as possible, even though, you know, I do have some opinions like fucking George Washington being a coward and a pussy. Thomas Jefferson getting teabagged by John Adams. He sucks. You know, those are political opinions, but they're so old, nobody cares.
Delightful reenactment made for Canadian TV.
No. Mr. Humphrey, this Universal Declaration of Human Rights that you are trying to impose.
Mrs. Roosevelt and I only drafted the declaration. It will be up to you and your fellow delegates to adopt or reject.
But what you are proposing is that individual human rights should override a nation's legislation.
Well, that the state would no longer be above the law.
C'est absurde. It would compromise the very sovereignty of the Republic.
Yes, I believe it will.
In any case, the declaration that they came up with consists of 30 articles, each outlining a key principle of human rights. The most dramatic ones include a complete rejection of slavery, a disavowal of arbitrary arrest and cruel and unusual punishment, an acknowledgement that everyone has a right to a justice system that presumes they are innocent until proven guilty, an affirmation that everyone has a right to freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression, a recognition of a representative democracy as the only just form of government, and several statements emphasizing that one's human rights must not be ignored on the basis of distinguishing characteristics like race, language, sex, or religion. Today,
doesn't happen.
These are relatively uncontroversial concepts that we associate with functional liberal societies, and even at the time, most countries claimed to believe in them. When the final vote on the declaration came before the UN General Assembly on December 10th, 1948, only 8 of the 51 UN member countries did not vote in favor. And those 8 were Saudi Arabia, whose fundamentalist Islamic government was theologically opposed to the idea of gender equality, South Africa, which had a government based around the segregation of the races, and the 6 communist countries of Eastern Europe. That last group is interesting because it validated the growing Cold War suspicions of many leaders in the West, including Mrs. Roosevelt, who believed that the Soviet Union and its allies were forming a new totalitarian society, not that much different than Nazi Germany. The communists would have been very offended by that analogy, however, because they said the only reason why they were opposing the Human Rights Declaration was because they were so anti-Nazi. They argued that one of the big lessons of the previous war was that you cannot grant rights of free expression and political organization to fascist groups who are committed to destroying freedom, and that they had no intention of doing this in their countries. And in fairness to the communists...
By the way, you know, like, to be clear, the biggest weakness of autonomous systems is that they allow for their own independent tyranny, which I still semi-support. You know, like there's the fucking Indonesia, there's a little place, it's ruled by Sharia. Look, if that's what you want to do, I like whatever, right? To like in theory, like it's like in theory, if you want to live that life, it's there for you, as long as people are allowed, if they're gay, to go to the United States and basically get a free trip. Like that's my ideal world, is people who can just go where they want with general autonomy, which is not unrealistic, but that is the weakness. The thing is that fascists are terrible organizers and they always break apart. You just can't get them to the Hitler level. You know, you just have to, you know, and if they're getting small territories, you just don't let them invade, you know. It's seriously, like you look at things like Oregon and how they like wanted to be like a white state only type state, you know?
Yeah.
Like that's the type of shit that can happen with autonomous systems if anyone can have that right to like fragment. And it could be destabilizing to states as well that can't handle this type of fragmentation. And then you have people filling a vacuum, and those people are extremists. There are serious problems, but I don't expect it to be like how communists want a global revolution where everyone adheres to communism. No, I'm just going to support Somaliland.
This is indeed a paradox that democratic societies still wrestle with, but we also know how the communist governments of Eastern Europe applied this alternative philosophy in practice. They just went around declaring anyone who disagreed with them to be fascists and then justified taking away their rights on that basis. All right, so let us now take a look at some of the lesser-known rights in the UN Human Rights Declaration, because there's a couple in here that reflect assumptions about freedom that have become decidedly less mainstream over the course of the last...
Oh my God, is this just going to be him going over the UN Declaration of Human Rights and being like, this doesn't happen this year? No.
No, these are just lesser known. These are just lesser known. Let's hear the lesser known ones.
Couple of decades. One is Article 12, which says, no one shall be subjected to arbitrary interference with his privacy, family, home, or correspondence, nor to attacks upon his honor and reputation. Honor and reputation are values that have historically played a large role in many human cultures. But today, I think we are more apt to recognize them as...
The UN charging Israel as a violation of Article 12 of the UN's own policy because they're attacking Israel's honor?
Concepts that can undermine individual accountability.
I agree. Like, that's why I'm saying it's like no way could it ever be perfect, and it's just like something that just can't exist. I just like the idea that people can freely just go wherever they want and pick where they live. But generally, because there are societies that are going to be authoritarian, that can't exist. And that's the big issue with autonomous systems, is what I'm pointing out.
Ability in a free society. If we had to write a clause like this today, I think we would probably say something more like, people have a right not to be slandered or libeled, implying that attacks on honor or reputation...
Here's a better one. Don't be a cunt.
...are only bad if they are based on lies. Article 16 declares that men and women of full age have the right to marry and found a family, and that the family is the natural and fundamental group unit of society.
Now it's
entitled to protection by society and the state. This sort of language has made news in Ireland lately because they have a similar clause in their constitution that has become increasingly controversial.
That's what I was actually
there is a movement to get rid of it. It implies...
I was like, oh, Ireland, when I saw this clause right here.
Implies that families are primarily the products of heterosexual married couples, which we know doesn't have to be the case anymore. And then Article 15 says everyone has a right to a nationality. This can be controversial depending on how you define nationality. The declaration doesn't...
Nope. Don't do it. You're gonna get us double demonetized.
Stop censoring me.
Mention citizenship anywhere, so you could interpret Article 15 as meaning that everyone has a right to be a citizen of a nation, which is indeed an essential right if you want to travel around the world under our current system of international law. But if a right to a nationality means that you have a right to be a member of...
Honestly, I think women can say it. Women get the C word pass.
Any nation you want, then that becomes a more politically contentious right that most countries do not claim to believe. Separatist movements, for instance, are led by people who believe that they have a right to a particular nationality that is different from the one they were born into. Yet this is not a right that separatists are able to enjoy in most places unless they are prepared to go through a long and arduous democratic process.
Separatists and it's a national issue. He's like, separatists are all nationalists. Can we use a better word here? Like, I understand that nationality doesn't mean what nationalists mean, you know, where it's an ethnic thing with many nationalists, but it kind of sounds weird with that phrasing.
What do you mean? Like, get to call them those? Because yes, because like, yeah, they are big, sturdy, dinky, you fucking dirty, stinky cunt.
At best. In any case, despite that little clip I showed you, where it looked like Dr. Humphrey was eager to override national sovereignty, in reality, Eleanor Roosevelt made it clear from the start that the UN's Declaration of Human Rights was not supposed to overrule the laws of any existing government, nor impose any obligation on any government to do anything in particular. It was mostly an aspirational manifesto, a document that sought to educate and inform all citizens of the world.
Gross, he said manifesto. Check this out.
The fuck?
This is the head of Playboy who had like a bunch of like, you know, he always dated young girls and he always had like a harem of women. Huh? Just some guy asking him a question on Twitter.
Oh, that's funny.
In the shadow of what the preamble called barbarous acts which have outraged the conscience of mankind.
If we for ourselves and for others, I think we will find that it is easier in the world to build peace, because war destroys all human rights and freedoms.
Now, many of the countries that established free and democratic political systems after the war took a lot of inspiration from the UN Human Rights Declaration and even put some of its language in their new constitutions. But what about the countries that were already free?
No,
How did
we're
they?
skipping now. We're done.
JJ!
Nope.
It's social contract theory. Like, oh my God, you love America so much, but you couldn't say this is similar to like when America based their constitution on the Magna Carta and British common law. For somebody who loves politics in America so much, I just wish you would learn where it actually comes from.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fucking piece of paper, bro. Like, we're giving a piece of paper power.
Yes.
Like, why
All
is
right.
that? Why can't that power exist in the people instead of the paper? Can the people
We're
not be trusted more than paper?
I'm hard capping this to 30 minutes.
Oh, the AOC and Hasan thing?
Yep, I'm hard capping this to 30 minutes. So in at 2:20, we're moving on.
I bet you we can do it.
because
I bet you we can beat that
running out of
time and choose to move on way sooner.
I bet you we can. Well, it is an hour and 40 minutes, so I'm just going to click a random part and go from there.
Get built for the people of New York, and that's what we did. But everybody, just like Jack, they said very similar things. These guys were rough and tough, and they made a lot of money, but you'd think they'd want to make more, but they didn't. They just wanted to get it built. And in just a little more than a year, so this was going on for 30 years, including, think of it, just a magnificent thing to watch. You had to watch these people working, just the opposite of what took place for the first 29 years. But
you know,
we had a magnificent world-class
so
golf course.
pretty, and she looks even better here than she like normally does, you know, because she's like casual and stuff. And like, I gotta say, as a white guy, it feels great that I have a chance with her.
Many of you have played now,
yes,
and it's rated as one of the best public courses in the country.
It's so
And
crazy
then
to me
a
that she's
short
talking
while
about
later, we
this
built a beautiful
because
clubhouse,
this
one of the
golf
prettiest
course
I've
that
seen,
he is
built it,
talking about
completed.
is
The project
literally
was
the source
absolutely
of a
beautiful.
financial
It
fraud
opened
or
to great
investigation.
fanfare
That was
and
one of the
great
largest
success.
settlements that he just
Do you
had to
wanna
pay.
hear the
Like
end result,
this
though?
whole thing about how he's totally broke and bankrupt is because of this golf course in the Bronx, because he tried to take out insurance on it, and he claimed the value of his properties was way higher.
Is it live?
In order to get like kind of the insurance payout on it, but then he claimed on his taxes that the value was much lower, and we kind of caught this. And a couple years ago, when Michael Cohen came before Congress, this was kind of the start of one of the question lines that I had about him. So Cohen says, yeah, he did do this, and he goes, here's the accountant you can ask, here's this guy you can ask, here's that guy you can ask. And the New York Attorney General,
I saw like
Tish James, she
a
saw
little
that,
clip of
and they
this.
started an investigation, and that.
And they were actually like being conversational, and it looked like Hasan was a human being for a second. So you must have just clicked to a bad spot. I bet it's way better in other spots. We already know about this, though. We know the questioning. If you watch us, you know he went to fucking court over this golf course. We don't care about this.
That was the result of this massive settlement that just came out like, in February.
AOC
so
actually,
now,
this isn't the first time AOC did it. So when they campaigned for Biden, she actually became like the hottest fasting growing Twitch account of all time because she made an account specifically to play Among Us with Hasan and other streamers, along with like, I think Ilhan Omar was there, a few other candidates. What's the one guy who talks about ISIS memes? Cory Booker was there, I believe, too. And they were fundraising and stuff basically to try and convince people to vote. And like AOC was there promoting our party here in New York, the Working Families Party, which is in other states too. But it is the best progressive party in the United States. And it functions under the Democrat branch because that's how the United States politics works. It's actually not a two-party system. It's only a two-party system for president. So yeah, she's doing this again because she's encouraging people to vote. And Hasan has a platform of dumb leftists who will vote Democrat because AOC tells them. But to talk to Hasan,
I love you too.
But she might actually give them correct information for once. So
look, I mean, part of campaigning is shaking hands with some bad people, I guess, you know?
True.
You think that's bad? They're having Vaush canvass for certain Democrats.
Oh, no.
They're going to send that guy out to a door knock, talk to people about voting.
Yeah, that's not a good idea.
Like the way like goblins get drawn in porn. They're all like thick short stacks.
Boy, look at all the cameras
That's
back there. That's
amazing.
amazing. That's the fake
He does
news.
this every fucking rally. Have you noticed this? He always points out the cameras.
You know, they'll say tonight, Donald Trump spoke to a very small crowd of people in the Bronx. It was a very hostile crowd, very hostile. They hated him very much. No, sometimes they're okay. You know, I agreed to do a debate with crooked Joe Biden.
Oh my God!
On
here
CNN
we go.
with.
This is so. Do
Fake
you know what he says here?
Pepper.
Do you know what he says here?
Does anybody think they'll be fair?
Hang on, pause. Have you seen this clip yet of what Donald Trump says here? It is so good, bro. This is like my favorite thing to happen in politics in the last 24 hours is the shit he says here.
Dude, he got AOC as well. That was funny. Fake tapper. That's funny.
With crooked Joe Biden on CNN with fake tapper. And I think they'll be fair. Does anybody think they'll be fair? No. That's all right. When they said, "Here's your story. You can have a debate on CNN with fake tapper as the primary host," and I said,
so laggy.
Because you know what they thought is you'd say CNN, and they'd say various people on the show, various anchors, and headed up by fake tapper. And they thought I was going to reject it. I don't want to do it. Then Biden would say, "I offered to debate," but he wouldn't do it. So they said, "We want to have a debate."
Shouldn't he be under house arrest or something?
But we haven't even told you what the debate is all about. Then they said today, "We'd like to set up tables so you sit down." I said, "I don't want to sit down for a debate. Let's go." At some point, so we're not sitting down. We're going to be standing up for the debate.
Caught up. The frame rate caught up.
Right.
And here's what you know.
It should be reminded that every.
And it went black.
It's black on the actual.
They kept this in. They didn't edit this.
For 4 years,
I'm just going. Yep.
Okay. Don't skip ahead. Trump's about to say something hilarious.
They understood before anyone.
And Biden, come on, be a man. I'm coughing into it.
All of them. So they understood. They understood before anyone how big this would be. And you got to see what's back there coming. Thank you. Thank you.
I remember when all these Republicans were getting COVID and like not telling anybody about it. Walter Reed, it was down bad with it.
Old-fashioned American common sense is exactly what I intend to bring back to the White House,
Yeah.
just like we had for 4 years. You know, we
Hasan.
had 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. We rebuilt the military, we cut taxes.
Totally
the biggest
out
tax
of
cut in
our common
history,
sense.
the biggest regulation cut in
We
history.
rebuilt the military. We cut
defeated
taxes.
ISIS. We
What were
defeated
the best
ISIS.
4
And we did it
years?
in about 1/100th the time. They said it would take 4 to 5 years. It took me like 2 months.
I have something
Because we have
to
an
inform you about, okay? And I can only show you pictures. Okay, but this is you're gonna be like, no way this is real. And I'm gonna say, oh, it sure was. It totally happened, okay? Okay, here we go. Donald Trump is a certified WWE Hall of Famer, okay? Here's him taking the worst sell on a stunner of all time. He even got some action in this. So like it was him versus Miss McMahon it was a billionaire versus billionaire, right? And Trump got this guy, and then Vince McMahon picked a guy who's dead now. So at one point, Trump even tackles Vince McMahon and is like punching him on the ground, and it just looks so bad. It is like some of the worst ground punching you'd ever see. This is right after.
Why would you do this?
He tackles him and then he punches him a bunch.
Why would you do this to me?
I used to watch it. I love you so much right now.
Why would you do this to me?
I love you so much.
I could not care less about wrestling. The amount of wrestling shit you send me.
It's funny. It is
funny. There's a lot of it that is very funny.
Military, and we're not allowed to show. They had Afghanistan, the worst pullout, the most embarrassing day in the history of our country.
Yeah, you're negotiating with the Taliban.
Why Russia went into Ukraine? They said these people are incompetent. We'll go in. So Russia going into Ukraine would have never happened. None of this.
If I didn't negotiate with the Taliban, Russia would have never invaded Ukraine.
God. Israel would have never happened. The attack on October 7th.
Oh my God.
And you wouldn't have had inflation.
Israel,
as soon as I get back
of
into
the
the
Abraham
Oval
Accords and many of Jared Kushner's and Donald Trump administration's actions, like moving the embassy to Jerusalem.
10,000.
Yeah, he is just as responsible for October 7 as anyone else. The fact that he is saying like Israel would have never happened, October 7 would have never happened is ridiculous when it directly happened as a direct consequence of him moving the embassy to Jerusalem, recognizing the annexed territory of Golan Heights as Israeli territory.
Mr. Kushner, all of this must have a cost.
He said it never happened. He said the Holocaust never happened.
Thank you, Jared Kushner.
The U.S. should recognize Palestine, put an embassy in Jerusalem, and then have a split embassy between Israel and Palestine in Jerusalem. Have a three-way embassy, American, Israel, Palestine.
Well,
in Jerusalem, neutral territory.
I mean, something's got to happen.
That I don't think that's like
sure. The U.S. Yes, Jack. The U.S. should recognize Palestine. So you are correct there, but you know it's not going to fucking happen.
A neutral Jerusalem.
No, them like. Oh my God, it's like it's so funny because the U.S. touts stuff because like to the U.S.'s credit, like the Camp David Accords, they have moved forward the peace between Israel and Palestine more than anyone else. You know, like they did so much. Well, it's more of Israel and Egypt with the Camp David Accords, but you know, Israel Palestine is part of it, right? And they have this whole rhetoric about how they support this two-state solution and all that. It's like, okay, what happened? Like, are you going to fucking solve it? This used to be the big thing that they were going to solve. This was like, you know, a Clinton election issue, you know, that he talked about that. And Clinton was like, you know, he actually did push some stuff forward. And I think there was something from Hillary not that long ago where she was saying that basically people don't know the history on Palestine. And if Arafat didn't reject the deal we gave him, then it would be peace. And it's actually Bill who was the best on Palestine or something. So, you know, it's Hillary bullshit.
Yeah. Typical lines.
Completely sidestepping the Palestinians from the conversation. That is a major reason.
Very happy. And Biden can't do it. He doesn't know he's alive. You know, see all the stairs here? Stairs.
This is the good stuff. He's finally gotten to it.
When he's finished with his 2.5 minute, you know, do you ever watch his speech? They last for about 1.5 minutes. When he's finished with his speech, he can never find the stairs. He can never find the stairs. And when he does, it's not a
The only reason why he talks about this is because he's also fallen down the stairs before. So he loves being like, Biden falls down the stairs all the time.
When you see President Xi of China, when you see Kim Jong-un of North Korea, when you see Putin, and you see all of these people, they're at the top of their game, whether you like it or not. And they can't believe that this has happened to the United States. We have lost respect all over the world. We were the most respected country in the world 4 years ago. We were respected more than our country was ever respected 4 years ago. And now we're being laughed at.
Actually, everyone hated you.
This has changed. Like when you're watching him conduct this now, and the way he used to do his rallies, have they changed much at all, or have they remained pretty consistent?
It's pretty consistent. I mean, the they're laughing at us narrative is pretty funny because for obvious reasons. Like one, America and its like global influence certainly got worse under the Trump administration. But beyond that, he also used to say exactly that about Obama. He would say that.
AOC that was in government. I'm surprised she's not the one like laughing the hardest at these statements. She would know.
She's just tired at this point.
I bet.
You know, she already has to
fucking
come
bet.
on Hasan's stream and do this.
That was like a major talking point for him in his earlier rallies all the way since 2016. He has definitely, I think he's just gotten boring, and he also no longer has the outsider effect.
What are you talking about? Hungary respected us. Brazil respected us.
There was literally
Turkey
a
respected
big baby Trump blimp that made a global tour. And Trump wants to think that America was respected.
And then he's like, nobody can believe this has happened. What, that an old guy is in power? Have you seen Lebanon, bro?
Have you seen all of America's leaders ever?
If we're going to talk about old guys falling downstairs and how that can't exist in any country.
We had an old lady fall over on grass. So that's cool.
Okay. I promise
I
promise you that this is the best politician fall down on stairs video ever. Okay, here we go. You ready for it? It's very quick because it's slightly out of frame, but it's the best fall of all time. Okay, here's Noor Maliki, you know, the guy who was responsible for Daesh, but they blame it on Obama for some reason.
That was awesome.
Look, if you look, he's literally being ushered over by this guy right here, right? He's like, here, you stand here. It looks like the guy threw him down. No, I didn't mean to hit play. I love you, but
against someone like
not
Hillary
right
Clinton,
now, honey.
made him seem like an interesting person that people could bet
refreshing.
on. But when he was president for 4 years, people still remember it. All the chaos and all the instability. It becomes a lot harder to maintain that outsider's posture.
Mm-hmm.
And importantly, for the people that are before me today, we are going to make life in New York affordable again. It's gotten totally out of control. The minute crooked Joe Biden shuffles out the door, I will rapidly rebuild the greatest economy in the history of the world. Look, we had the greatest economy in history. Everybody here, where you have a small business or if you had a job, you were getting more than you ever made. And we had no inflation. We had no 1.4%, considered better than none, because frankly, none in its own way is a bad thing also. We had a perfect number, 1.4%. It doesn't matter whether you're black.
What do you mean we weren't respected because a sleepy guy was the head of state? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Sleepy guys can't be heads of state?
Doesn't matter. We are all Americans, and we're going to pull together as Americans.
This is the only avenue of attack against the Biden administration that is like actually pretty salient, I would say.
Yeah.
Because that is like universally
every
the number one thing
politician
both
is going to
Democrats
say
and
that in
Republicans
New York City.
Criticize
While
this
they
administration on.
appeal to capitalists. Trump doesn't want affordable NYC. Trump is literally, it's against his business interests.
Yeah.
Inflation, obviously.
If he wanted affordable, he wouldn't have lied on this fucking insurance for this golf course.
Exactly.
Many different ways of dealing with it, but we never engage in any sort of we never engage in legislative action to combat inflation. No deflationary mechanisms exist in the minds of American politicians for the most part. And
This is boring.
Only monetary
I'm just
policies.
going to pull up the good part of Donald Trump, and we're going to move on. This is boring.
Well, I mean, there's the Fox News one about it. About AOC by herself, but yeah, there's not much here. This is what I pretty much expected.
It might not. You know what? It might. It's not even the speech I'm thinking of. He says it in another wacky speech.
Talk about success in business.
Would you believe it? I got Trump speeches confused.
Crazy.
Like he is.
Who could ever get that wrong?
Okay, I'll play it. Well, you get the next one.
Is they said, I just want to debate this guy, but and I'm gonna demand a drug test too. By the way, I am.
Do you take one too? That's how you know. That's how you know it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
No, I really am.
Look at this: Lincoln and Reagan annual dinner. Like they're the same party or something. Just because you know how they say Republican in name only, and that's an acronym.
I don't want him coming in like the State of the Union. He was high as a kite. I said, "Is that Joe up there? A beautiful robe?" And by the end of the evening, he's like, "Well, it was exhausted, right?" No, we're going to demand a drug test. But Fake Tapper and these people, they're going to be fine. They're going to be fair. I think they're going to be fair. And if they're not, you have to deal with it, right? You have to deal with it. No, I have Fake Tapper is they said, I just want to debate this guy, but,
I love it how they just loop it to make it a certain length.
Yeah.
I think that's why they're doing the debate sooner than later.
Claimed in the first 100 days that he would reverse a lot of those decisions. He never did. And now Donald Trump is leading by
Why are we still on this?
Almost 20 points.
Get off. I'm done with these two.
On the issue of immigration.
Fine.
Boring.
Fine. Let me find another one.
There's more exciting things to do.
Yes. Let's.
Gay. I'm gay.
Iran's president is dead. But has he been assassinated? The fact is that last Sunday, the helicopter in which he was traveling had
Can we just run that back again? Just don't finish that sentence. I think the video would have been perfect if that was just the video. Just that
Iran's president is dead.
Boom. End of video. Great video.
But has he been assassinated? The fact is that last Sunday, the helicopter in which he was traveling had an accident under strange circumstances. So let me ask you, doesn't this all sound a bit familiar? Indeed, Yevgeny Prigozhin, the leader.
Oh my God, here we go. We're going to tie into how fucking Putin has shot people out of the sky. So because Putin has done it, that might be what happened here, even though there was no missile fragments or anything.
Of the Wagner Group, turned Putin's nemesis, died in very similar circumstances. Aircraft crashes have become the leitmotif of the bizarre deaths among the major geopolitical players. Accident or macabre plan? Whatever the case, when Prigozhin died, the accusations focused on Putin, and now, with the fall of the Iranian president, many people are pointing to a possible culprit, Benjamin Netanyahu.
No!
I don't think I need to stress too much that if there is one thing that has been setting the international agenda in recent months, it has been the constant.
Why make this video if all he's gonna do is JQ a bunch and then debunk the JQs that he presented that nobody is presenting except unhinged psychopaths.
Bickering between Iran and Israel. And take note, because I am not only talking about posturing airstrikes, such as that missile launched by Iran, which was announced all over the place. I'm talking about a much larger conflict where proxy groups have played a fundamental role. Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. In short, an innumerable group of organizations controlled or supported by Iran that have become a huge headache for Israel. So knowing all this,
or supported by Iran. I actually like that framing. Because too many people are like Iranian backed, and it's like they try to frame it like the Houthis. I mean,
was the president, and it could unleash internal power struggles, topple the command, and ultimately seriously destabilize its worst enemy, right? Well, let's not go so fast, because if everything were so simple, we would see helicopter accidents every day. Here, at least, we have to take two things into account.
We do.
The first is, did Israel really have the capacity to assassinate the Iranian leader? And the second
there's a helicopter most likely crashes every day. I'm sorry to say.
Really benefit them? Well, let's take a look. We all know that the Israelis have military technology unmatched by even the Doomslayer himself, and also intelligence services that 007 would struggle to outwit. What seems to be clear is that the helicopter was not hit by a missile, nor by a drone, nor by any other offensive device. Had it been an attack, it would most likely have been a sabotage operation. Well, according to some theories that are circulating through various networks, it could have been a missile that no one saw because the day of the event was foggier than Silent Hill. The problem is that radar and infrared systems are...
I have a question. Is it sabotage if it counts as you draining your own country of technical workers? So the people who are actually there to work on the helicopter have less experience and less craftsmanship of the people who have already left your country because their labor could be exported and more valuable to other countries? You think, is that sabotage? Does that count as an assassination attempt? Because
Sure.
if that's the case, I think I know who did it.
Are immune to this problem,
I'm
and no
making
one
a
saw
meme.
anything. Which, by the way, leads us to a much simpler possible explanation. The flying conditions were so bad that the trip itself was reckless. But let's go back to the theory of a surface-to-air missile.
The
Sounds
possible
simple, doesn't it?
one.
Mossad places an effective one on the ground that fires at the helicopter as it
Oh,
approaches.
shut
Well, the
up!
problem is that this theory also has more holes in it than a
Fuck
Swiss
off.
cheese.
You
First,
don't
the troops on the
need
ground
this.
would have had trouble detecting the helicopter. And secondly, we have to take into account that there were not one, but 3 helicopters flying in the presidential convoy. This is very common in the highest echelons of power. You will always see that, in general, leaders like Biden travel in groups of several vehicles identical to each other. And you may ask, why?
And
Well,
then they
because
put
if an
the
attack
same people in the same ones. Are they saying this is Iran or all states? Please, can we check to see if he said Iran or all states here?
convoy. This is very common in the highest echelons of power. You will always see that, in general, leaders like Biden travel in groups of several vehicles identical to each other. And you may ask, why? Well, because if an attacker wants to assassinate the president, since all the vehicles are identical, he or she cannot know in which one exactly the target is traveling. In other words, to ensure the strike, you have to destroy them all. And believe me, if destroying one armed vehicle is already difficult in itself, destroying several of them is almost mission impossible. Well, in this case, something like that happened with the helicopters of the Iranian presidential convoy. So, where is the problem? The problem is that the helicopter of Ibrahim Raisi, the deceased president, was the only one of the 3 that went down. Or to put it another way, if Israel or any other attacker wanted to assassinate the president, it was very, very lucky to guess the right helicopter. Even more so in an environment with no visibility and being miles away from the target. And if we add to that the fact that no offensive artifacts have been detected, everything points to a clear conclusion. Ibrahim Raisi was not killed. The helicopter had an accident caused by the fog. Wait a minute though, because I know what you're thinking. Brigotsin. What we are seeing now seems like deja vu of the former leader of Wagner's crash. In his case, no missile, drone, or apparent attack was sighted either. What we did learn, thanks to leaks from a Russian official, is that Prigozhin was probably killed by a small bomb placed under the wing of his Embraer Legacy 600. What does this mean? It means that there was an infiltrator, a Russian agent among their ranks, who orchestrated the attack from the ground. And something very similar could have happened now with the case of the Iranian president. Of course, this is not proof of anything. What's more, keep in mind that Prigozhin was killed in Russia, where
We
the Kremlin
literally
could
saw
easily
the plane get hit by a missile. What are we talking about now? We're talking conspiracies on a completely different attack to talk about a conspiracy on this attack? Why is this video being made?
its men. And in the case of Iran, Israel's forces would have had it much more difficult. Israel would have to have an undercover operative at the highest level with access to the presidential convoy's helicopters. On top of that, it would have to know in advance exactly which helicopter the president was going to use. And that, in a country in a state of almost total alert, with threats from Israel and also in recent months from ISIS, is not easy. There is a slight possibility that this could be the case, but the truth is that it seems to be a rather weak hypothesis, at least with the information we have for now. Visual politic community, the Iranians are not that disastrous. In any case, and beyond the conspiracy theories, there is one question, perhaps the most important question, that no one is asking, and that is significant. Is Israel really going to benefit from the death of Ibrahim Raisi? I mean, yes, the president of Iran is dead, but what does that imply? Is it going to have consequences for the war in Gaza or for international power relations? Well, at first glance, not as much as it might seem. The presidential figure in Iran is like a sports director with Florentino Perez. He's in charge, but not so much. In the end, he's always subordinate to the big boss, who in this case is Ayatollah Khamenei. Nor does he have control over the Revolutionary Guard or the intelligence services. In Iran, the president is basically dedicated to executing national policy and always following the directives of the supreme leader. And since the supreme leader has not changed, and neither have the top brass of the Revolutionary Guard and the intelligence services, it does not look like things are going to change much. In other words, if Israel had wanted to behead its enemy, it would have been aiming at the wrong target. But then, what could Israel gain by removing Ibrahim Raisi? Is there really a motive to justify a possible assassination? Besides that, what if I told you that the Iranian system itself could be behind this whole story? Yes, the Iranians themselves assassinating their president, but why? Well, let's take a look at it.
Their incompetency.
Before we go to the biggest plot twist of this video, let's ask the one key question we haven't answered yet. Who was Ibrahim Raisi? What power did he have? Who might want him out of the way, and for what reason? Well, Ibrahim Raisi had not only been president since 2021, but he was also known as the Butcher of
They
Tehran.
assassinated him because he might take power after the Ayatollah. That would be the dumbest way to take this video. Please do not.
About a guy from the harsh wing of the regime, accused of violating human rights, of committing war crimes, of repressing demonstrators, and basically of all the atrocities you can imagine. What's more, do you remember the demonstrations against the Iranian government where women cut their hair because of the repression and killings by the morality police? Indeed.
Meme done. That's the guy. I think that's the guy whose fault it is.
Ibrahim Raisi was right there running the show. After all, Raisi was the president. He was the one who appointed the ministers. He was the one who directed the country's economy, and he was the one who represented the country internationally. Nevertheless, as we've already said, he was always following the path laid out by Ayatollah Khomeini. Here's a curious fact. The presidential figure in Iran is chosen in elections, but white label elections, where the great leader censures any uncomfortable candidate. For example, in the last election, Ayatollah Khomeini directed the process to ensure that his puppet, Ibrahim Raisi, was the winner. That is, he placed his puppet in the government, perhaps to make him known, to give him more power, to thank him for his services, or to clean up his image.
He placed a puppet in the presidency? Was this the first time this has happened?
Raisi was hardly a model leader and was part of a corrupt system. But beyond his crimes against humanity, really, as I said before, Israel has not gained much from his loss. And keep in mind, it's no longer that we say so. It's that the former Israeli defense minister, Avigdor Lieberman, says so.
President Raisi was a cruel man, and we certainly will not shed a tear for him, but Iran's policy against Israel will not change, as it is determined by Khamenei.
After his death, nothing seemed to have changed in the relations between the two countries. Now, what if the real target of the attack was not the president? What if we've been looking at the wrong victim? Hossein Amir Abdollahian, Tehran's foreign minister, was also on board the crashed helicopter. In recent years, Hossein has been an important link between the Ayatollah regime and proxy armies, such as Hamas or Hezbollah. Specifically, some analysts have pointed to him as a close friend of Hezbollah leader Hasan Nasrallah. We're talking about someone who could be of great help in the network of alliances of terrorist groups that systematically attack and threaten Israel. Although, once again, here we have very similar problems in linking the accident to Israel. There is no weapon. The helicopter was far away from the Israeli border. Hitting the target would have been...
Then this conclusion is pretty
Why did you make this video?
complicated, and sabotage does not seem very likely either.
This
What's
is
more,
the 24 news hour equivalent of what YouTube algorithms have done to motherfuckers.
Yes.
Former vice president has already taken the place of the late Raisi, and the deputy foreign minister has taken Hussein's place. In other words, the people have changed, but not the ideas. The new substitute government will be in place for up to 50 days. Then there will be elections, in which, don't doubt for a second, Ayatollah Khomeini will be in charge of paving the way for a new puppet. And most likely, everything will continue as before. As you can see, no murder weapon, no motive. Nothing seems to point to Israeli authorship in
What do you mean most likely things
this
are going to
incident,
continue as
except
before?
that. And this
What's
is a completely
the wild
alternative
card
theory
here that could possibly happen?
that is not in the
This
media.
guy ends up
Raisi is in the
killing the
running to succeed.
Ayatollah or something? Like, I mean, that could happen. That's a wild card.
Khomeini as supreme leader. That, at least, is what was taken for granted behind the scenes. Well, it's possible that for some reason, perhaps because of his radicalism or hostility, neither the United States nor Israel wanted to risk Raisi becoming the new supreme leader. Getting him out of the way before then would be a masterstroke. So then we would have a motive, but we still
And they want to take pictures of them.
Now, a moment ago, we promised you a plot twist. Another one. A twist that no one expects. Because what if it had been Iran's own power system that had beheaded its own president? Think about it.
Oh my God.
You had
Shut
access to
up.
possibly
I
place a
hate
bomb.
you. I hate you. You cannot convince me this is a different video than Second Thought, other than that it's not about communism. It's equally as stupid. It's lit the same. It has the same dumb background on the computer screens. By the way, I believe the people who do this are actually owned by a Russian company.
Yes, I believe they are.
Like they released the same video in multiple languages.
Yes.
Helicopter. Indeed, someone trusted by the Iranian government. It would be the same as Putin did with Prigozhin, but the Middle Eastern version. The question is, why? What could the Ayatollahs gain by getting rid of their puppet in the presidency? Well, let's take a look.
A proxy war?
I know more than you. I know more than you.
The ruler of Iran is Ayatollah Khomeini. But what exactly is an Ayatollah? Basically, he's a high-ranking Shiite cleric in Islam. In other words, he would be something like a cardinal of the Catholic Church, but in the Shiite organizational structure. Now, just as not all cardinals become pope, not all Ayatollahs are supreme leaders of Iran. What's more, you don't even have to be an Ayatollah to become Iran's supreme leader. When Ayatollah Khomeini himself was elected as the supreme leader, he was not yet an Ayatollah. He was a Hojatollah. That is a lower rank, but also an important one. According to the constitution, the only thing that is required in order to accede to the leadership of the country is 1. To have an extensive religious background, 2. To be a respected figure in Islam, and 3. To have leadership skills. With all these requirements fulfilled, an assembly of experts made up of high-ranking clerics and elected by popular vote chooses the new supreme leader. After that, the chosen man rules Iran until his death, until his abdication, or until a removal should the assembly determine that he is not fulfilling his duties. And you may be wondering, but what does all this have to do with the possible assassination of President Raisi? Well, think about it. The current Ayatollah Khomeini is quite old, 85 years old, and in poor health. In other words, he does not have long to live. After his death, the Council of Wise Men will choose a successor. And let me ask you, who do you think was the leading candidate to fill his position? Indeed, the recently deceased Ibrahim Raisi.
This is such a dumb theory. When I was joking the last time, I was like, I was arguing with Pega if it was going to be Reese's Pieces or his son, and she was adamant that it was going to be his son. And I'm like, well, now we're not going to know because he's dead, and we'll never know who would have won that argument.
Ibrahim Raisi was not only the president, but he was also a religious figure with the title of Hajj Suleiman. Besides that, if you look closely, you will see that Raisi always wore a black turban. In Islamic culture, this means that he belongs to the Sayyid, that is, the descendants of Prophet Muhammad, which incidentally also includes the current leader, Khomeini. The point is that Raisi met all the necessary conditions for becoming the next supreme leader. He was religious, a loyal follower of the current leader, and already had experience in government. To which you may ask,
would you believe
his own friends want to kill him?
Baghdadi, the leader of ISIS, also claims this. Oh, who else? Oh, the leader of the Taliban? I'm pretty sure Anwar al-Awlaki, like the military commander of ISIS, I believe, also believed this. You know, the guy who was Georgian and like LARPed as a Chechen.
New theory emerges here, which points to the son of Ayatollah Khomeini as the perpetrator of the attack, Mojtaba Khomeini. If we were to define Mojtaba in this theory, the perfect example would be Emperor Commodus from the movie Gladiator. In short, the son of an emperor who sees how his father is about to hand over his reign, not to his own son, but to a man he trusts.
There's real-world examples you could have pointed to.
What the fuck is going on?
Gladiator movie, the right-hand man was Maximus Decimus Meridius. But in the case of Iran, we're talking about Ibrahim. Now, how could Mojtaba have perpetrated the crime? Well, as his father is already very old, Mojtaba currently co-directs the office of the Supreme Leader. He is, so to speak, the current right-hand man. And remember, this is no trifling matter. Mojtaba is now de facto the direct commander of the Revolutionary Guard and the intelligence services. Do you see where this could be going? The idea is that with his power at the helm of the Supreme Office, he has hatched a plan to get rid of the president and main rival in the race for supreme leadership. Does this make sense? Well, yes, it makes sense, but whether it's true is another matter. After all, Mojtaba already has his father's trust. He is his right-hand man, and perhaps a gladiator-style plan is something more cinematic than reality. But hey, theories be damned. In any case.
Hey, Pega, I hope you're ready for the next video, because you may not watch anymore, because the next guy's brain dead.
And with all that is known so far, it is most likely that the whole thing was an accident.
Okay, so pretty much the only parts of this video you need are
Iran's president is dead.
Like I said, perfect video.
Hold on.
It was just downhill from there.
You're ruining my joke. You're ruining my joke.
Maximus Decimus Meridius.
Wait, I need to find.
Well, as his father is already very old, and remember, service makes sense, but man, and perhaps a gladiator. In any case, and with all that is
okay. Let me try again. All you need to know is this:
Iran's president is dead. In any case, and with all that is known so far, it is most likely that the whole thing was an accident.
Thanks for the story. Thank you very much.
Let's begin with what's happened with regard to Iran. Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi has been pronounced dead, as well as Iran's foreign minister.
I'm surprised he doesn't have Scott Ritter in here. He's his favorite.
And their colleagues. This happened yesterday. There was an all-day. As of May 19th, there was an all-day search for the helicopter that departed from Azerbaijan after a meeting around a joint dam that was constructed. Maybe we can begin with you, Alexander. Your reactions to this. What is the significance of this?
So the black turban is like being a gold star lesbian, right? Something like that.
event, especially for Iran, for the region, and for the world.
This
because,
is
as you said,
a really dark, low-effort meme I just made. I'm just sizing up the text real quick.
Busy time for this region.
And like, I know, I'm sure Jack will get it, but if everyone else picks up on this, I'm going to be very proud of y'all.
I'm confused.
Okay, let me try something more obvious. I'm so disappointed in you.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm readjusting so we can be involved with these guys. Here we go. Then you can be there. Boom. Done. Look,
while we don't know a lot about what exactly happened, and we might not know for quite a while, it is also just a time of really intense conflict and Iran being at the center of it. So maybe we can begin with you, Alexander.
Absolutely. Well, can I just first say that, of course, Raisi is only one.
Can I just say
was only one figure in a very complex
he's only one
Iranian
figure.
leadership structure. He was not the leader of Iran. The supreme leader of Iran is Grand Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who is of course still there. But Khamenei is elderly, and though he seems to be fully in control and fully capable of exercising control,
good night.
He's unlikely to be there for very much longer. So there's uncertainties about who his successor is going to be, which is already an issue in Iran.
God, I hope this isn't just this speculative shit. Fucking hell.
Well, I assume it. I just going with the assumption that things will be somewhat stable until the new elections. That being said, you always have the possibility of someone stoking the flames internally, some disruptions. Certainly, maybe foreign powers as well might take advantage of this. The different or difficult position they're currently in. But
you hear that? All the foreign
at least
influences.
for now, it just looks to me as a bit of a setback, but something they can overcome.
Yeah, well, I'll just say that you have elections set for.
This seems so forced. This seems so
now.
unnatural.
All right, here we go again. Are we ready to understand the meme this time?
I still don't get it. I don't understand.
The last video we were watching, he was saying that why would he assassinate him? Well, have you seen the movie Gladiator? And I said, there's real world examples that you can draw from instead of saying this is just like Gladiator.
I mean, who's this dude on the right?
The guy who just died from a nerve agent attack in the Malaysian airport, bro.
Oh, that's his brother.
Yes.
I don't know what the fucking dude looks like. If you showed me the screenshot from the video of them doing it, then yeah, I would have realized. I didn't realize that's who it was. Yeah, see, nobody knew. I'm not the only one.
Yeah, but the screen, you want to see how small that picture is?
Ah, you've also got the nerve agent there.
Like that picture. Okay, so if I maybe the LOL shirt would have given it to you. Okay, here we go. I'll do it for a third time. I'll make the meme again real quick.
Okay.
See if this works.
And so we're going to have to keep a close eye on Iran, because I definitely think that there will be foreign actors who will try to destabilize Iran.
Is this easier to get?
Yeah, that's much easier.
Yeah, okay. Because I was like, that there's no way he can tell what's going on in this picture. So I was like,
because I've seen the video. I don't know what the guy looks like.
Okay. Well, I figured putting Kim Jong-un next to him.
It still didn't connect.
Opportunity is just too good for those foreign actors to not try and destabilize Iran. So they'll take their shots, and we'll see if Iran can
destabilize. Is it stable? I don't think you can destabilize something that's destabilized. Would that be stabilizing it? Two negatives make a positive, that sort of thing. Does it work like maths?
What if what if it was like an illustration of it? You know, like this.
That could be better. That's a wicked illustration.
Would you be like, oh, they're putting nerve agent on his face?
Wait, that one. Wait. Not necessarily.
It's also inaccurate. This is not how it happened. She used a handkerchief.
Yeah.
And this I think is an example of where people are at. The question is from Valentina.
They got off, by the
asking,
way.
What happens if it is found that
literally
Mossad,
think about how corrupt the
behind?
system is in Malaysia, right? Like it's like that's like a John Hinckley Jr. level of like just like having him being sent to the asylum, which is what should have happened, right? So like their defense was so strong to present that they didn't know that they were doing a nerve agent assassination with a weapon of mass destruction to prove their innocence, that they had been tricked by the North Korean government, that they got off. They were facing the death penalty and they got proven innocent. It's wild. It is such an interesting
It's a very cool story. Yeah. It's a very, very interesting story.
The helicopter crash.
The documentary is so good. I forgot what it's called.
Fast forward. Holy shit, this is on 1.25.
And they're still talking slow as fuck.
Escalated crisis between Iran.
I have to look up what the name of the documentary is, but they present the entire case. The documentary is about the lawyer who's talking about we have strong evidence that they were tricked, right? So they actually had been set up months and years in the past too, where they were convinced that they were on a TV prank show and they were the pranksters on like a candid camera show. And they have video evidence of them being trained to do these pranks, right? And so they said, this is who you're going to prank today. And they said that day he took something out and wiped it on her hands. It was a precursor to sarin, it was VX, right? And the other precursor was on a handkerchief. And they were like putting their hands over his face, like, guess who I am, right? And by doing this, they hit the precursors together, right? So there was strong evidence that they had no knowledge that that was going to happen. And so, and as a court in Malaysia, you need a very compelling case to get away with this. So it all turned to the actual people who were guilty were the North Korean chemists. And I think they might have gotten one, but all the people who were actually guilty of the party fled the country when these girls were arrested. They right after the hit, they bounced out of the country.
Of course
they knew what they were doing. It's like one of the most interesting assassinations ever. It's so insane.
But a helicopter crash.
I vetoed the last one. Fuck those guys. They're boring.
Yeah, I figured.
News from the site of the crashed helicopter. There was some communication between one of the crew and one of the passengers on board the helicopter, and the government has reported that communication.
Holy fuck! Look at this fog, bro. You're saying 100% CIA? This amount of fog? Maybe it's not, bro. If you were helicoptering with this level of fucking fog, brother. If you
Holy
were on a
shit!
chopper
Did Hasan use brain and logic to actually conclude a correct opinion? Did we just witness history? Is he growing?
Is the CIA fog gun. The pilot not saying no is the CIA.
Fog gun.
Guys, as much as I love a good conspiracy, I'm not going to make like any wild claims here. People investigate the details of this. However, if there's this level of fog and you're in a goddamn helicopter and you choose to fly the goddamn helicopter, what the fuck's happening here? What are you doing? It's akin to committing seppuku, okay? I mean, it's just crazy. The CIA has research on fog weaponry. Okay, the fact that they have research on it doesn't mean that they literally have a fog gun.
Was it you that posted the Kobe Raisi who did it better meme? Yeah, that was you.
We have deployed the fog gun, and also simultaneously, the helicopter pilot still chose to fly during that fog. Y'all are crazy.
The documentary is called Assassins.
You assume because of the time.
It's Assassins from 2020 by Ryan White.
I mean, of it
But
all,
if you just type in North Korea
Israel does have methods of assassinating Iranian people
on
on Iranian soil. They've done it many, many times over. Okay, but the notion that while the timing of it is suspicious, it kind of feels like this was a self-inflicted wound. Okay,
happened a couple of occasions.
This is actually
and they say the report from the
poster.
team on the ground that the crew member and the passenger on the ground who they were able to contact was that the impact of the crash wasn't that severe.
Did you forget Putin killed his general last year or so? Yes, bro.
Oh
Putin
my
killed,
God.
The fucking head of Wagner on a PJ by pretty sure shooting the fucking PJ. Okay, there is a definite difference.
Look, see, they wrote LOL on the fingernails. Isn't that clever?
Flying a helicopter in the fog. I already forgot his name. Prigozhin, the head of Wagner.
Take what back?
Anyway,
but despite the passage of so much time, despite having
Oh, because he was right about something? Is that what we're taking out his own?
Yeah, because he correctly surmised that flying a 45-year-old helicopter in fog is not a great idea.
Had that level of communication. The advice that the government's giving to the people of Iran at the moment is that pray for the president and the foreign minister and the other senior dignitaries who were on that helicopter with him. So it does seem that because the mountains are rugged, they're remote, the terrain is hard to move through on foot, it's very muddy, it's hard to get vehicles in close. They've got mountain climbers in there, they've got paramedics on site, ambulances on site, the army is helping, the police are helping, the elite IRGC are also involved in this search.
The elite IRGC
mission at the moment. And the reason that the president was there in the first place, right up there in the very northwest of Iran.
Wagner's doing their PR tour right now. There's a bunch where a bunch of guys who jack off the Marjorie Taylor Greene will say they're based because they're searching for Coney. That's awesome.
Was to open a dam earlier in the day. It was a big deal. It was right on the border with Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan's president came down to the border. They met at the border. They had a meeting after the inauguration of the dam. So this was a very big moment for the Iranians, particularly in their diplomacy within the region. But an important signal for Iranians as well. Here was the president inaugurating a new project to benefit the people of the country. But now, of course, it's turned to this intense speculation.
Diplomacy.
Okay, you know, as much as all of my haters say I am Mr. America bad and Mr. America is involved in all of these affairs, and the timing of this lends itself so perfectly to America being involved in this affair as well. I'm looking at the fog.
More intelligence than a soap dish.
And I'm looking at a helicopter that is flying through a mountainous region with this much fog. And I'm thinking probably this one might not be on the United States of America or Mossad or Israel. And seems a bit like, you know, like I said, it seems like a bit self-inflicted. Like, that's crazy. You sound compromised, bro. Oh my Lord, you're fucking nutty.
Looking for the guy who did
in the cold weather. Some limited contact with some people who were on the ground, who were in the same helicopter as the president, but still not able to fix the location as best we know. Not able even to get there.
That's crazy, bro. Look at how fucking foggy that shit is. Y'all are insane if you think this is like. Anyway, like I said, I don't know, but sometimes when I look at stuff like this and I see like one glaringly obvious thing that is just like hitting me directly in the fucking face. This is an area where fog is quite normal. It hangs quite low. Helicopter pilots are being taught how to fly over it. They knew it was basically fog and then ... free targeting. I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Iranian officials detect the exact location of Raisi's.
I don't think we need any more of this. I think we're good. We got a couple options. We got
that. It is funny. His chat is being that dumb.
Yeah,
but I gotta say, little problematic if some guy dies and you immediately go, "This was the Jews." Just saying.
Oh, we're gonna slow this one down.
You just want to see the.
I just want to see.
Tucker?
Yeah, the Tucker.
And every episode of his show, before he signs off, he says, "Good night." And
you're a moron. If evolution is real, and if there is this constant, I don't know,
you're a moron.
It's visible. Like you can measure it in certain animals.
You can measure adaptation.
Yeah,
but there's no evidence.
I may have actually gotten the wrong video. This may not be.
This is not what you were looking for. Next.
Okay. Next. Oh well. That is fine. Can you actually find that video that I was looking for? We do have another one.
What about trad wives?
Well, I was going to do this one from the other that we didn't get through the other day.
Before we do that, can we look at one video? I got a video we'll look at real quick. I don't care if this fucks up your order.
Goodbye.
50 senators voting against it, including 2 lawmakers who negotiated the bill. Oklahoma Senator James Langford is a payout.
Oh, I want the full clip. So not this. Let's try this one. This might be the full clip.
When I learned
the president has the authority to do something about this.
You're right. He took many executive actions before. But in order to deal with what's happening at the border, in order to deal with a broken immigration system, you need law.
As you saw on the right-hand side of your screen, Bill Maloogian talking to a lot of Chinese and Turkish, primarily people crossing the border, while Fox News has pressed the White House.
Night, love you.
There, you saw the cameras that are capturing the people who are coming now into mostly Southern California. Bill Maloogian's live in Yacumba. This is the most concentration that we're seeing on the border now.
Concentration?
Is that the Sphinx behind him?
Martha, it is, and it is not slowing down. Our CBP sources tell us another 120 Chinese nationals crossed illegally yesterday right here in the San Diego sector. and we were there to witness many of them. We'll get right into this video. Take a look. This was late yesterday afternoon here in Hakumba, right where I'm standing, a mass illegal crossing through private property made up of predominantly Chinese and Turkish nationals. We saw some of them carrying their luggage with them.
Turks.
We're talking on their iPhones as they walk through. We saw one guy even spray himself down with cologne as he was walking.
Hey, bro, he's Turkish.
People as they were walking in, some were willing to talk to us, others.
I love how they make it so it's like these people actually have money, so it's not because they're desperate to come here. Like that's the they're like that's scarier when the migrants aren't poor.
Yeah. Had zero interest in being on camera. Take a listen. Where are you from?
China.
What country? China? China?
Gee, I wonder what why the Chinese people had zero interest in being on camera. I wonder if there's something culturally that could explain why they're like not about to be like, hey, I'll tell you all my secrets.
Yeah.
What country are you from?
India.
India. Where are you going?
Like, what if they get deported?
America.
You're in America. What city?
I don't know.
You don't know? Why'd you come?
Bro, leave him alone. He's exhausted.
Yeah. Hi, guys. Where are you from? China? You guys from China?
Oh, my God. Leave these people alone.
China? Hello. What country? China?
Okay. Gotta say, problematic to just go up to Asian people and just go, China? China? Just calling, like, you're just calling them China. Hey, China?
China? No? China?
Okay.
So this ended up being a group of about 100 illegal immigrants, again, mainly made up of Chinese and young men from Turkey. A Border Patrol van was actually playing audio in Mandarin, giving instructions to the...
Bro! You're just
What are
showing
you
people's
doing?
fucking documents live on camera like this?
What channel
Chinese.
is this?
We talked to a
Fox.
This is Fox proper?
Yeah. Fox News proper. Because like before I was like,
God.
I was literally thinking in my head, they're showing it from the side because they don't want, Border Patrol said you can't like film these people's documents.
Was actually playing audio in Mandarin, giving...
That's wild. That's like, this is like this kind of criminal action we're looking at here, bro.
Yeah.
Filming under a Border Patrol agent's shoulder like that to fucking get somebody's documents on camera.
Yeah, no, that's not right.
Audio in Mandarin and giving instructions to the Chinese. We talked to a Turkish man who spoke English who said he sold everything he had to get here to the United States.
Come on!
He also expressed shock at how easy it was for them to just walk across the border into the United States without any resistance. And he said Americans should be worried about who's coming into the country. Take a listen.
Surely they would.
Did you have to pay a cartel?
Surely.
Yes.
How much?
Around 10,000.
10,000?
Yes. In fact, the American people is right. Completely true. Who come into this country? They don't know. Well, okay, I'm good, but how if they're not good? How they're killers?
Oh, me? I'm the good migrant. The people joked. It's like, oh, Turkish migrant instantly becomes Republican before coming into this country.
Yes,
No,
yes.
he was Republican before he came here. He back in Turkey, he's probably like, I'm leaving because of all these Syrians. The Syrians destroyed our economy.
Psychopath else. No guarantee of that. Why, like no security, no security check, no background check.
No security check, no background check. You're worrying about who's crossing the border?
Yes. Of course, me because I'm like people are not look normal.
Wow, epic.
And I asked that guy how he managed to get here to the San Diego County border all the way from Turkey. He told me it was a 24-day journey.
Telling them where they crossed
places he
into as
traveled
well.
through
Very
included Qatar, Dubai, Egypt, South Africa, and Brazil before he even got to Central America or Mexico. We'll send it back to you.
Wow, and the door's wide open. That is incredible. That's an incredible soundbite, Bill.
Wow, the door's wide open. He had to go to 15 countries before getting here. I can't believe how open the door is, even though he's from a country that is a NATO member and technically, like an honorary member of the not European Union. And you might get in there someday, club.
Insane. I can't believe that's fucking crazy.
Vein of like boneheaded decisions, like this is so I don't even know what to say about this one. So China's kicking our ass right now when it comes to electric vehicles and solar energy production because, unlike America, some people who manage Chinese economic affairs have more than one brain cell. So what are we doing? A 100% tariff on electric cars from China.
Should be
a 100%. Insane. I can tell you, I know for a fact, okay? Thousands of economists across the United States committed seppuku upon seeing this, okay? They sudoku'd themselves right over into the great economy. What's economist heaven? Hell. To hell. They went right to hell.
Wow. And would you believe it?
insane.
When you put economists in charge of government, you get Ashraf Ghani.
Hey, China said it was opposed to the hikes and would take retaliatory measures.
Who gives a
Let's
fuck
go for
what
another
economists have to
trade
say?
war. It's so stupid, man. Remember when Trump's trade war with China did literally nothing?
Bro, it's literally not
Remember
a
when-
trade war. It's
Remember when
literally
Trump
not a
tariffed
trade war.
everything, and this is specifically
Yeah.
targeting certain things
It's
for
literally
a
not
purpose?
a trade war. It's literally not a trade war. That's not what's happening here.
Make commercial goods in America more expensive. For
Also,
our
why are you highlighting this when, of course, China's opposed to it? They're fucking us over by doing this.
Well, it's like like predating this, right? We even primed the story. We started priming the story. When was the first EV torture video that I had to suffer through for this story that needed to be told? You know, it wasn't that long ago. It was like a
it's only been a
PBS or VOA
couple
video,
months.
right?
Yeah.
And like,
no, it was like when the American governors were over there touring their fucking EV bootlicking.
no. I'm talking about on stream though.
Yeah, we did those on stream. Is when
Okay.
the governors went over to China and were doing their
I
tour.
thought that was before we even started streaming. Anyway, but like the thing that we were talking about is just like literal showed news coverage from PBS talking about like with France. I think France was like no EVs from you. And then
Yes.
another country, I think Spain, was like yes EVs from you.
And
like
in Germany, I think rejected them as well.
well, it was something like that. France
Yeah.
might have said yes, Germany might have said no.
Mm.
But it's because they've been flooding these Eastern European countries with these cars and basically forcing them to buy them by fucking clogging up their ports. If you remember the pandemic, didn't America have a problem with the ports and backup?
Mm-hmm.
And and they couldn't get to the goods because there was so much shit there they had to
Yeah.
fucking go through. How much of that do you think is already that type of economic policy? Just clogging up our
especially
shit.
especially
Forcing
now
us
that
to buy
China,
shit.
especially now that China has seen how fucking brutal choking up supply lines can be.
Well, I'm not saying
knowing-
because of that. They're doing it to force to get money. They export their cars in mass because it makes them money.
Yeah.
So
Well,
that's what
this
it
is why I say that they should just send them back. Don't even unload them. Just send the ships back.
That costs money too.
Big deal. It's not your
That's
problem.
That's why countries are now proactively telling them no.
Mm.
Right?
Yeah. Don't even.
But
Don't
we're
even
not
unload
even
the
telling
ships.
them no, though. We're not banning them.
Mm. That's the most insane thing. It should be export ban. All of them. Export
I
ban.
mean, Europe is way more extreme, and we're going to act like this is like America being anti-China doing a trade war. What about the
Yeah.
European countries that physically banned them?
No, yeah, exactly. It should be 100% import ban. Like they should not be allowed to come into the country. Any country outside of China.
Citizens, and also require more subsidies on our what was it, like corn farming, our agriculture, because we like up the trade. You know,
Hey, Vaush,
that was so great.
How
You know,
are
you-
EV tariffs going to affect corn? Give us
Well,
your
he's
insight,
giving an
buddy.
example of how America has done dumb shit with
Hmm.
subsidies and trade in the past.
You can buy an electric vehicle in China for like $8,000. They're so much cheaper. The only electric
You
vehicles
can
get
walk down to a field and get one for free, actually.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
over here. You
I'd
got,
bring
like,
up the video, but we already showed people.
1 or 2 lines per car company, and then you've got the Tesla shit-ass overpriced cars. You know, in China, where they're 10,000 years ahead of the West, you can get an electric
Bro.
vehicle
Jesus fucking
simply
Christ, bro.
by saluting a framed photo of Xi Jinping hanging over the car
Well, he's
dealerships like
actually
front entrance. You know, if you do a salute, like they'll just
what?
He's kind of right there, at least. It is basically how you get one.
give you one. It hurt farmers here for so much. China buys a lot of our oil because we produce the most. Oil? What the fuck is oil? Oil? Corn? Corn oil? Oil. Soy. Thank you. Soy. We love our good old American soy. I'm full of it. They follow months of criticisms by former President Donald Trump, who is running for the White House against Mr. Biden and has argued his rival's support for electric cars would kill the U.S. car industry. Mr. Biden on Tuesday vowed he would not let China, quote, unfairly control the market for electric vehicles and other key goods, including batteries, computer chips, and basic medical supplies. You know what this means, by the way? By unfairly control the market, what he means is China invests in their industry, and you could get all of these products.
What? Something wrong?
They don't invest. They say,
no, they're investing in themselves.
They will say, hey, we'll buy all your dairy products. Then you get massive amounts of government cheese. That's what they're doing. Maybe that's a reference you'll fucking understand.
Well,
because Chinese propaganda just makes your brain turn off, apparently. Like, what the fuck?
Hey, don't you know they're the head of the green energy sector and don't use any coal?
No, none at all. It's definitely not our primary exporter in Australia is coal to China.
China,
like Australia doesn't jobs.
Australia doesn't fuel 60% of China's energy. No, that doesn't exist.
Those coal farmers need jobs, though. You're not thinking about the coal farmer.
A lot of these
Gina
products.
Reinhardt. You want to see her new portrait? It's great.
Who?
She hates it.
Who?
She's a coal billionaire in Australia. Australia's.
She's a coal farmer?
Yeah, she's a coal farmer. Australia's richest person. Here she is. Look at her. This gorgeous, gorgeous creature.
It's like Saturn devouring his child.
And this unpleasant.
I don't know. This seems fatphobic to me.
This unpleasant wretch of a human being is Australia's richest person.
I don't think you can call them that.
I can call her whatever the fuck I want to. What's she gonna do? You call me your name. Fuck you. Cry about it, bitch.
She will.
They are far more expensive when produced over here, and he wants to interfere with an unironically good element of the free market by forcing you to buy domestic, even if the quality is worse, even if the cost is higher.
The quality won't be worse, I promise you
it
that.
It definitely will not be
we
worse.
We will see after China's Cybertruck, though, because I am confident that they can make a better one. That's how bad the Cybertruck
comparing
is.
Teslas to China is basically comparing China to China at this point. It's pretty much a Chinese company. It might as well be.
Yeah, that's a good point. They are all built there at this point.
Tuesday, they will hit an estimated 18 billion worth of imports. China also engages in a shitload of corporate espionage. I don't care. That's not relevant. You can't do tariffs are dumb.
Yeah,
like you can't do this trade war shit. The average car cost in America is $48,000.
No.
Again, if Vaush actually followed the stories, you know how I just got a knack for sniffing them out. I knew I had to suffer through Jack bitching about Chinese EVs because I knew what was about to happen. I saw Europe doing something, and when Europe starts doing something, like freeing slaves, it's like inevitable for the U.S. to follow suit and then say they did it first.
China imported 52.47 million metric tons of Australian coal in 2023. Let me find the amount that they
even with the 100% tariff, would China EVs still be cheaper? Yeah, they still would be. I think at least the lower end ones, but I don't think. I don't think those are getting imported.
Solar
panels if you want those cars,
of course,
you need to contact a Chinese manufacturer.
Australia exported 1.61 million metric tons. So half of it was to China. Literally half, a third, sorry. A third of our exports are to China. A third of our coal.
Manufacturer or dealership and manage
seriously though
the export of them.
Let's just think about this for a second. Where are the Chinese cars in America? I don't know a Chinese brand. What's a Chinese brand? What's a big one for cars?
For which country?
America.
Ford.
I mean, that's an American brand.
I mean, the like American-made cars or American-made EVs.
Just where are the Chinese imported cars from a Chinese company?
Oh, like MG is Chinese now. BYD, Great Wall. These
I
are
don't
all...
know if we have BYD.
No, you probably wouldn't, but you would have maybe MG, Chinese car companies.
MG, we have GM.
Volvo
We have,
is
yeah,
now.
I've seen Volvos, but I don't know if they're Chinese Volvos.
Well, they may not be made there, but they're definitely owned by
Yeah,
China.
yeah, yeah. So I'm talking actual manufacturing. I mean, we banned the Hilux.
Mm.
You know? So, like, we ban a lot of different cars and shit from our industry, right? Already.
Yeah.
So I don't see Chinese cars in general. So if we already aren't worried about Chinese cars being on our market, right? They already aren't there. There's no tariff on regular cars, right? So where are the Chinese cars if they're so cheap, right? It's almost like this is a response to a specific policy China's doing with their EVs.
Well, I think
you know what I'm saying?
California.
You know what I'm saying, though? Like,
hold on, let me check.
this is not a response to Chinese vehicle competitors. This is a response to Chinese policy and what they've done with their EVs. If we were worried about Chinese cars, we would have banned other Chinese cars.
Can we just address the AP using well-built and Chinese EV in the same fucking sentence? No, AP, no. This is horse shit. They blow up.
It's not even about if the cars are good or not, okay? What we need to understand about this is that China subsidizes this. You know how we were talking about subsidizing corn and how that was bad and subsidizing dairy was bad? This is the subsidy to end all subsidies. So if we look at like the amount of conflict mining that goes into like batteries and stuff, it's all going to these Chinese EVs, and they just are dumped into landfills because the Chinese government subsidizes so much that they literally just throw containers full of them at countries, and the countries then like acquire a debt and are forced to like pay it to China. And these things are produced at such a rate that it's literally hurting the world. Like it's killing people in Africa. Like there's so many problems around it besides like consumer safety stuff. Like consumer safety is like the last concern. There's so many other things that like we've seen their policies, and like Mexico just accepted a policy, so we'll see what happens to Mexico. We'll see if in a few months we're starting to hear stories about how Mexico is fucked over from the flood of these Chinese EVs. But just look up Chinese EV landfill. They're all plated, they're all registered, they're just cars still have like the seats still have plastic on them, just sitting in fields.
I just want to point this out that this is on the AP, right? This is a dude being interviewed. He says the Western markets did not democratize EVs, they gentrified them. Says Bill Russo, founder of Automobility Limited Consultancy in Shanghai. And when you gentrify, you limit the size of the market. China is all about democratizing EVs. This is textbook Chinese propaganda. It's nothing but buzzwords, and they actually produce nothing. These cars are cheap because, as I said before, they said we will subsidize and buy all dairy products. And now you have tunnels and tunnels and tunnels of government cheese. That's what's happening. That's what's going on. America has already done this and already knows the consequences of what this does.
And the thing is that the coverage about these things is so bad that people look at this as irrational. And they're like, but don't we want to support the EV industry? I thought green technology was a good thing. Oh, it must be big oil that's stopping this. When the disaster that is this, like the economic disaster that just the EVs. And this isn't the only industry China does it with. Like, look at this. Here's another picture.
Also, the ecological disaster caused by the production of these batteries into these cars, which then go and rot in fields.
These are rideshare bikes from failed fucking rideshare ventures in China. Brand new.
Yep. Same thing.
How much African resources, you know, how many children died for all these bikes to just sit in a landfill? And that's the problem with Chinese products, is that unlike ours, where you can buy a cell phone or a computer and be like, wow, I know that slavery was in this product. I know that genocide labor was in this product, right? And then it gets to the point where the capitalism is so rampant and like also so communist because it's subsidized. It's, some, Klaus Schwab capitalism, I guess, right?
You mean it's fascist?
Yeah, it's just crazy that it's the waste that really kind of gets to me.
Yeah. Like, and if you don't understand what I'm referencing by government cheese, look up the story. It's insane. Like, it's even worse this time because it's a foreign government dumping that cheese into your kitchen. And now you have a bunch of rotten cheese. That's why I'm using this analogy.
They had that cheese that when they said we're releasing all this cheese and the government cheese, they literally had a stockpile. You know how they had the stockpile of oil? So the government has a stockpile of goods like cheese.
Yes. And it's because they said that they would subsidize the dairy industry because they didn't want milk. I think it was milk. They didn't want milk farmers dairy farmers to milk was becoming too cheap. And then that's where the Got Milk ad campaign came from. They weren't advertising anything, just milk. That's also connected to the government cheese shit.
Yeah, it was a government product program.
Yeah, all of this is all
but
because America decided to
like the Nebraska. Like,
subsidize.
look at our obesity with corn and corn and everything.
Yep. I guarantee it's probably the same thing. They said we'll subsidize corn, so everybody grew corn, and now there's too much, and every American is fat. So, because this is what happens.
Like, I think, like, vehicle safety is one thing. I think the worst case is vehicle safety from outside the vehicles that's being ignored in this country. There's problems with our cars.
Yeah. Also, these cars are not safety tested.
Yeah.
So they should not be on foreign roads. They also explode. They're prone to exploding. A lot. Kind of like
but a true ultra liberalist, which is funny that they call themselves this, but it's actually capitalism because it's not liberalism. But these people, the intense libertarian assholes, Ayn Rands and stuff, they would say that it's the customer's risk. We shouldn't have to have a seatbelt. If the car explodes, that's on the customer for buying the exploding car.
No. So the seatbelt is not the same. I will die on this fucking hill.
No. But this was an argument made by those people.
No,
like
I know,
Milton
but
Friedman and stuff.
No, I understand, but it's
and he was mad because they were taxing cars on their emissions. Milton Friedman, right? So he's like, if I want to pollute, I can pollute. That's between me and the Ford Motor Company or something. Classic Milton Friedman dribble.
Yeah, it's like, but this kind of like
New Hampshire doesn't require you to wear a seatbelt or a helmet on a motorcycle.
Cool.
And they also don't have like any sales tax.
Oh, that's pretty.
They're
cool.
super. That's why it's you have the libertarian New Hampshire stuff. New Hampshire is actually one of the more libertarian states.
Yeah.
Not that the Libertarian Party's big, just that they have a little more libertarian policy.
It's like kind of libertarian, yeah.
Yeah. Loose gun laws too.
Yeah. Seems kind of based. I think I'd still wear a seatbelt, but
yeah, I mean I always did, but I can tell you in that state, I did not once see someone wearing a helmet on a motorcycle.
Are road deaths higher?
I couldn't tell you, but there's less population and shit. So
interesting.
To America on their own, like you can't go to an American dealer of any kind.
They also
and, like,
use
cars. So I think there are already prices
there.
like being increased.
Good. I like this place even more.
Yeah, it is New England
and then
after all. It's not America.
This adds on top.
Yeah.
Up of it, and it's complete bullshit. Like this is just anti-free market. Like I'm saying this, okay? I mean, like
market.
What China is doing is anti-free.
It's actually
market.
pro-free market, though.
Exactly. Yeah.
Saying anti-free market as like a derogatory statement, then it's bad, okay? Because I don't give a fuck about the free market. But in this case, it is literally just like, let's protect Tesla, let's protect like local overpriced car manufacturing. Pay $50,000
the cars that
for a vehicle.
are already being manufactured and built in China. That's who we're protecting with this policy, Vaush. You're a genius.
into debt for it. You will spend the rest of your life paying off the interest on the principal on the car that you got in an accident in 3 days in because nobody knows how to drive in America, and all of our roads are just gigantic, like blighted parking lot wastelands that you can.
So what you should buy is a $10,000 beer can from China. Yeah, that's a great fucking idea. Good planning. You know what you should actually buy though is a $10,000 Toyota Corolla from about 2008. That's probably a much better investment for you.
Oh God. Now
Run
we
across
have
at
to
80 miles an hour.
Toyota Corolla.
That's the life that you deserve. This is actually China's overproduction problem. They can't sell any of those EVs to their own economy because their consumption rates are dead, so they're trying to dump it on the US. How is that a bad thing?
Oh,
is that bad? So China overproduces, so we can't buy that? It's not like American.
I can't
car
believe
owners
people are explaining it to him, and he's
Like,
just going to
if
tell
poor
them they're
Americans
stupid
want
and
to
he's
buy
smart.
like a cheap Chinese electric vehicle, they should be able to without the government arbitrarily placing a massive tariff on it. Would this not have a downstream good issue for making cars more expensive? No.
This is so claimed, right?
Probably.
Dependency, unless you're investing in actual alternatives. This is just like buy the car, buy the vehicle slop American. Like you will buy an $80,000 Ford F-150 with all the trappings on it. You will never use it to haul anything. Like
I wrote this
it just hurts
script
people.
for like when it was the height of like it's kind of the height of comic book era now, but more so back then, where it was like a post-apocalyptic alt universe where the only thing that survived was like comic books in some guy's comic collection. So everyone thinks that's the life that they want to get back to. So it's like Fallout LARPs, like like a 1950s society in a way, right? So that's the aesthetic, is that nobody can actually read. They just have these comic books that they reference from. So it's like a Batman parody, but he drives like a shitty Toyota Corolla around and like stabs people to death with a sword and shit.
I'm trying to find a big picture of the new Corolla, the all-wheel drive one. It's fucking cool. That's the Corolla you should want.
He always runs over the curb. Because nobody can drive in post-apocalyptia.
Post-apocalyptia.
Yeah, but it's just like a way to explain why everyone is a superhero. That like nobody is done. It's so stupid. I can't believe nobody bought that shit. That's gold. You don't even have to be Batman, you know?
Why is it so hard to find a big picture? Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah. The Powerpuff Girls were in there. Look, and they had booty shorts that said sugar, spice, and nice.
It's not a Corolla. It's a Yaris, but this is sick. This is what you want. And it's economic. Like, it might not be $12,000, but you'll have fun and you won't be polluting the world. Much better option than shitty Chinese vehicle made by slave labor.
Ford F-150 with all the trappings on it. You will never use it to haul anything.
Also, I find it very funny that Vaush is like, oh, why can't free market buy shitty Chinese car that China forces on people? But free market decide to buy F-150 that bad. It's not free market. They force you. They force you buy this thing. Yeah, well, China bans most cars from import, so fuck's sake.
Just took delivery at $99 on the Corolla. Was it easy, Joan?
It was easy.
How easy was it?
HugeBuffaloCredit.com.
You went on to HugeBuffaloCredit.com?
Yes, I did.
And you can too, folks. HugeBuffaloCredit.com. It was that easy. June here is driving away $99 on this beautiful Corolla. That's what it's all about at Facillo Toyota right here on Grand Island, where your experience is going to be what, June?
Huge.
She said it right there. Huge.
New York. I'm Dave. I'm the new manager here in Grand Island, and I need a little help with my.
Enough. Like it just hurts people. Yeah. This tariff affects zero cars. It literally just says up here that it will hit an estimated 18 billion worth of imports. But if you want to import an EV car, an EV from China, it affects that. I don't know how much of a factor it is, but many of the Chinese EVs don't meet American safety standards. Yeah, but there are ones that do, and also it prevents like
no.
You'll be driving a beautiful
Camry.
It's Philly Facillo right here at Facillo.
Fuck off. No.
To have them meet American safety standards, because now there's an additional economic pressure against importing those vehicles because of the massive tariff. They're wrong, Vaush, according to White House, which lied. Benjamin, you have an awfully high opinion of yourself.
Look, Vaush, he's correct. You're wrong. Shut the fuck up and listen to your chat for once. Actually learn something.
BBC article is quoting the White House. The White House is wrong. Then provide an alternate source, please. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not going to take your word on that. Like, actually the White House was incorrect. Just give me find a link, please. Go ahead. As well as a rise from 25% to 100% on electric vehicle tariffs, levies on solar cells will increase from 25% to 50%. This is exactly what we need, by the way. Increasing the price of solar cells in America. I think that's exactly what.
Oh my God!
Thank you, green energy.
Again. This is.
I'm just going to
putting those solar cells into our market will not help green energy come, bro. It's not going to happen. Even Elon Musk's shitty solar city went under because it was backed up by this type of labor practices. Because Elon is the closest thing to a fucking Chinese businessman we got. Even though it's not even like the businessman, because it's the fucking government that's subsidizing and forcing this shit out. Thank God they don't subsidize Tesla.
ISIS Toyota is great. Actually, no, they do subsidize Tesla, and then they sell their carbon credits off for extra money.
Yeah, that is carbon credit stuff. I mean, that's different. It's different.
Sure.
It's not the same.
G. Biden. I really appreciate that. Tariff rate on certain steel and aluminum products. Aluminium products will more than triple to 25%, up from 7.5% or less. But why though? Because trade war. Because protectionism.
It's not a fucking trade war. Holy shit. I don't know why Chinese
I just want to point out that
brains to mush.
Vaush's chat smarter than him. Hasan chat dumber than him. Anyway, think about this though. This is a rational question. But why though? Oh, trade war. Why don't you actually have an analysis and think instead of just jumping to conclusions that it's a trade war? It's not.
It's so much deeper than the trade war. It's so much deeper. It goes back years. This is Xi Jinping planning years in advance. Since 2008, he has been planning this. He's wanted to do this. You can look at the history. It's there. It's
also
freely available.
Like we said before, the steel was to help Japan. If anything, the steel tariff is a trade war thing.
Yeah, and more for Japan's benefit.
Yeah, exactly.
He didn't sell them Pennsylvania Steel or whatever the fuck it was. America Steel, whatever the company was.
So because buy American.
I think it was America Steel.
It's not even buy American. It's not buy Chinese, right? And this is what I did.
It's not even not buy Chinese though.
It's just not buy Chinese steel and EVs.
No. It's not even that. It's specifically with the EVs. It's hey, China fucked over countries by offloading these. We have to make sure that it's a tariff, so they prevent that from happening here. You can still buy a Chinese car.
It's just very expensive.
See.
It's normal price now.
It says they can import if they have a tariff. That means they can import, can't they?
Yeah. So it's not a.
So they must be here somewhere.
It just are you going to spend 50 grand on a Chinese EV, or are you going to spend 50 grand on an Audi EV? You tell me, because I between me and you, I'm buying the Audi. I'm going German. And especially because my proposition for my uni project where I looked at this, I said you need to cut, because we have a luxury car tax, so any car over 60 grand gets an extra $20,000.
I think we have
put on top of it, which is the dumbest fucking thing ever.
Because I don't know what ours is, but we have something like that. I'm pretty sure.
The Tesla Model 3 is supposed to be the cheap model, right? That car is $70,000 here because of the luxury car tax. That's not affordable. That's ridiculous. Anyway, so I said in my proposition, I said no luxury car tax on electric vehicles, 25% rebate on all non-Chinese built electric vehicles or non-Chinese owned electric vehicles, and then no rebate on the Chinese ones. So it's just they stay where they are, but the other ones come down to match them, because then they're not going to sell. People are going to get in higher quality electric vehicles. They're going to have a higher chance of rebuying. This is exactly what they should be doing. If countries want to maintain competition with these kind of things, this is what they need to do. They need to offer the rebates so that these cars, these better cars, are the same price as the Chinese one.
Bing, you come in and off. 2 minutes, you're at the store. $99 a month, a brand new Corolla. August extravaganza. It's huge, Buffalo, huge.
How many years ago did you first hear that China is like pushing to be the leader in green tech?
Probably 5-6 years.
But it's like been a constant ramp up that we've heard this rhetoric that China's investing greatly in green technology.
Yeah.
So it has been something that they have been rolling out. So it's like, why do we care about the Chinese solar panels? Almost like they've been, trying to push to capture this industry. And again, you look at Saudi Aramco, they're divesting into chemicals. They're trying to figure out hydrogen fuel cell tech. Germany is in hydrogen fuel cell tech. There's plenty of countries that are investing in green technology. It is a rational thing for the Chinese to be like, oh, if we invest in this technology, we'll get ahead. Look at what we just learned about Kenya today. They're investing in technology and they're getting a nice, sweet deal with the U.S.
Except China's not investing.
Well, it sounds like that America is just xenophobic to me.
Sure. That's definitely the take here.
What would you say
the
to the argument that China
semiconductors
is
are obvious, right? The tariff on that.
Yeah, that's
we really
obvious.
need to get into why that one's there.
Yeah.
And also they mentioned that with Kenya, if they're going, like I was going to say, is the semiconductor market, because the China produced the lowest end ones, right?
You can get some cheap ones and give some jobs and shit to Kenya.
Yeah. So if Kenya can, even if they are produced, even if a Chinese company produces inside Kenya, that might even be a type of way to develop their industry. I'm not sure. But if they're getting a stake in the market of those lower end, chips, that's going to be really good.
Yes. Yeah. It could spark up industry, tech industry further as well, having actual, readily available semiconductors.
Yeah. Well, it's just that you'll never match China's output.
I don't know.
So Kenya realistically won't control the market, but if they can get the euro has a decent chunk of the dollar supremacy, pretty much anywhere will trade in euro. What countries won't take a euro?
Yeah.
Able to offer cheaper products due to substandard working conditions. American vehicles, America already makes its shit in China. That's totally irrelevant.
Correct.
All the shit you buy.
Vaush, it's almost like you could come to a conclusion here that it's not trade war stuff.
So the idea that no, we're protecting local industry. No, we're not. That's not
correct.
We're not protecting. This isn't a workers' rights thing. This is protecting American companies, not American labor.
No, it's consumer protections, you flog. It's literal consumer protection.
It's also our own economy being protected.
Yeah.
Before anything else, it's the U.S.'s bottom line to not fucking get a fucking import Chinese vehicle EV landfill. Even though that hasn't happened in other countries, there is misinformation where they'll show the EV landfills in China and be like, this is France.
Yeah. I'm sure that is happening.
I think that's probably a smokescreen tactic from China, though, to debunk it.
Possibly, yeah. Australian roads are the EV landfill, though. They are fucking everywhere, and it's a cancer.
Oh, I'm sure we have plenty.
NPR article says cheap electric EVs are largely kept out of U.S. Wouldn't that be part of my point? That's 5 takeaways from Biden's tariff hikes on Chinese
whenever he tries to talk politics, which is his major thing, he's wrong. This is when you're right, okay? It's easy to be right when your baseline is just...
I just want people to have health care, honey.
Cheap Chinese EVs. That's great. This is good. I think we should have to pay more money for our vehicles. Chinese electric vehicles from makers like BYD aren't just cheap. They're also good.
No, they
Economist
aren't.
Sue Helper, a former Biden official who recently took a BYD Seagull for a test ride, called the car impressive and cute. Well, that's nice.
Look, journalists don't know what a good car is if it fucking ran them over. Why are we listening to journalists on what good fucking cars are?
This was a Biden admin guy who was in China and said, oh, yeah, it's nice. I like it.
Oh, dude, should I bring up the video of fucking Gavin Newsom sitting in the Chinese SUV that's literally just a Land Rover stolen and 3D printed pretty much, going, this is great. How the fuck are you... Why am I listening to you on what a good car is?
Let's cut to Putin shaking that robot hand that he's clearly nervous about.
Why are we listening to non-car journalists who are saying that garbage, piece of shit, absolute bottom of the barrel electric cars are impressive and cute. On what metric?
Again, this doesn't matter because the issue is the subsidization.
What does cute mean? Is cute gonna get me to the city? Is cute gonna run out halfway?
It depends.
Is
Do you
cute
put
gonna
out?
blow up and kill me? What the fuck is going on? Shut the fuck up. Impressive. What is impressive? That it goes 100 kilometers on a charge? What's impressive? Shut up.
Read the paragraph right above that. Okay. So far, Trump-era tariffs largely kept affordable Chinese-made vehicles out of the U.S., even as they gain popularity in Europe and other markets. The tariff hikes are meant to ensure that doesn't change. How the...
Hold on. I need to stay here because this is important. Okay. This one. Vaush, please look at screen. Look at screen. Look at the screen. Look at the screen. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Just because people buy them because they're cheap does not make them good or fucking worthy of being bought. Just because they're popular doesn't mean they actually are good. Shut the fuck up.
Does that support your point, Benjamin Gilbert-Liff? What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm not talking to you anymore. No. And it retails for just $10,000 in China. $10,000. $10,000 for a good electric vehicle. Smaller sizes, innovative designs, and efficient business practices help keep price of Chinese autos down, but exploitative labor practices and enormous government subsidies also play a big role. Good. The government should subsidize stuff like this.
I hate you, Vaush. I hate you.
I'm very annoyed.
I knew this was gonna just destroy you. I knew this was gonna be me having fun playing Toyota Corolla ads from Billy Fusillo while you lose your mind.
Priced, as White House economist Lael Brainerd put it. Oh yeah, that's something that the American government is so concerned about. Unfairly underpriced goods. You know, that's true. That's so true. I mean, they shot in to like shut down Uber right off the bat. You know, when they deliberately underpriced their goods as a way of undercutting competition before raising.
Was he about to make a point?
No.
About undercutting?
I'm just processing the fact that he can't comprehend how undercutting markets is a bad thing. Especially
well, he's anti-capitalist.
Especially, well, it's not even anti-capitalist. It's literally China, an outwardly aggressive, openly antagonistic nation state headed by a fascist, is openly using money that they admit that they print and deflate at will to subsidize cars and export them using their developing nation status while they hold a space station, to flood foreign markets with awful, shitty, cheap, garbage cars that if people buy them will never buy another electric vehicle. What part of this sounds like a good thing? Does any of this sound good? Do we want people in electric vehicles? We should be pushing hybrids, by the way, not electric vehicles.
Oh, we said this before with the hybrids. But again, I just want to remind people that buying a Chinese EV is bad for the environment.
Yes, it's
no emissions you can save from buying that car that can make up for the amount of cars that went to a landfill on subsidies to make that car so cheap in your country.
Yes. Yeah, that's the other
and
thing.
How many people died in the productions of those vehicles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and how much suffering has been inflicted through the, what is 90% stake of battery production, EV battery production, held by China. as well as all the other rare earth
Which
minerals
then
and shit.
inflates the market already.
Yes.
Because there's only so much resources we can exploit.
Mm-hmm.
So now
And
our
then-
green technology that is being
now more
developed,
expensive.
you know, in a more ethical mean, but don't think for a second that I believe capitalism is just innocent, you know.
Yeah.
So even if you can go to the most ethical capitalism, which still isn't ethical, just, you know, it's like comparing like Hitler and Stalin, you know. But seriously though, like you get to a point where you look at something and it's now more expensive because someone is flooding and controlling the market that's has nothing should be in your market at all. It should be a completely different market. But unfortunately, as Milton Friedman said, this is a pencil.
Yeah. I mean, I was listening to some stuff on the 100 Years of Humiliation of China. And what Britain and France did in the Opium Wars is literally this. Obviously, it's not war, and it's not like that, but it's forcing a product into the country that shouldn't be there and doesn't want to be there. But also, the Qing dynasty held control over opium production in the country. So they were also forcing in their product because they wanted their product because it was cheaper and easier to make and push into China. And this created the first and second opium wars, which is literally what China is trying to do now to the Western world
says
is
this?
what France and Britain did to China.
I forgot
Opium
what I
is
was
the
going to
power.
say.
I don't know. Nobody says this.
Well, nobody says this, but supplies as I spit the dog treat out that I was eating. Okay, nobody says this, but with supply side economics, you know, it's like supply and demand. You as the supplier need to create the demand to begin with, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, are people demanding these cars? They don't know they want them yet. How do we make them want them? Well, we put them in their front yard and say, buy this or else it's going to stay here. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you need to make the demand for the supply you have. And that's, you know, advertising, all this shit. It's all like the idea of supply and demand actually doesn't exist. It's all manipulated by the capitalist who's convincing you through stealing your data with targeted ads to buy something.
You as the anti-capitalist should know this, Vaush. It's funny. Why does China particularly blind all of you people? What is it about China that and their propaganda and their information warfare machine that blinds you so? I'm very curious.
I think it's just been years of China saying that they're investing in green technology and then getting journalists to write stories about it.
Yeah. Conditioning.
It costs $58. You know, that's so true. You're definitely not just protecting American corporations. Piece of shit.
Correct.
Increasing the cost of electric vehicles seems to.
It's actually not about American corporations.
Cutting carbon emissions.
No, it's much more consumer protections. Much more, I think, on the line.
Again, it's also government bottom line protection.
Yes, yeah.
Which in turn is because of the consumer protection.
Unironically, economic populism, I figure it's a campaign tactic. Wouldn't the UAW and Sean Fain love this? Yeah, but protectionism is dumb. That's the right. It's bad. It's economically inefficient. The consumer.
It's literally socialism.
Tax credits for electric vehicles, for example, come with a long list of restrictions designed to nudge auto companies towards U.S. suppliers. That means fewer vehicles qualify than they would otherwise. But as a result, companies have already started shifting supply chains. The other goal, the tariffs are meant to buy U.S. industry more time to make the transition. Yeah, sorry.
Wait, you mean U.S. companies are already shifting supply chain? Epic. So it's working. Very cool.
All right, guys, we all need to drag our feet and continue buying overpriced cars in the meantime because our shit ass extremely dumb.
Cars are overpriced because of
Isn't Vaush's entire argument about why he defends the pedophile stuff is that he makes argument about pedophilia being like slave labor, right? Isn't that the argument? He's like, oh, you say pedophilia is wrong because the child's being exploited. What about the child labor that go in iPhone? Right? Isn't Vaush the big advocate for thinks that labor also shouldn't exist? Isn't that his big thing when he defends his pedophilia takes? Is that argument? I'm pretty sure it is.
I'm genuinely not sure.
Oh, it is.
U.S. car industry,
but not when it comes to the Chinese products. Apparently, then the laborers
like more
and children who are exploited can get fucked.
protections, you know, like, yeah, you like this
Then
is the
it's free
entire history of
market.
the American car industry over the past 40 years, by the way, is getting like objectively outperformed by the rest of the world as our government desperately tries to like hobble this
Okay.
crippled, underperforming industry along.
Good
you know?
thing America's
Protectionism.
industry is fucking guns. And
Yeah,
not
also
fucking cars.
Yeah. Also
Can you believe it? America isn't the number one exporter of everything.
Who knew? You can import cars that are not from China. Funny.
Yeah.
Japan has been a very close partner with America, and
Yeah,
they have a lot of cars. They're a
like
very
the
big
Toyota
car
Corolla?
family. Yeah, it's very funny. Europe too. India produces a lot of cars. I've heard they're actually pretty okay. The Indian cars. So yeah, there are plenty of options. Yeah, the Czechs make Skoda. I didn't know that. That explains why the government vehicles Skoda.
The
Yeah,
Italian
Italians make
cars are
very
real nice.
unreliable cars.
No, the high-end Italians.
Yeah, they're very unreliable. You ever seen a Ferrari? They're mostly on fire.
Was good when it came to the South Asian tigers in Cuba. What's the problem here? I don't know. I mean, maybe possibly.
You know why Lamborghini exists as a car company? Because Ferruccio Lamborghini,
you know
who
why
made tractors.
Volkswagen exists as a car
Don't you
company?
fucking interrupt me. Ferruccio Lamborghini, the tractor maker, bought a Ferrari, said, "This is shit. I can make a better car," and did. That's why Lamborghini.
Do you know why
Lamborghini
Volkswagen
exists as a fuck you to Ferrari.
Do you know why Volkswagen exists?
Because Hitler wanted a car. Germany's car. The Beetle.
Hey, you know Mercedes?
Mercedes was around for a lot longer.
I know, but it's still like all those things. Like the reason why
Yeah.
they're a mainstay is Nazi ingenuity.
Yes.
You have no
There's
idea
just a slight
what
difference
you're
in the
talking
economic
about.
circumstances.
It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility.
Surrounding Cuba and the United States, you know, you'd have to think like maybe different things are different because the situation is different sometimes, you know. Maybe a glass of water is refreshing.
Wow,
but you can drown
crazy.
in the ocean.
Maybe this situation about you claiming it's a trade war is different than the other thing that Trump did.
I don't know. Maybe there's like a slight difference there, possibly. We're a global superpower with trade ties to every country on Earth, basically, and Cuba is a hyper-sanctioned island nation off the coast of a country that hates them. Desperately trying to. But Cuba doesn't even engage in real protectionism. They get sanctioned. They're forced into protectionism, and they import when they can. It's not even comparable. I think protectionism can be fine when you're
Why are
building a
you
domestic
coping
economic
by
base, but we're
bringing Cuba into an argument to defend China's unfair fucking bullshit
Because
fascists?
Chatter said Cuba.
superpower. We have the domestic economic base. There's bipartisan support for Made in America EVs. Yeah, there's bipartisan support for paying $80 trillion for Benjamin. Few Chinese electric vehicles are sold in the U.S., but industry fears a flood. Okay, Benjamin, I don't.
That is a good article. That headline is correct. Oh my God, you should listen to Benjamin right now. Industry fears a flood. I wonder if there's reason and precedent for that fear, or is it just because China?
Yeah. Australia hasn't seen an overwhelming flood of these garbage cars that are always up for sale, by the way.
I'm so mad that he has to spend so much time on everyone else, but somebody who's like, here's an actual source of what's going on. They're actually fearful of a flood because China keeps doing it. Wow, epic, awesome.
That's it, Buster. No more military
you're trying to
aid.
make, but Chinese EVs aren't currently sold in the US, but the industry fears them is not something that deters it doesn't take away from my point that this is being done to protect domestic EV production.
Yeah, because they've seen what they've been doing in other countries, you
It literally
fucking
doesn't
moron.
protect domestic EV production either.
Jesus fucking Christ. Hold on, I'm just checking car sales to see how many vehicles.
Remember what I said, how there needs to be a demand?
So there's 250,000 second-hand vehicles.
Now I'm gonna
Let's
wash your
see.
beak now.
There's only 73 BYDs, which is great. The Great Walls is a few thousand.
I love the
I'm
movie
surprised
Kung
there
Fu
aren't
Panda.
aren't as many as I thought there were going to be. There is you can buy a black cab from England. That's interesting. I'll keep looking.
You are supplying me articles that indicate, like you say, this doesn't affect anything anyway because Chinese EVs aren't coming in. That's because of the protectionist policies that already exist. It's not a virtue signal.
No, it's not.
This is basically like saying,
No,
like, you
it's
built
not.
a wall.
No, it is not. You find me one person out there right now trying to buy a Chinese EV and not getting it here. If somebody wants to buy a Chinese EV in this country, they'll get it. They're not here. Why is that? Economy 101. Supply, demand. It's not fucking complicated, bro. I'm sorry, chinchillas. I know I shouldn't have yelled. Somehow the EV video is triggering me now because it's getting into the fucking most basic economic bullshit. Like, this is like the most basic fucking brain take that you can understand with supply side economics. Like, it's only the principal foundation for all economic policy in the world now, since capitalism won. Suck it, commies.
What do you think? The lizard people are in charge? No. Is that what you think?
To keep the foreigners out, and then Trump is like, "We're going to build an even bigger wall," and you're like, "Oh, it's a virtue signal." That doesn't mean anything.
Said
well, no, it's a continuation of policies designed to protect American industry
was like the
from
N-word for
superior,
Italians. Yes, that
lower
was a mistake.
Cost Chinese EVs. It's not.
So they're like $70,000. That's $74,000. That doesn't sound very cheap. I would not be paying $70,000 for a BYD.
Like, come on, think about the consumer that's buying EVs. Do you think they care about how much money they are?
No, because they're all rich.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Do you remember how Biden specifically made a policy, right, to incentivize rich people to buy EVs, but not the low-income people? Why do you think that is?
It's because they're the ones that were going to buy them anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's funny because in the thing that I did for uni, they did a survey, and the only people that were in favor of banning petrol-powered vehicles were the ones rich enough to afford them and already going to buy an EV. Isn't that funny? That the only people that would support a full petrol ban was those people? Yes.
Hey, guess why they're discussing banning cigarettes? You think
money?
You think people who smoke support that?
Not just a virtue signal. This is being done to
Why would they?
protect
No,
American
they
capital,
make money
and
off
it's
of
disgusting,
cigarettes.
you
Banning
know?
them is a
We're
bad
not,
economic
like,
policy. If
sheltering a little
anything, it's a
baby
good
bird
health
that's all about-
policy. It's
Sure.
not a good consumer policy. Maybe you could argue consumer protection, but it's not a good economic policy. But why would we? I mean, just think about it. It's almost
You would
like
have more
everything
money.
doesn't go down to economics, even though we're a capitalist system, huh?
Yeah.
Seems like there's
Although,
other reasons you'd ban
not
cigarettes.
necessarily, because I feel like if you have less money to spend on cigarettes,
Also,
you spend
Biden
it
does
on
ban.
places.
Biden did ban cigarettes.
Yeah, but if you don't spend money on cigarettes, you have more money to spend other places. So, could benefit the economy.
True, but cigarettes have high tax.
Fuck taxes.
Yeah, but that's government money, right? So the
Stealing.
government makes more guaranteed from the cigarettes than if you
True.
buy something else. That said, why does governments put high taxes on the cigarettes to begin with?
Discourage people, I assume. That's what
Exactly.
Australia
Just like New York has a high sugar tax on sugary drinks,
Mhm.
because sugary drinks used to be cheaper than water, bottled water from a tap.
Out of the nest. These are multi-billion-dollar American car industries that have chosen to suck ass for decades because they're horrible. Like, you understand, right?
Yes, because
I agree. My
China's
point is this changes
companies
nothing.
don't suck ass.
I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand, and I don't know why you feel the need to argue it so purposefully.
I don't think
No,
you
previous
understand.
tariffs and
You don't understand, Vosh.
all
know
of these
more than
policy
you.
changes.
Yes.
In like Nevada or whatever, you don't need to go faster than this. A city car doesn't need to go faster. No car needs to go faster than this. You don't need to go faster than this. You're not on the
fuck you. If I want to go faster than that, I'll go faster than that. Go fuck yourself.
Autobahn. BYD EVs aren't being sold in the US right now, largely because of the 27.5% tariffs on the sale price of Chinese vehicles when they arrive at ports. Donald Trump slapped on the bulk of the tariff, 25% when he was president. Yep. And it was kept in place under Joe Biden. Man, pressing our own car companies to do better? No, that. The administration is also investigating cars made in China that can gather sensitive information. That's so great, dude. It's gonna be like everything, man. It's just gonna be like everything.
Hey, Vosh, did you know China banned
Mr.
Teslas because of
Borelli.
this same reason? Crazy. Who fucking knew? Wow. Did you know that EVs have self-driving capabilities, which require cameras all over the cars. So why the fuck would you allow Chinese EVs into government areas? Are you fucking dumb?
Hey, did you know that China's robotaxis are fully operational according to this American journalist?
You know, no, actually, you can't get cheap pharmaceuticals from China because the pills that you swallow might have nano trackers that actually like gather and report on secret information on your. Yeah, man, the Chinese government is actually placing like nanobots in every wonton that you eat. When you go to Panda Express, every single fortune cookie, the paper actually has little like cameras on
the
it.
The Chinese cannot produce things at a nano level. You dumbass. Nanotech. Yeah, dude.
God, that's great.
Right after they figure out the ballpoint pen, that's the next time they jumped on. Then they finally made the ball at the point of ballpoint pens, and they said, "Hey, we can finally produce a ball that's at the end of a pen. Now we can go smaller. Now it's time to conquer the nano world, so we can make predator mosquitoes that will give everyone China virus. And by China virus, we mean it's love Xi Jinping virus. It's like the Joker venom that he uses, you know.
Yes.
But it's when you see Xi Jinping."
Every nugget of orange chicken is a microphone. Yeah, it's not just conservative fear-mongering. Biden is doing that. That was a statement from the Biden administration. That wasn't Trump. The Biden administration is investigating cars made in China.
That real quick.
Okay, we've concluded that.
Let me just Google check where orange chicken's from real quick.
Okay, I'm vetoing. I need to go.
What about Rogan versus Ben Shapiro?
Well, we didn't find the video.
Oh. Okay, let me see. Oh.
Well, sorry. No.
Look at. Hang on. Check this out. Whoa. The famous dish at Panda Express is the orange chicken, inspired by flavors of Hunan province. Chef Andy Ko developed it in 1987, and it has been a constant part of the menu ever since. I think this means that.
Go ahead.
That might be them
with your frown on.
So it was.
I want to see if it's where's orange chicken originally from? Place of origin. Okay. It says various claims.
That makes sense.
So like the pizza, it was inspired by flavors from a certain place. But a variety of orange chicken most commonly found in North American Chinese restaurants. Orange chicken is an American Chinese dish. Correct. Okay, I was right. It is not a Chinese dish. It is an American dish.
The Barbie movie backlash.
No, I have not. No, sir. A lot of people are upset about the Barbie movie, and I left perplexed.
Yeah, see, it says place of origin, China, original version. Just like how the original pizza is from Italy, huh?
Sure.
The life, but it's a lot of it is
mythic nationalism.
Sure. And,
oh my God! Listen to the fucking video. You wanted it on. They're talking about the Barbie movie. Listen to the video.
I just said mythic nationalism. I don't know why you're crying over a side comment like mythic nationalism.
No, I have not. No, sir. A lot of people are upset about the Barbie movie, and I left perplexed.
This is what you wanted.
You put it in the headline.
It's 2 days ago.
Did you see it? Yeah, it's a fun movie.
Was it good?
Fun, silly movie about dolls who come to life. But it's a lot of it is about the patriarchy.
Sure.
And it's a comedy. It's a comedy about dolls.
Sure.
So people are like, people are upset that it's this, like progressive metaphor for life. That it's, they're pushing progressive politics in this. I'm like, it's a doll movie.
Yeah.
You know what's sick about this? He's absolutely correct. And this is quite literally how the SJWs or unhinged narrative started taking root. People like Joe, who's I think too far into the right now ideologically, so he's not going to change, but like people who present themselves as apolitical online, who genuinely don't have like well-developed political opinions, maybe some thoughts here and there, we're like, why are these SJWs trying to take my treats away? Like, stop trying to make me feel bad about a video that I'm watching or a movie that I'm watching. Like, shut the up. I don't care. The product that I'm consuming is one that I want to eat, okay? It's a jalapeno popper. It's a movie. It's a TV show. You coming in here and bitching in my ear when I'm trying to...
It's an old one that he just made.
I have Little Caesars pizza, which tastes a lot better when you don't got a bitch in your ear telling you how bad it tastes. Okay, don't work for me. And after after a long enough time of that happening over and over again, people just naturally it almost feels as if he's downplaying the idea that movies have political effects. The same argument for the creepy.
What public meltdown?
Movies do have no political effect. Movies are born out of political like material existence. However, movies, especially ones that are like directed towards the left, do not have any kind of serious, tangible political momentum in the right direction. You can go in the other direction because it's ultimately a take political message
come to life and try to.
There are no more jokes.
It's not a joke. I think it's kind of cool.
The movie's a shit show. Okay, so.
Ken being Killmonger and typical Barbie being the what was the name of the other dude? I forget. Black Panther, I guess. Who's the CIA guy? Alan. T'Challa. Yeah.
It was a bizarre movie, but it was a fun, silly movie. I laughed. But at the end of it, I was like, how did people get outraged at that? Like, they were saying it's anti. I know some people.
The politics went over so many people's heads. Nobody got that movie.
Personally said it's anti-men. I'm like, no, it's making fun of
it. Really
dorks.
isn't.
Every joke that happens in this film happens basically within the
In
first
fact, the movie is more pro men than anything else. It's really funny. It's like it's Ken's movie, really. If we're really talking about the Barbie movie, it's Ken's movie. He has the biggest character arc.
No,
and then
she
they
gets
realize
a real
that they're
vagina at the end.
And then they realize that having all the Barbies do everything and having the men do nothing is actually a really bad way to run society, and that having both genders do different roles is actually a really interesting way and better way to run society. And like, not necessarily gender roles either. It didn't specify that. It just said you can do anything. Like, it's, I don't know, why is this controversial? Like, what the fuck?
Also, you notice how they painted it as a perfect world when it was just the women running things?
Yeah. And then at the end, they're like, maybe it wasn't so perfect, because they're actually listening to the guys.
No, but the thing is like, yeah, it was great for the white slave owners too.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Like,
they're ignoring the fact that there is an entire class of people that were being oppressed by their system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Like, the movie is unnecessarily politically complex. It's completely unnecessary because it's for mums and their daughters. That's it. Very interesting.
That's why I said it's like one of the best picture. Honestly, that's what it should be given to. People, it's too complex for its time.
Yeah.
5 seconds of the film. So, for example, Barbie turns on the water and there's no water. Ooh, because like in Barbie house, there's no actual water. Do you get it? And then she drinks, but there's no actual liquid in the actual cup. Oh my god, because she's a Barbie doll. Oh, I get it. Okay.
Hey Ben, they were setting up a joke for when she drinks out of a real cup and pours it on herself.
Yes,
you know,
actually, that's actually
it's
how
called comedy.
You're actually supposed to set up jokes. Actually, so those aren't jokes; those are called setups. And he's like, "Ha ha! The setups are the funniest part." I don't understand comedy and how joke structure works.
Okay, so conceptually,
it's supposed to be funny, right?
He said the movie's a shit show, bro. He's talking about the Barbie movie. Hypothetically speaking, I watched. I mean, he does watch a lot of Disney movies and gets mad at them too. So this is like right in his wheelhouse. I just realized, like,
I mean, unironically, not unironically, whatever the word is. I want to go see Barbie after what he just said. That's kind of cool.
It's making fun. It's fun. You didn't think it was fun? Like, if that was a real person?
Yeah, it's making fun of Ben Shapiro.
That happening to them, isn't that fun?
Well,
That's
Margot and Ryan are just like
amazing together in that movie too.
I have to see it. I want to see it. I just haven't.
I enjoyed it. I just didn't understand why people were getting so upset. Like, do you think that's you? Are they making fun?
This is how it should be, right? That the political people or the political people overanalyze it to the point that they're always wrong. The normie idiot is just it's a haha funny Barbie movie, right? And then you've got and then you have, you know, proper analysis of the movie. I don't know whether anybody, I haven't seen any analysis of it has
I haven't
actually
watched
pulled
serious
that
film
out.
critics take it on. And talk
Yeah, I
about,
would be
like, the
very,
societal
very
structures.
curious. Yeah, I would be very curious to see what actual movie critics have to say about the movie, who like really analyze the themes of the movie. I don't watch that content, so I don't have any of that I know. So
there's a lot of bullshit like that, you know. Like, did I show you the one that's on? It's like somebody who's talking about what is it? What is the fucking Natalie Portman movie with the scientists that go into the blur? Annihilation. I like where they were talking about, like, they were focusing on like some weird shit and explaining the ending, and it's like not even close, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like oh, it actually does make sense. No, it doesn't. It's not supposed to. Move on.
Are all men in this
Directly
one? Are we
making
going
fun
to do
of
this thing where we put all men as men? It's one category. That we're not going to judge people as individuals.
Right.
We're going to pretend that these individuals in this mill, who are clearly dorks because they're designed to, it's fun. That you don't think like what happens to them and the way it happens isn't like fun. Like I don't understand like why people think that represents all men. It's the dumbest sort of.
How does it like? What was the? So you said it's
people
like
get upset
anti-men.
They think
What
it's
happened?
a super woke movie, and that's the way to
It's
make
also
that
a fucking movie.
But it's also
Like, oh my god, am I gonna have to explain the whole fucking movie again? Like, Jesus Christ. Okay, it's Utopia.
Well, Joe's trying
me,
not to
right?
spoil it for him.
I know, but it's like it's not. It's in no way anti-men. In fact, it's, as I said, pro-men because it actually shows the men isolated from the patriarchy, finding the patriarchy, implementing it, having everything be fucking miserable and instantly fighting each other, and then removing it. And now, unfortunately, that idea is now in there, right? So that's going to be interesting if they make a second one, which I fucking hope they don't. But of course they will.
It'll be with a different director, and
it'll be
she'll have a
awful.
producer role, so they can market her as being still attached to the movie, like they do with like Nightmare on Elm Street and Wes Craven.
Yes. But it's like this whole idea, like, sure, if you want to frame it as woke because it discusses the idea of the patriarchy, sure, right? I'll give you that. Like, it literally says patriarchy in it. There's a couple of eye roll moments where it's like, ugh, Hollywood, writing women Hollywood typical thing that they can't do it for some reason. But it's like, for the most part, it's fine. It's discussing the ideas of it more than shoving it in your face, which is what a lot of these movies do with these ideas. It was just a passing reference. It wasn't like a throw it in your face. Look at this. Look at it. Right, making you watch. It's much more tactfully done.
A movie about how Barbies are the dolls that everyone cares about, and Ken is just a fucking accessory, which is real. So when you bring these things into a movie, you make them real.
Wow, it's almost like Joe gets the basic premise of the joke.
That's how it is.
And
in
he's
the
a
real
comedian.
world.
But you have to imagine Ben Shapiro just sitting here malding and be like, and writing in his notebook. Remember, he took notes.
He took a notepad into the cinema. He's just angrily writing in notepad.
I'll show you, Barbie. I'm gonna burn you.
He's got a little dull forehead headlight so he can read and write at the same time.
He did. That happened. I wish he had a fucking fanny pack too, because then it would be even funnier. And the outfit he was wearing was exactly what Ken wears. It was like the all black thing. It was very funny.
Jesus Christ.
Go to the real world. The real world sucks and it's run by men. And so this is
no, the ape exclusively got it because he has daughters, and also it was fun. That's it. He went, his daughters loved it. He enjoyed it because it's objectively a fun movie to watch. Ben Shapiro probably did not go with his daughters. Ben Shapiro went with a fucking notepad, dog. Are you kidding me? He went to be a piece of shit. My producers dragged me to see Barbie, and it's one of the most woke movies I've ever seen. Yeah, that's awesome. What did he bring?
This is just a supercut, I think.
Yeah.
This might be a newer one.
But look, he just goes, did he bring freaking notes? Yeah, it's just, this is what this channel is, though. This is the good Hasan channel. It's all tightly edited stuff. This is the only Hasan channel that's worth watching, because it's just tightly edited stuff.
Oh, this is Barbie stuff as well. Is this what we're looking at?
Direct experience. He was close to getting in the door with CBS The Good Wife, but then got a cold shoulder. He had no idea why until his agent told him another.
I thought the Aaron Brown video was the one that I wanted, but I got tricked to think that this was a new subject by this Hasan channel.
Okay, I see.
We're done. I'm done, because this is just a waste of time at this point.
America, we're the Mujahideen.
Yeah,
we're the Mujahideen.
Damn, bro, that's got to be like the gayest shit I've ever heard ever.
بيت بيت دار دار زنقة زنقة فرد فرد